Section 15 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 15 of Natural Selection, or The Survival of the Fittest, from The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. Several writers have misapprehended or objected to the term natural selection. Some have even imagined that natural selection induces variability, whereas it implies only the preservation of such variations as arise and are beneficial to the being under its conditions of life. No one objects to agriculturists speaking of the potent effects of man's selection. And in this case, the individual differences given by nature, which man for some object selects, must of necessity first occur. Others have objected that the term selection implies conscious choice in the animals which become modified. And it has even been urged that as plants have no volition, natural selection is not applicable to them. In the literal sense of the word, no doubt. Natural selection is a false term, but whoever objected to chemists speaking of the elective affinities of the various elements? And yet an acid cannot strictly be said to elect the base with which it in preference combines. It has been said that I speak of natural selection as an active power or deity. But who objects to an author speaking of the attraction of gravity as ruling the movements of the planets? Everyone knows what is meant and is implied by such metaphorical expressions, and they are almost necessary for brevity. So again, it is difficult to avoid personifying the word nature. But I mean by nature only the aggregate action and product of many natural laws, and by laws the sequence of events as ascertained by us. With a little familiarity, such superficial objections will be forgotten. We shall best understand the probable course of natural selection by taking the case of a country undergoing some slight physical change, for instance, of climate. The proportional numbers of its inhabitants will almost immediately undergo a change, and some species will probably become extinct. We may conclude, from what we have seen of the intimate and complex manner in which the inhabitants of each country are bound together, that any change in the numerical proportions of the inhabitants, independently of the change of climate itself, would seriously affect the others. If the country were open on its borders, new forms would certainly immigrate, and this would likewise seriously disturb the relations of some of the former inhabitants. Let it be remembered how powerful the influence of a single introduced tree or mammal has been shown to be. But in the case of an island, or of a country partly surrounded by barriers, into which new and better adapted forms could not freely enter, we should then have places in the economy of nature which would assuredly be better filled up, if some of the original inhabitants were in some manner modified. For had the area been open to immigration, these same places would have been seized on by intruders. In such cases, slight modifications which in any way favored the individuals of any species, by better adapting them to their altered conditions, would tend to be preserved, and natural selection would have free scope for the work of improvement. We have good reason to believe, as shown in the first chapter, that changes in the conditions of life give a tendency to increased variability. And in the foregoing cases, the conditions have changed, and this would manifestly be favorable to natural selection by affording a better chance of the occurrence of profitable variations. Unless such occur, natural selection can do nothing. Under the term of variations, it must never be forgotten that mere individual differences are included. As man can produce a great result with his domestic animals and plants by adding up in any given direction individual differences, so could natural selection, but far more easily from having incomparably longer time for action. Nor do I believe that any great physical change as of climate, or any unusual degree of isolation to check immigration, is necessary in order that new and unoccupied places should be left for natural selection to fill up by improving some of the varying inhabitants. For as all the inhabitants of each country are struggling together with nicely balanced forces, extremely slight modifications in the structure or habits of one species would often give it an advantage over others, and still further modifications of the same kind would often still further increase the advantage. As long as the species continued under the same conditions of life, and profited by similar means of subsistence and defense. No country can be named in which all the native inhabitants are now so perfectly adapted to each other and to the physical conditions under which they live, that none of them could be still better adapted or improved. For in all countries the natives have been so far conquered by naturalized productions that they have allowed some foreigners to take firm possession of the land. And as foreigners have thus in every country beaten some of the natives, we may safely conclude that the natives might have been modified with advantage, so as to have better resisted the intruders. As man can produce, and certainly has produced, a great result by his methodical and unconscious means of selection, what may not natural selection effect? Man can act only on external and visible characters. Nature, if I may be allowed to personify the natural preservation or survival of the fittest, cares nothing for appearances, except in so far as they are useful to any being. She can act on every internal organ, on every shade of constitutional difference, on the whole machinery of life. Man selects only for his own good, nature only for that of the being which she tends. Every selected character is fully exercised by her, as is implied by the fact of their selection. Man keeps the natives of many climates in the same country. He seldom exercises each selected character in some peculiar and fitting manner. He feeds a long and a short-beaked pigeon on the same food. He does not exercise a long-backed or long-legged quadruped in any peculiar manner. He exposes sheep with long and short wool to the same climate. He does not allow the most vigorous males to struggle for the females. He does not rigidly destroy all inferior animals, but protects during each varying season, as far as lies in his power, all his productions. He often begins his selection by some half monstrous form, or at least by some modification prominent enough to catch the eye, or to be plainly useful to him. Under nature, the slightest differences of structure or constitution may well turn the nicely balanced scale in the struggle for life, and so be preserved. How fleeting are the wishes and efforts of man! How short his time, and consequently how poor will be his results, compared with those accumulated by nature during whole geological periods! Can we wonder, then, that nature's productions should be far truer in character than man's productions, that they should be infinitely better adapted to the most complex conditions of life, and should plainly bear the stamp of far higher workmanship? It may metaphorically be said that natural selection is daily and hourly scrutinizing throughout the world the slightest variations, rejecting those that are bad, preserving and adding up all that are good, silently and insensibly working, whenever and wherever opportunity offers, at the improvement of each organic being in relation to its organic and inorganic conditions of life. We see nothing of these slow changes in progress until the hand of time has marked the lapse of ages, and then so imperfect is our view into long past geological ages that we see only that the forms of life are now different from what they formerly were. In order that any great amount of modification should be effected in a species, a variety, when once formed, must again, perhaps after a long interval of time, vary or present individual differences of the same favorable nature as before. And these must be again preserved, and so onward step by step. Seeing that individual differences of the same kind perpetually recur, this can hardly be considered as an unwarrantable assumption. But whether it is true, we can judge only by seeing how far the hypothesis accords with and explains the general phenomena of nature. On the other hand, the ordinary belief that the amount of possible variation is a strictly limited quantity is likewise a simple assumption. Although natural selection can act only through and for the good of each being, yet characters and structures which we are apt to consider as of very trifling importance may thus be acted on. When we see leaf-eating insects green and bark-feeders mottled gray, the alpine ptarmigan white in winter, the red grouse the color of heather, we must believe that these tints are of service to these birds and insects in preserving them from danger. Grouse, if not destroyed at some period of their lives, would increase in countless numbers. They are known to suffer largely from birds of prey, and hawks are guided by eyesight to their prey, so much so that on parts of the continent persons are warned not to keep white pigeons as being the most liable to destruction. Hence, natural selection might be effective in giving the proper color to each kind of grouse, and in keeping that color, when once acquired, true and constant. Nor ought we to think that the occasional destruction of an animal of any particular color would produce little effect. We should remember how essential it is in a flock of white sheep to destroy a lamb with the faintest trace of black. We have seen how the color of hogs which feed on the paint roof in Virginia determines whether they shall live or die. In plants, the down on the fruit and the color of the flesh are considered by botanists as characters of the most trifling importance. Yet we hear from an excellent horticulturist, Downing, that in the United States smooth-skinned fruits suffer far more from a beetle, a curculio, than those with down; that purple plums suffer far more from a certain disease than yellow plums, whereas another disease attacks yellow-fleshed peaches far more than those with other colored flesh. If, with all the aids of art, these slight differences make a great difference in cultivating the several varieties, assuredly in a state of nature, where the trees would have to struggle with other trees and with a host of enemies, such differences would effectually settle which variety, whether a smooth or downy, a yellow or a purple-fleshed fruit, should succeed. In looking at many small points of difference between species, which, as far as our ignorance permits us to judge, seem quite unimportant, we must not forget that climate, food, etc., have no doubt produced some direct effect. It is also necessary to bear in mind that owing to the law of correlation, when one part varies, and the variations are accumulated through natural selection, other modifications, often of the most unexpected nature, will ensue. As we see that those variations which under domestication appear at any particular period of life tend to reappear in the offspring at the same period, for instance, in the shape, size, and flavor of the seeds of the many varieties of our culinary and agricultural plants, in the caterpillar and cocoon stages of the varieties of the silkworm, in the eggs of poultry, and in the color of the down of their chickens, in the horns of our sheep and cattle when nearly adult. So, in a state of nature, natural selection will be enabled to act on and modify organic beings at any age, by the accumulation of variations profitable at that age, and by their inheritance at a corresponding age. If it profit a plant to have its seeds more and more widely disseminated by the wind, I can see no greater difficulty in this being effected through natural selection, than in the cotton planter increasing and improving by selection the down in the pods on his cotton trees. Natural selection may modify and adapt the larva of an insect to a score of contingencies wholly different from those which concern the mature insect, and these modifications may effect through correlation the structure of the adult. So, conversely, modifications in the adult may affect the structure of the larva. But in all cases natural selection will ensure that they shall not be injurious, for if they were so, the species would become extinct. Natural selection will modify the structure of the young in relation to the parent, and of the parent in relation to the young. In social animals, it will adapt the structure of each individual for the benefit of the whole community, if the community profits by the selected change. What natural selection cannot do is to modify the structure of one species without giving it any advantage for the good of another species. And though statements to this effect may be found in works of natural history, I cannot find one case which will bear investigation. A structure used only once in an animal's life, if of high importance to it, might be modified to any extent by natural selection. For instance, the great jaws possessed by certain insects, used exclusively for opening the cocoon, or the hard tip to the beak of unhatched birds, used for breaking the eggs. It has been asserted that of the best short-beaked tumbler pigeons, a greater number perish in the egg than are able to get out of it, so that fanciers assist in the act of hatching. Now, if nature had to make the beak of a full-grown pigeon very short for the bird's own advantage, the process of modification would be very slow, and there would be simultaneously the most rigorous selection of all the young birds within the egg, which had the most powerful and hardest beaks, for all with weak beaks would inevitably perish, or more delicate and more easily broken shells might be selected, the thickness of the shell being known to vary like every other structure. It may be well here to remark that with all beings there must be much fortuitous destruction, which can have little or no influence on the course of natural selection. For instance, a vast number of eggs or seeds are annually devoured, and these could be modified through natural selection only if they varied in some manner which protected them from their enemies. Yet many of these eggs or seeds would perhaps, if not destroyed, have yielded individuals better adapted to their conditions of life than any of those which happened to survive. So again, a vast number of mature animals and plants, whether or not they be the best adapted to their conditions, must be annually destroyed by accidental causes, which would not be in the least degree mitigated by certain changes of structure or constitution, which would in other ways be beneficial to the species. But let the destruction of the adults be ever so heavy, if the number which can exist in any district be not wholly kept down by such causes, or gain. Let the destruction of eggs or seeds be so great that only 100th or 1,000th part are developed. Yet of those which do survive, the best adapted individuals, supposing that there is any variability in a favorable direction, will tend to propagate their kind in larger numbers than the less well adapted. If the numbers be wholly kept down by the causes just indicated, as will often have been the case, natural selection will be powerless in certain beneficial directions. But this is no valid objection to its efficiency at other times and in other ways, for we are far from having any reason to suppose that many species ever undergo modification and improvement at the same time in the same area. Progressive change compared with independent creation. From The Origin of Species, by Charles Darwin. Authors of the highest eminence seem to be fully satisfied with the view that each species has been independently created. To my mind, it accords better with what we know of the laws impressed on matter by the Creator, that the production and extinction of the past and present inhabitants of the world should have been due to secondary causes, like those determining the birth and death of an individual. When I view all beings not as special creations, but as the lineal descendants of some few beings which lived long before the first bed of the Cambrian system was deposited, they seem to me to become ennobled. Judging from the past, we may safely infer that not one living species will transmit its unaltered likeness to a distant futurity. And of the species now living, very few will transmit progeny of any kind to a far distant futurity. For the manner in which all organic beings are grouped shows that the greater number of species in each genus and all the species in many genera have left no descendants, but have become utterly extinct. We can so far take a prophetic glance into futurity as to foretell that it will be the common and widely spread species, belonging to the larger and dominant groups within each class, which will ultimately prevail and procreate new and dominant species. As all the living forms of life are the lineal descendants of those which lived long before the Cambrian epoch, we may feel certain that the ordinary succession by generation has never once been broken, and that no cataclysm has desolated the whole world. Hence we may look with some confidence to a secure future of great length. And as natural selection works solely by and for the good of each being, all corporeal and mental endowments will tend to progress towards perfection. It is interesting to contemplate a tangled bank, clothed with many plants of many kinds, with birds singing on the bushes, with various insects flitting about, and with worms crawling through the damp earth, and to reflect that these elaborately constructed forms, so different from each other, and dependent upon each other in so complex a manner, have all been produced by laws acting around us. These laws, taken in the largest sense, being growth with reproduction, inheritance, which is almost implied by reproduction, variability from the indirect and direct action of the conditions of life, and from use and disuse, a ratio of increase so high as to lead to a struggle for life, and as a consequence to natural selection, entailing divergence of character, and the extinction of less improved forms. Thus, from the war of nature, from famine and death, the most exalted object which we are capable of conceiving, namely, the production of the higher animals, directly follows. There is grandeur in this view of life, with its several powers, having been originally breathed by the Creator into a few forms or into one, and that whilst this planet has gone cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity, from so simple a beginning, Endless forms most beautiful and most wonderful have been and are being evolved. Creative Design from The Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication by Charles Darwin. Some authors have declared that natural selection explains nothing, unless the precise cause of each slight individual difference be made clear. If it were explained to a savage utterly ignorant of the art of building how the edifice had been raised stone upon stone, and why wedge-formed fragments were used for the arches, flat stones for the roof, etc., and if the use of each part and of the whole building were pointed out, it would be unreasonable if he declared that nothing had been made clear to him, because the precise cause of the shape of each fragment could not be told. But this is a nearly parallel case with the objection that selection explains nothing, because we know not the cause of each individual difference in the structure of each being. The shape of the fragments of stone at the base of our precipice may be called accidental, but this is not strictly correct, for the shape of each depends on a long sequence of events, all obeying natural laws, on the nature of the rock, on the lines of deposition or cleavage, on the form of the mountain, which depends on its upheaval and subsequent denudation, and lastly on the storm or earthquake which throws down the fragments. But in regard to the use to which the fragments may be put, their shape may be strictly said to be accidental. And here we are led to face a great difficulty, in alluding to which I am aware that I am traveling beyond my proper province. An omniscient Creator must have foreseen every consequence which results from the laws imposed by him. But can it be reasonably maintained that the Creator intentionally ordered, if we use the words in any ordinary sense, that certain fragments of rock should assume certain shapes, so that the builder might erect his edifice? If the various laws which have determined the shape of each fragment were not predetermined for the builder's sake, can it be maintained with any greater probability that he specially ordained for the sake of the breeder each of the innumerable variations in our domestic animals and plants, many of these variations being of no service to man and not beneficial, far more often injurious to the creatures themselves? Did he ordain that the crop and tail feathers of the pigeon should vary, in order that the fancier might make his grotesque powder and fantail breeds? Did he cause the frame and mental qualities of the dog to vary, in order that a breed might be formed of indomitable ferocity, with jaws fitted to pin down the bull for man's brutal sport? But if we give up the principle in one case, if we do not admit that the variations of the primeval dog were intentionally guided in order that the greyhound, for instance, that perfect image of symmetry and vigor, might be formed, no shadow of reason can be assigned for the belief that variations, alike in nature and the result of the same general laws, which have been the groundwork through natural selection of the formation of the most perfectly adapted animals in the world, man included, were intentionally and specially guided. However much we may wish it, we can hardly follow Professor Asa Gray in his belief that variation has been led along certain beneficial lines, like a stream along definite and useful lines of irrigation. If we assume that each particular variation was from the beginning of all time preordained, then that plasticity of organization which leads to many injurious deviations of structure, as well as the redundant power of reproduction which inevitably leads to a struggle for existence, and as a consequence to the natural selection or survival of the fittest, must appear to us superfluous laws of nature. On the other hand, an omnipotent and omniscient Creator ordains everything and foresees everything. Thus we are brought face to face with a difficulty as insoluble as is that of free will and predestination. The Origin of the Human Species, from The Descent of Man, by Charles Darwin. The main conclusion arrived at in this work, namely, that man is descended from some lowly organized form, will, I regret to think, be highly distasteful to many persons. But there can hardly be a doubt that we are descended from barbarians. The astonishment which I felt on first seeing a party of Fuegians on a wild and broken shore will never be forgotten by me, for the reflection at once rushed into my mind, such were our ancestors. These men were absolutely naked and bedaubed with paint. They possessed hardly any arts, and like wild animals lived on what they could catch. They had no government, and were merciless to everyone not of their own small tribe. He who has seen a savage in his native land will not feel much shame if forced to acknowledge that the blood of some more humble creature flows in his veins. For my own part, I would as soon be descended from that heroic little monkey who braved his dreaded enemy in order to save the life of his keeper, or from that old baboon who, descending from the mountains, carried away in triumph his young comrade from a crowd of astonished dogs, as from a savage who delights to torture his enemies, offers up bloody sacrifices, practices infanticide without remorse, treats his wives like slaves, knows no decency, and is haunted by the grossest superstitions. Man may be excused for feeling some pride at having risen, though not through his own exertions, to the very summit of the organic scale. And the fact of his having thus risen, instead of having been aboriginally placed there, may give him hopes for a still higher destiny in the distant future. But we are not here concerned with hopes or fears, only with the truth as far as our reason allows us to discover it. I have given the evidence to the best of my ability, and we must acknowledge, as it seems to me, that man with all his noble qualities, with sympathy which feels for the most debased, with benevolence which extends not only to other men, but to the humblest living creature, with his godlike intellect, which has penetrated into the movements and constitution of the solar system, with all these exalted powers, man still bears in his bodily frame the indelible stamp of his lowly origin. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 16, Alphonse Daudet, born 1840, by Augustin, Filon. 40 years have now elapsed since a lad of 17, shivering under his light summer dress in a cold, misty morning, was waiting with an empty stomach for the opening of a dairy in the Quartier Latin. Young as he was, he looked still younger, a pale, eager, intellectual face with flashing eyes, delicately carved features, and a virgin forest of dark hair falling low on his brow. He had been an usher for a 12-month at a small college in the south of France, and he had just arrived in Paris after 2 days' journey in a third-class railway carriage, during which time he had tasted no food and no drink, except a few drops of brandy from the flask of some charitable sailors. And there he was, with 2 francs left in his pocket, and an unlimited supply of courage, cheerfulness, and ambition, fully determined to make the whole world familiar with the obscure name of Alphonse Daudet. We all know how well he has succeeded in winning for himself a foremost place in the ranks of French contemporary literature, and indeed of literature in general. There is no doubt that he was admirably equipped for the great struggle on which he was about to enter, but it may be also remarked that he had not to fight it out alone and with his own solitary resources, but found at the very outset useful and strong auxiliaries. He was to have a powerful, though somewhat selfish and indolent patron in the famous Duke of Morny, who admitted him among his secretaries before he was 20 years old. Then he had the good fortune to attract the attention and take the fancy of Villemaison, the editor of the Figaro, who at first sight gave him a place in his nursery of young talents. He had a kind and devoted brother, who cheerfully shared with him the little money he had to live upon, and thus saved him from the unspeakable miseries which would inevitably attend a literary debut at such an early age, and under such inauspicious circumstances. Later on, he was still more fortunate in securing a loving and intelligent wife, who was to be to him, in the words of the Holy Scriptures, a companion of his rank, a wife who was not only to become a help and comfort, but a literary adviser, a moral guide and a second conscience far more strict and exacting than his own, a wife who taught him how to direct and husband his precious faculties, and how to turn them to the noblest use and highest ends. But before that was to come, the first thing was to find a publisher. And after long looking in vain for one throughout the whole city, he at last discovered the man he wanted at his door in the close vicinity of the Hotel Senat, in the Rue de Tournon, where the two brothers Daudet had taken up their abode. That publisher was Jules Tardieu, himself an author of some merit, under the transparent pseudonym of J.T. de Saint-Germain, a mild, quiet humorist of the optimistic school, a topfer on a small scale and with reduced proportions. And thus it happened that a few months after the lad's arrival in Paris, an elegant booklet with the attractive title of Les Amoureuses, Women in Love, printed in red letters on its snow-white cover, made its appearance under the Galerie de l'Odéon, where, in the absence of political emotions, the youth of the quartier was eagerly looking for literary novelties, and where Daudet himself had been wandering often in the hope of an occasional acquaintance with the great critics and journalists of the day, who made the gallery their favorite resort. I have read that the book was a failure, that the young author was unable to pay the printer and was accordingly served with stamped paper at the official residence of Morny, where he was then acting as secretary, that the Duke, far from showing any displeasure at the occurrence, was delighted to find his secretary in hot water with the bailiffs, and that he arranged the matter in the most paternal spirit. This may be a pretty little story, but I fear it is a legend. I cannot reconcile it with the fact that 4 years after the first publication, the same publisher gave the public another edition of Les Amoureuses, and that the young poet dedicated it to him as a token of respect and gratitude. The truth is that Daudet's little volume not only did not pass unnoticed, but received a good deal of attention, chiefly from the young men. Many thought that a new Musset was born in their midst, only a few months after the real one had been laid down to his last sleep in the Père Lachaise, under the trembling shadow of his favorite willow tree. Young Daudet alluded to the unfortunate poet. Mort de dégoût, de tristesse et d'absence. And he tried to imitate the half-cynical, half-nostalgic skepticism which had made the author of Les Nuits so powerful over the minds of the new generation and so dear to their hearts. But it did not seem perfectly genuine. When Daudet said, "My heart is old," no one believed it. And he did not believe it himself, for he entitled the piece Fanfaronnade, and in fact it was nothing more than a fanfaronnade. The book was full of the freshness, buoyancy, and frolicsome petulance of youth. Here and there, a few reminiscences might be traced to the earliest poets of the 16th century, more particularly to Clément Marot. A tinge of the expiring romanticism lingered in Les Amoureuses, with a much more substantial admixture of the spirit of an age which made pleasure hunting its paramount occupation. The precocious child could modulate the romance à madame as well as the page of Beaumarchais, if not better, but he could also laugh it down in Gavroche's sneering way. He could intersperse a song of love with the irony of the boulevard, or the more genial humor of his native South. He was at his best in the tale of Les Prunes. Si vous voulez savoir comment, nous nous aimons pour des prunes. That exquisite little piece survived long the youthful volume of Les Amoureux. In those days, when Coquelin's monologues and sonnets were yet unknown, the brothers Lyonnais, then in the height of their vogue, delighted the drawing rooms with the miniature masterpiece. Still, those who had prophesied the advent of a new poet were doomed to disappointment. Everyone knows what Sainte-Beuve once said about the short-lived existence in most of us, of a poet whom the real man is to survive. Shall we say that this was the case with Daudet, who never, as far as the world knows, wrote verses after 25? No, the poet was not to die in him, but lived on and lives still to this day, only he has always written in prose. After his successful debut, Daudet felt his way in different directions. In collaboration with Ernest Lépine, who has since made a reputation under the name Quatrelle, he had a drama, The Last Idol, performed at the Odeon Theatre. At the same time, Odeon, which in his first days of Paris seems to have been the center of his life and of his ambitions. But he most frequently appeared before the public as a journalist and a humorist, a writer of light articles and short stories. Nothing can give a more true, more vivacious, and on the whole, more favorable impression of the Daudet of the period than the Lettres de mon moulin, Letters from My Windmill. They owe their title to an old deserted windmill where Alphonse Daudet seems to have lived some time in complete seclusion, forgetting or trying to forget the excitement of Parisian life. The preface, most curiously disguised under the form of a mock contract, which is supposed to transfer the ownership from the old proprietor to the poet, and professes to give the état de lieu, or description of the place, is an amusing parody of legal jargon. The next chapter describes the installation of the new master in that same happy vein, with all the odd circumstances attending it. Throughout the rest of the volume, Daudet disappears and reappears, as his fancy prompts him to do. Now he lets himself be carried back to past memories and distant places. Now he gives us a medieval tale, or a domestic drama of today, compressed into a few brief pages, or a picture of rural life, or a glimpse of that literary hell from which he had just escaped and to which he was soon to return. He changed his tone and his subject with amazing versatility, from the bitterest satire to idyllic sweetness, or to a pleasant kind of clever naivete, which is truly his own. We see him musing among the firs and the pine trees of his native Provence, or riding up on the top of the diligence under the scorching sun, and listening, in a stern-like fashion, to the conversation which took place between the facetious baker and the unhappy knife-grinder, or chatting familiarly with Frederick Mistral, who takes him into the confidence of his poetical dreams. Then again, we see him sitting down at the table of an Algerian sheik, or wandering on the gloomy rocks where the Semillante was lost, and trying to revive the awful tragedy of her last minutes, or shut up in a solitary lighthouse with the keepers for weeks and weeks together, content with the society and with the fare of those poor, rough, uncultivated men, cut off from the whole world, alone with the stormy winds and his stormy thoughts. Wherever his morbid restlessness takes him, whatever part he chooses to assume, whether he wants to move us to laughter or to tears, we can but follow him fascinated and spellbound, and in harmony with his moods. Daudet, when he wrote those letters, was already a perfect master of all the resources of the language. What he had seen or felt, he could make us see and feel. He could make old words new with the freshness, ardor, and sincerity of the personal impressions which he was pouring into them unceasingly. The Letters from My Mill had been scattered here and there through different newspapers and at different times. They were reprinted in the form of a book in 1868. The year before, he had given to the public Le Petit Chose, a little chap, which is better known, I believe, to the English-speaking races under the rather misleading title of My Brother Jack. Les Petites Choses was a commercial success, but it is doubtful whether it will rank as high among Daudet's productions as The Lettre de Montmollin. He began to compose it in February 1866, during one of those misanthropic fits to which he was subject at periodical intervals, and which either paralyzed altogether or quickened into fever his creative faculties. He finished the work 2 years later in a very different mood, immediately after his marriage. As might have been expected, the two parts are very dissimilar, and, it must be confessed, greatly unequal. Les Petites Choses has reminded more than one reader of David Copperfield, and it cannot be denied that the two works bear some resemblance, both as regards manner and matter. But though Dickens was then widely read and much admired in France, plagiarism is out of the question. If there is a little of Dickens about Les Petites Choses, there is a great deal more of Daudet himself in it. Young Aissette, the hero of the novel, starts in life as Daudet had done, and at the same period of life, in the quality of an usher at a small provincial college. Whether we take it as fiction, with its innumerable bits of delicate humor, lovely descriptions of places and glimpses of characters in humble life, or whether we accept it as an autobiography, which is likely to bring us into closer acquaintance with the inner soul of a great man, the first part is delightful reading. But we lose sight of him through all the adventures, at once wild and commonplace, which are crowding in the second part, to culminate into the most unconvincing denouement. Even when speaking of himself, Daudet is sometimes at a disadvantage, perhaps because, as he justly observed, it is too early at 25 to comment upon one's own past career. Only the old man is able to look at his former self through the distance of years and to see it as it stood once, in its true light and with its real proportions. Tartarin of Tarascon saw the light for the first time in 1872. Strange to say, the readers of the Petit Moniteur, to whom it was first offered in a serial form, did not like it. In consequence of their marked disapproval, the publication had to be abandoned, and was then resumed through the columns of another newspaper. This time, the mistake was entirely on the side of the public. For apart from the fact that the immortal Tartarin was not yet Tartarin, but answered to a much less typical name of Chapatin, the general outlines of the character were already visible in all their distinctness from the beginning, as all those who have read the introductory chapters will readily admit. And the same lines were to be followed with an undeviating fixity of artistic purpose and with unfailing verve and spirit to the last. The prodigious adventures of Tartarin, Tartarin on the Alps, and post-Tarascon form a trilogy, and I know of no other example in modern French literature of so long and so well sustained a joke. How is it, then, that we never grow tired of Tartarin? It is probably because beneath the surface of Daudet's playful absurdity there underlies a rich substratum of good common sense and keen observation. Since Don Quixote was written, no caricature has ever been more human and more true than Tartarin. Frenchmen are not, as is frequently asserted by their Anglo-Saxon critics, totally unfit to appreciate humor when it is mingled with the study of man's nature and seasoned with that high-spiced irony of which they have been so fond at all times, from the days of Filon to those of Rochefort. Still, Daudet would never have acquired such a complete mastery over the general public in his own country if he had not been able to gratify their taste for that graphic and faithful description of manners and characters, which in other centuries put the moralists into fashion. Realism never disappears altogether from French literature. It was, at that moment, all-powerful. Zola was coming to the front with the first volumes of the well-known Rougon-Macquart, and Daudet, in 1874, entered on the same path through a different spirit, with Froment Jeune et Risley Aîné. The success was immediate and immense. The French bourgeoisie accepted it at once as a true picture of its vices and its virtues. The novel might, it is true, savor a little of Parisian cockneyism. Fastidious critics might discover in it some mixture of weak sentimentalism or a few traces of Dickensian affectation and cheap tricks in storytelling. Young men of the new social school might take exception to that old-fashioned democracy which had its apotheosis in Risley Sr. Despite all those objections, it was pronounced a masterpiece of legitimate pathos and sound observation. Even the minor characters were judged striking, and Delobel's name, for instance, occurs at once to our mind whenever we try to realize the image of the modern Cabotin. Jack, which came next, exceeded the usual length of French novels. "Too much paper, my son," old Flaubert majestically observed with a smile when the author presented him with a copy of his book. As for George Sand, she felt so sick at heart and so depressed when she had finished reading Jack that she could work no more and had to remain idle for 3 or 4 days. A painful book indeed, a distressing book, but how fascinating. And is it not its wonderful influence over the readers exemplified in the most striking manner by the fact that it had the power to unnerve and to incapacitate for her daily task the most valiant of all intellectual laborers, that hardest of hard workers, George Sand? The lost ground, if there had been any lost at all, was soon regained with Le Nabab, the Nabob, and Les Rois en Exil, Kings in Exile. They took the reader to a higher sphere of emotion and thought, showed us greater men fighting for greater things on a wider theater than the middle-class life in which Froment and Risley had moved. At the same time, they kept the balance more evenly than Jack had done between the two elements of human drama, good and evil, hope and despair, laughter and tears. But a higher triumph was to be achieved with Numa Rumastan, which brought Daudet's literary fame to its zenith. Tartarin had not exhausted all that the author had to say of meridional ways and manners. The Provençal character has its dramatic as well as its comic aspect. In Numa Rumastan, we have the farce and the tragedy blended together into a coherent whole. We have Tartarin, whose power over man and woman is not a mockery but a reality, who can win love and sympathy and admiration, not in little Tarascon, mind you, but in Paris, who sends joy abroad and creates torture at home, a charming companion, a kind master, a subtle politician, a wonderful talker, but a light-hearted and faithless husband, a genial liar, a smiling and good-natured deceiver, the true image of the gifted adventurer who periodically emerges from the south and goes northward, finally to conquer and govern the whole country. As Zola remarked, the author of Numa Rumastan poured himself out into that book with his double nature, north and south, the rich, sensuous imagination, the indolent, easygoing optimism of his native land, and the stern moral sensitiveness, which was partly characteristic of his own mind, partly acquired by painful and protracted experience. To depict his hero, he had only to consult the most intimate records of his own lifelong struggle, for he had been trying desperately to evince Rumastan out of his own being. He had fought and conquered, but only partially conquered. And on this partial failure, we must congratulate him and congratulate ourselves. He said once that Provençal landscape without sunshine is dull and uninteresting. The same may be said of his literary genius. It wants sunshine, or else it loses half its loveliness and its irresistible charm. Rumastan is full of sunshine, and there is no other among his books except Tartarin where the bright and happy light of the south plays more freely and more gracefully. The novel is equally strong if you examine it from a different standpoint. Nothing can be artistically better and more enchanting than the farandole scene, and more amusing than Rumastan's intrigue with the young opera singer. Nothing can be more grand than old Le Quesnoy's confession of sin and shame, and more affecting than the closing scene where Rosalie is taught forgiveness by her dying sister. Other parts in Daudet's work may sound hollow. Numa Rumastan will stand the most critical scrutiny as a drama, as a work of art, as a faithful representation of life. Daudet's talents were then at their best and united in happy combination for that splendid effort which was not to be renewed. In Sappho, Daudet described the modern courtesan. In L'Evangéliste, a desperate case of religious madness. In L'Immortel, he gave vent to his feelings against the French Academy, which had repulsed him once and to which he turned his back forever in disgust. The angry writer pursued his enemy to death. In his unforgiving mood, he was not satisfied before he had drowned the Academy in the muddy waters of the Seine, with its unfortunate secrétaire perpétuel Estier Rehu. The general verdict was that the vengeance was altogether out of proportion to the offense, and that despite all its brilliancy of wit and elaborate incisiveness of style, the satire was really too violent and too personal to give real enjoyment to unbiased and unprejudiced readers. At different periods of his career, Daudet had tried his hand as a dramatist, but never succeeded in getting a firm foot on the French stage. Playgoers still remember the signal failure of Les Taverniers, the indifferent reception of L'Arlésienne, or more recently of L'Obstacle. All his successful novels have been dramatized, but their popularity in that new form fell far short of the common expectation. As an explanation of the fact, various reasons may be suggested. Daudet, I am inclined to think, is endowed with real dramatic powers, not with scenic qualities, and from their conventional point of view, old stagers will pronounce the construction of his novels too weak for plays to be built upon them. Again, in the playhouse, we miss the man who tells the story, the happy presence, so unlike Flaubert's cheerless impassibility, the generous anger, the hearty laugh, the delightful humor, that strange something which seems to appeal to every one of us in particular when we read his novels. Dickens was once heard to say, on a public occasion, that he owed his prodigious worldwide popularity to this, that he was so very human. The words will apply with equal felicity to Daudet's success. He never troubles to conceal from his readers that he is a man. When the critic of the future has to assign him a place and to compare his productions with the writings of his great contemporary and fellow worker, Émile Zola, it will occur to him that Daudet never had the steady-going, indomitable energy, the ox-like patience, the large and comprehensive intellect which are so characteristic in the master of Médin, that he recoiled from assuming, like the author of Germinal and Lourdes, a bold, definite position in the social and religious strife of our days, that he never dreamt for a moment of taking the survey of a whole society and covering the entire ground on which it stands with his books. Such a task, the critic will say, would have been uncongenial to him. The scientist is careful to explain everything and to omit nothing. He aims at completeness, but Daudet is an artist, not a scientist. He is a poet in the primitive sense of the word, or, as he styled himself in one of his books, a trouvère. He has creative power, but he has at the same time his share of the minor gift of observation. He had to write for a public of strongly realistic tendencies, who understood and desired nothing better than the faithful, accurate, almost scientific description of life. Daudet could supply the demand, but as he was not born a realist, whatever social influences he had been subjected to, he remained free from the faults and excesses of the school. He borrowed from it all that was good and sound. He accepted realism as a practical method, not as an ultimate result and a consummation. Again, he was preserved from the danger of going down too deep and too low into the unclean mysteries of modern humanity. Not so much, perhaps, by moral delicacy, but by an artistic distaste for all that is repulsive and unseemly. For those reasons, it would not be surprising if, when death has made him young again, Alphonse Daudet was destined to outlive and outshine many who have enjoyed an equal or even greater celebrity during this century. He will command an ever-increasing circle of admirers and friends, and generations yet unborn will grow warm in his sunshine. End of section 16. Section 17 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle, Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 17. Excerpts by Alphonse Daudet, Part 1. The Two Tartarins, from Tartarin of Tarascon. Answer me, you will say, how the mischief is it that Tartarin of Tarascon never left Tarascon, with all his mania for adventure, need of powerful sensations, and folly about travel, rides, and journeys from the pole to the equator? For that is a fact. Up to the age of 45, the dreadless Tarasconian had never once slept outside his own room. He had not even taken that obligatory trip to Marseille, which every sound Provençal makes upon coming of age. The most of his knowledge included Beaucaire, and yet that's not far from Tarascon, there being merely the bridge to go over. Unfortunately, this rascally bridge has so often been blown away by the gales. It is so long and frail, and the Rhone has such a width at this spot that, well, faith, you understand, Tartarin of Tarascon preferred terra firma. We are afraid we must make a clean breast of it. In our hero, there were two very distinct characters. Some father of the church has said, I feel there are two men in me. He would have spoken truly in saying this about Tartarin, who carried in his frame the soul of Don Quixote, the same chivalric impulses, heroic ideal, and crankiness for the grandiose and romantic. But worse is the luck, he had not the body of the celebrated Hidalgo, that thin and meager apology for a body on which material life failed to take a hold, one that could get through 20 nights without its breastplate being unbuckled, and 48 hours on a handful of rice. On the contrary, Tartarin's body was a stout, honest bully of a body, very fat, very weighty, most sensual and fond of coddling, highly touchy, full of low-class appetite and homely requirements. The short, paunchy body on stumps of the immortal Sancho Panza. Don Quixote and Sancho Panza in the one same man. You will readily comprehend what a cat and dog couple they made. What strife, what clapper-clawing. Oh, the fine dialogue for Lucian or Saint Evremond to write between the two Tartarins, Quixote Tartarin, Sancho Tartarin. Quixote Tartarin firing up on the stories of Gustave Aimard and shouting up and at him, and Sancho Tartarin thinking only of the rheumatics ahead and murmuring, I mean to stay at home. The duet. Quixote Tartarin, highly excited. Cover yourself with glory, Tartarin. Sancho Tartarin, quite calmly. Tartarin, cover yourself with flannel. Quixote Tartarin, still more excitedly. Oh, for the terrible double-barreled rifle. Oh, for bowie knives, lassos, and moccasins. Sancho Tartarin, still more calmly. Oh, for the thick-knitted waistcoats and warm kneecaps. Oh, for the welcome padded caps with ear flaps. Quixote Tartarin, above all self-control. A battle-axe, fetch me a battle-axe. Sancho Tartarin, ringing up the maid. Now then, Jeanette, do bring up that chocolate. Whereupon Jeanette would appear with an unusually good cup of chocolate, just right in warmth, sweetly smelling, and with the play of light unwatered silk upon its unctuous surface, and with succulent grilled steak flavored with anise seed, which would set Sancho Tartarin off on the broad grin and into a laugh that drowned the shouts of Quixote Tartarin. Thus it came about that Tartarin of Tarascon never had left Tarascon. Of mental mirage, as distinguished from lying, from Tartarin of Tarascon. Under one conjunction of circumstances, Tartarin did, however, once almost start out upon a great voyage. The three brothers, Garcia Camus, natives of Tarascon, established in business at Shanghai, offered him the managership of one of their branches there. This undoubtedly presented the kind of life he hankered after. Plenty of active business, a whole army of understrappers to order about, and connections with Russia, Persia, Turkey, and Asia. In short, to be a merchant prince. In Tartarin's mouth, the title of merchant prince thundered out as something stunning. The house of Garcia Camus had the further advantage of sometimes being favored with a call from the Tartars. Then the doors would be slammed shut. All the clerks flew to arms. Up ran the consular flag, and zits, fit, bang, out of the windows upon the Tartars. I need not tell you with what enthusiasm Quixote Tartarin clutched this proposition. Sad to say, Sancho Tartarin did not see it in the same light, and as he was the stronger party, it never came to anything. But in the town there was much talk about it. Would he go, or would he not? I'll lay he will, and I'll wager he won't. It was the event of the week. In the upshot, Tartarin did not depart, but the matter redounded to his credit nonetheless. Going or not going to Shanghai was all one to Tarascon. Tartarin's journey was so much talked about that people got to believe he had done it and returned. And at the club in the evening, members would actually ask for information on life in Shanghai, the manners and customs and climate, about opium and commerce. Deeply read up, Tartarin would graciously furnish the particulars desired, and in the end, the good fellow was not quite sure himself about not having gone to Shanghai, so that after relating for the 100th time how the Tartars came down on the trading post, it would most naturally happen him to add, "And then I made my men take up arms and hoist the consular flag, and zits fit bang out of the windows upon the Tartars." On hearing this, the whole club would quiver. "But according to that, this Tartarin of yours is an awful liar." No, 1,000 times over. No, Tartarin is no liar. But the man ought to know that he has never been to Shanghai. Why, of course he knows that. But still, you see, mark that. It is high time for the law to be laid down once for all on the reputation as drawers of the long bow which northerners fling at southerners. There are no Baron Munchhausens in the south of France, neither at Nîmes nor Marseille, Toulouse nor Tarascon. The southerner does not deceive, but is self-deceived. He does not always tell the cold-drawn truth, but he believes he does. His falsehood is not falsehood, but a kind of mental mirage. Yes, purely mirage. The better to follow me, you should actually follow me into the south, and you will see I am right. You have only to look at that Lucifer's own country, where the sun transmogrifies everything and magnifies it beyond life size. The little hills of Provence are no bigger than the Butte Montmartre, but they will loom up like the Rocky Mountains. The square house at Nîmes, a mere model to put on your sideboard, will seem grander than St. Peter's. You will see, in brief, the only exaggerator in the south is Old Soul, for he does enlarge everything he touches. What was Sparta in its days of splendor? A pitiful hamlet. What was Athens? At most a second-class town. And yet in history both appear to us as enormous cities. This is a sample of what the sun can do. Are you going to be astonished after this that the same sun falling upon Tarascon should have made of an ex-captain in the army clothing factory like Bravida, the brave commandant, of a sprout, an Indian fig tree, and of a man who had missed going to Shanghai, one who had been there? The Death of the Dauphin, from Letters from My Windmill. The little Dauphin is ill. The little Dauphin will die. In all the churches of the kingdom, the Holy Sacrament is laid ready day and night, and tapers are burning for the recovery of the royal child. The streets of the old town are sad and silent. The bells ring no more. The carriages are driven very slowly. The curious townspeople are gathered just outside the palace, and are staring in through the grating of the gates at the guards, with their golden helmets, who walk the court with an important air. The entire castle is in a state of anxiety. The chamberlains and major domos go up and down the staircase and run through the marble halls. The galleries are filled with pages and courtiers in silk clothing who go from group to group collecting later news in a low voice. On the large porches can be seen the ladies of honor, bathed in tears, bowing their heads and wiping their eyes with pretty embroidered handkerchiefs. In the orangerie is a numerous assembly of doctors in long robes. One can see them through the panes, gesticulating in their long sleeves and shaking their wigs knowingly. The little Dauphin's tutor and squire are waiting before the door, anxious for the decision of the faculty. Scullions pass by without saluting them. The squire swears like a pagan. The tutor recites verses from Horace. And during this time, down by the stables, one can hear a long plaintive neighing. It is the Dauphin's little sorrel pony, whom the grooms are neglecting, and who calls sadly from his empty manger. And the king, where is his majesty the king? The king has shut himself up in a room in a remote part of the castle. Their majesties do not like to be seen weeping, but the queen, that is different. Seated by the little prince's pillow, her beautiful face bathed in tears, she sobs bitterly before everyone, just as a peasant mother would. In his lace crib is the little Dauphin, whiter than the cushions on which he reposes with closed eyelids. They think he is sleeping, but no, the little Dauphin does not sleep. He turns toward his mother, and seeing that she weeps, he says to her, "Madame, my queen, why do you weep? Do you think truly that I am going to die?" The queen wishes to reply, but sobs prevent her speaking. "Pray do not cry, madame, my queen. You forget that I am the Dauphin, and Dauphins cannot die thus." The queen sobs more bitterly still, and the little Dauphin begins to be frightened. "Hola," he says, "I do not wish to have death come and take me, and I shall know how to prevent his coming here. Bring forth 40 lancers, our strongest, to mount guard around our bed. 100 cannon night and day, torches lighted beneath our windows, and on happy death, if he dares to approach us then," the queen gives a sign to please the royal child. Forthwith, one can hear heavy cannon being rolled across the courtyard, and 40 soldiers, halberds in hand, come and range themselves around the room. They are veterans with gray mustaches. The little Dauphin claps his hands feebly as he sees them, and recognizing one, he calls him by name. "Lorraine, Lorraine." The old soldier takes a step toward the bed. "I love you well, my good Lorraine. Let me see your big sword. If death comes to take me, we must kill him, must we not?" Lorraine replies, "Yes, monseigneur," as the big tears run down his bronzed cheeks. At this moment, the chaplain approaches the little Dauphin and talks to him for some time in a low tone, showing him a crucifix. The little Dauphin listens with an astonished air, then suddenly interrupting, "I understand well what you say, Monsieur l'Abbé, but after all, could not my little friend Beppo die in my place if we should give him a great deal of money?" The chaplain continues talking to him in a low voice, and the little Dauphin looks more and more astonished. When the chaplain has finished, the little Dauphin resumes, with a heavy sigh. "All that you tell me is very sad, Monsieur l'Abbé, but one thing consoles me. Up there, in the paradise of stars, I shall still be the Dauphin. I know that our good God is my cousin, and would not fail to treat me according to my rank." Then he adds, turning to his mother, "I have my finest garments brought, my ermine cloak and velvet slippers. I wish to array myself for the angels and enter paradise dressed as a Dauphin." A third time the chaplain bends over the little prince and talks a long time in whispering tones. The royal child interrupts him in anger in the midst of his discourse and cries, "Then it is no use to be Dauphin. It is nothing at all." And not wishing to hear more, he turns toward the wall, weeping. Translation of Mary Corey. Jack is invited to take up a profession. From Jack. "Do you hear, Jack?" resumed D'Argenton, with flashing eyes and outstretched arm. "In 4 years you will be a good workman. That is to say, the noblest, grandest thing that can exist in this world of slavery and servitude. In 4 years You will be that sacred, venerated thing, a good workman. Yes, indeed, he heard it, a good workman. Only he was bewildered and was trying to understand. The child had seen workmen in Paris. There were some who lived in the Passage des 12 Maisons, and not far from the Genèse there was a factory, from which he often watched them as they left work at about 6 o'clock, a crowd of dirty-looking men with their blouses all stained with oil and their rough hands blackened and deformed by work. The idea that he would have to wear a blouse struck him at once. He remembered the tone of contempt with which his mother would say, "Those workmen, men in blouses," the care she took in the streets to avoid the contact of their soiled garments. Labassine's fine speeches on the duties and influence of the working man in the 19th century attenuated and contradicted, it is true, these vague impressions. But what he did understand, and that most clearly and bitterly, was that he must go away, leave the forest, whose treetops he saw from the window, leave the Rivals, leave his mother, whom he had recovered at the cost of so much pain, and whom he loved so tenderly. What on earth was she doing at that window all this time, seeming so indifferent to all that was going on around her? Within the last few minutes, however, she had lost her immovable indifference. A convulsive shudder seemed to shake her from head to foot, and the hand she held over her eyes closed over them as if she were hiding tears. Was it then so sad a sight that she beheld yonder in the country, on the far horizon where the sun sets, and where so many dreams, so many illusions, so many loves and passions sink and disappear, never to return? "Then I shall have to go away?" inquired the child in a smothered voice, and the automatic air of one who lets his thoughts speak, the one thought that absorbed him. At this artless question, all the members of the tribunal looked at each other with a smile of pity. But over there at the window, a great sob was heard. "We shall start in a week, my lad," answered Labassine briskly. "I have not seen my brother for a long time. I shall avail myself of this opportunity to renew my acquaintance with the fire of my old forge, by Jove." As he spoke, he turned back his sleeve, distending the muscles of his brawny, hairy, tattooed arm, till they looked ready to burst. "He is superb," said Dr. Hirsch. D'Argenton, however, who did not lose sight of the sobbing woman standing at the window, had an absent air and a terrible frown gathering on his brow. "You can go, Jack," he said to the child, "and prepare to start in a week." Jack went downstairs, dazed and stupefied, repeating to himself, "In a week, in a week." The street door was open. He rushed out, bareheaded, just as he was, dashed through the village to the house of his friends, and meeting the doctor, who was just going out, informed him in a few words of what had taken place. Monsieur Rivals was indignant. "A workman? They want to make a workman out of you? Is that what they call looking after your prospects in life? Wait a moment. I am going to speak myself to Monsieur, your stepfather." The villagers who saw them pass by, the worthy doctor gesticulating and talking out loud, and little Jack bareheaded and breathless from running, said, "There is certainly someone very ill at Les Aulnettes." No one was ill, most assuredly. When the doctor arrived, they were sitting down to the table. For on account of the capricious appetite of the master of the house, and as in all places where ennui reigns supreme, the hours for the meals were constantly being changed. The faces around were cheerful. Charlotte could even be heard humming on the stairs as she came down from her room. "I should like to say a word to you, Monsieur d'Argenton," said old Rivals with quivering lips. The poet twirled his mustache. "Well, doctor, sit down there. They shall give you a plate, and you can say your word while you eat your breakfast." "No, thank you. I am not hungry. Besides, what I have to say to you, as well as to Madame," he bowed to Charlotte, who had just come in, "is strictly private." "I think I can guess your errand," said d'Argenton, who did not care for a tete-a-tete conversation with the doctor. "It's about the child, is it not?" "You are right. It is about the child." "In that case you can speak. These gentlemen know the circumstances, and my actions are always too loyal and too disinterested for me to fear the light of day." "But, my dear," Charlotte ventured to say, shocked for many reasons at the idea of this discussion before strangers. "You can speak, doctor," said d'Argenton coldly. Standing upright in front of the table, the doctor began. "Jack has just told me that you intend to send him as an apprentice to the ironworks at Indre. Is this serious? Come." "Quite serious, my doctor." "Take care," pursued Monsieur Rivals, restraining his anger. "That child has not been brought up for so hard a life. At a growing age, you are going to throw him out of his element into new surroundings, a new atmosphere. His health, his life are involved. He has none of the requisites needed to bear this. He is not strong enough." "Oh, allow me, my dear colleague," put in Dr. Hirsch solemnly. Monsieur Rivals shrugged his shoulders and, without even looking at him, went on. "It is I who tell you so, madame." He pointedly addressed himself to Charlotte, who was singularly embarrassed by this appeal to her repressed feelings. "Your child cannot possibly endure a life of this sort. You surely know him, you who are his mother. You know that his nature is a refined and delicate one, and that it will be unable to resist fatigue. And here I only speak of the physical pain. But do you not know what terrible sufferings a child so well gifted, with a mind so capable and ready to receive all kinds of knowledge, will feel in the forced inaction, the death of intellectual faculties to which you are about to condemn him?" "You are mistaken, doctor," said d'Argenton, who was getting very angry. "I know the fellow better than anyone. I have tried him. He is only fit for manual labor. His aptitudes lie there, and there only. And it is when I furnish him with the means of developing his aptitudes, when I put into his hands a magnificent profession, that instead of thanking me, my fine gentleman goes off complaining to strangers, seeking protectors outside of his own home." Jack was going to protest. His friend, however, saved him the trouble. "He did not come to complain. He only informed me of your decision, and I said to him what I now repeat to him before you all. Jack, my child, do not let them do it. Throw yourself into the arms of your parents, of your mother, who loves you, of your mother's husband, who, for her sake, must love you. Entreat them, implore them, ask them what you have done to deserve to be thus degraded, to be made lower than themselves." "Doctor," exclaimed Labasand, bringing his fist heavily down upon the table, making it tremble and shake, "the tool does not degrade the man, it ennobles him. The tool is the regenerator of mankind. Christ handled a plane when he was 10 years of age." "That is indeed true," said Charlotte, who at once conjured up the vision of her little Jack dressed for the procession of the Fête Dieu as the child Jesus, armed with a little plane. "Don't be taken in by such balderdash, madame," said the exasperated doctor. "To make a workman of your son is to separate him from you forever. If you were to send him to the other end of the world, he could not be further from your mind, from your heart, for you would have, in this case, means of drawing together again, whereas social distances are irremediable. You will see. The day will come when you will be ashamed of your child, when you will find his hands rough, his language coarse, his sentiments totally different from yours. He will stand one day before you, before his mother, as before a stranger of higher rank than himself, not only humbled, but degraded." Jack, who had hitherto not uttered a word, but had listened attentively from a corner near the sideboard, was suddenly alarmed at the idea of any possible disaffection springing up between his mother and himself. He advanced into the middle of the room and, steadying his voice, "I will not be a workman," he said in a determined manner. "Oh, Jack," murmured Charlotte, faltering. This time it was d'Argenton who spoke. "Oh, really? You will not be a workman? Look at this fine gentleman, who will or who will not accept a thing that I have decided. You will not be a workman, eh? But you are quite willing to be clothed, fed, and amused. Well, I solemnly declare that I have had enough of you. you horrid little parasite, and that if you do not choose to work, I, for my part, refuse to be any longer your victim." He stopped abruptly, and passing from his mad rage to the chilly manner which was habitual to him. "Go up to your room," he said. "I will consider what remains to be done." "What remains to be done, my dear D'Argenton, I will soon tell you." But Jack did not hear the end of Monsieur Raval's phrase, D'Argenton, with a shove, having thrust him out. The noise of the discussion reached him in his room, like the various parts in a great orchestra. He distinguished and recognized all the voices, but they melted one into another, united by their resonance, and made a discordant uproar, through which some bits of phrases were also intelligible. "It is an infamous lie. Monsieur, life is not a romance. Sacred blouse, bien. At last old Raval's voice could be heard, thundering as he crossed the threshold. "May I be hanged if ever I put my foot in your house again." Then the door was violently slammed, and a great silence fell in the dining room, broken only by the clatter of knives and forks. They were breakfasting. "You wish to degrade him, to make him something lower than yourself?" The child remembered that phrase, and he felt that this was indeed his enemy's intention. Well, no, 1,000 times no. He would not be a workman. The door opened, and his mother came in. She had cried a great deal, and had shed real tears such as furrow the cheek. For the first time a mother showed herself in that pretty woman's face, an afflicted and sorrowing mother. "Listen to me, Jack," she said, striving to appear severe. "I must speak very seriously to you. You have made me very unhappy by putting yourself in open rebellion against your real friends, and by refusing to accept the situation they offer you. I am well aware that there is in the new existence." While she spoke, she carefully avoided meeting the child's eyes, for they had such an expression of desperate grief and heartfelt reproach that she would not have been able to resist their appeal. "That there is, in the new existence we have chosen for you, an apparent inconsistency with the life that you have hitherto been leading. I confess that I was myself at first rather startled by it, but you heard, did you not, what was said to you? The position of a workman is no longer what it used to be. Oh no, not at all the same thing, not at all. You must know that the time of the working man has now come. The middle classes have had their day, the aristocracy likewise, although, I must say, the aristocracy. Moreover, is it not more natural at your age to allow yourself to be guided by those who love you and who are experienced?" A sob from the child interrupted her. "Then you too send me away. You too send me away." This time the mother could no longer resist. She took him in her arms, clasped him passionately to her heart. "I send you away? How can you imagine such a thing? Is it possible? Come, be calm. Don't tremble and give way like that. You know how I love you, and how, if it only depended on me, we would never leave each other. But we must be reasonable and think a little of the future. Alas, the future is already dark enough for us." And in one of those outbursts of words that she still had sometimes when freed from the presence of the master, she endeavored to explain to Jack, with all kinds of hesitations and reticences, the irregularity of their position. "You see, my darling, you are still very young. There are many things you cannot understand. Some day, when you are older, I will reveal to you the secret of your birth. Quite a romance, my dear. Some day I will tell you the name of your father, and the unheard of fatality of which your mother and yourself have been the victims. But for the present, what you must know and thoroughly comprehend is that nothing here belongs to us, my poor child, and that we are absolutely dependent on him. How can I therefore oppose your departure, especially when I know that he wants you to leave for your good? I cannot ask him for anything more. He has already done so much for us. Besides, he is not rich, and this terrible artistic career is so expensive. He could not undertake the expense of your education. What will become of me between you two? We must come to a decision. Remember that it was a profession you were being given. Would you not be proud of being independent, of gaining your own livelihood, of being your own master? She saw at once, by the flash in the child's eye, that she had struck home, and in a low tone, in the caressing, coaxing voice of a mother, she murmured, "Do it for my sake, Jack, will you? Put yourself in a position that will enable you soon to gain your livelihood. Who knows if some day I may not be obliged myself to have recourse to you as my only protector, my only friend." Did she really think what she said? Was it a presentiment? One of those sudden glimpses into the future which unfold to us our destiny and reveal the failure and disappointments of our existence? Or had she been merely carried away in the whirlwind words of her impulsive sentimentality? In any case, she could not have found a better argument to convince that little generous spirit. The effect was instantaneous. The idea that his mother might want him, that he could help her by his work, suddenly decided him. He looked her straight in the face. "Swear that you will always love me, that you will never be ashamed of me when my hands are blackened. If I shall love you, my Jack." Her only answer was to cover him with kisses, hiding her agitation and her remorse under her passionate embraces. But from that moment, the wretched woman knew remorse, knew it for the rest of her life, and could never think of her child without feeling a stab in her heart. He, however, as though he understood all the shame, uncertainty, and terror concealed under these caresses, dashed towards the stairs to avoid dwelling on it. "Come, mamma, let us go down. I'm going to tell him I accept his offer." Downstairs, the failures were still at table. They were all struck by the grave and determined look on Jack's face. "I beg your pardon," he said to D'Argenton. "I did wrong in refusing your proposal. I now accept it, and thank you." End of section 17. Section 18 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 18. Excerpts by Alphonse Daudet, Part 2. The City of Iron and Fire, from Jack. The singer rose and stood upright in the boat, in which he and the child were crossing the Loire, a little above Pambouf, and with a wide sweeping gesture of the arms, as if he would have clasped the river within them, exclaimed, "Look at that, old boy! Is not that grand?" Notwithstanding the touch of grotesqueness and commonplace in the actor's admiration, it was well justified by the splendid landscape unrolling before their eyes. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A July sun, a sun of melting silver, spread a long luminous pathway of rays upon the waters. In the air was a tremulous reverberation, a mist of light, through which appeared the gleaming light of the river, active and silent, flashing upon the sight with the rapidity of a mirage. Dimly seen sails high in the air, which in this dazzling hour seem pale as flax, pass in the distance as if in flight. They were great barges coming from Noirmoutier, laden to the very edge with white salt, sparkling all over with shining spangles, and worked by picturesque crews. Men with a great three-cornered hat of the Breton salt worker, and women whose great cushion caps with butterfly wings were as white and glittering as the salt. Then there were coasting vessels like floating drays, their decks piled with sacks of flour and casks, tugs dragging interminable lines of barges, or perhaps some 3 master of nets, arriving from the other side of the world, returning to the native land after 2 years' absence, and moving up the river with a slow, almost solemn motion, as if bearing within it a silent contemplation of the old country, and the mysterious poetry belonging to all things that come from afar. Notwithstanding the July heat, a strong breeze blew freshly over the lovely scene, for the wind came up from the coast with the cheerful freshness of the open sea, and let it be guessed that a little further away, beyond those hurrying waves already abandoned by the calm tranquillity of still waters, lay the deep green of the limitless ocean, with its billows, its fogs, and its tempests. "And Indre, where is it?" asked Jack. "There, that island in front of us." In the silvery mist which enveloped the island, Jack saw confusedly lines of great poplars and tall chimneys, whence issued a thick, filthy smoke, spreading all over, blackening even the sky above it. At the same time, he heard a clamorous and resounding din, hammers falling on wrought and sheet iron, dull sounds, ringing sounds, variously re-echoed by the sonority of the water, and over everything a continuous and perpetual droning, as if the island had been a great steamer, stopped and murmuring, moving its paddles while at anchor, and its machinery while yet motionless. As the boat approached the shore, slowly and yet more slowly, for the tide ran strongly and was hard to fight against, the child began to distinguish long buildings with low roofs, blackened walls extending on all sides with uniform dreariness. Then, on the banks of the river, as far as the eye could reach, long lines of enormous boilers painted with red lead, a startling color giving a wildly fantastic effect. Government transports, steam launches ranged alongside the quay, lay waiting till these boilers should be put on board by means of a great crane near at hand, which, viewed from a distance, looked like a gigantic gibbet. At the foot of this gallows stood a man watching the approach of the boat. "It is Frederick," said the singer, and from the deepest depths he brought forth a formidable hurrah, which made itself heard even in the midst of all the din of forging and hammering. "Is that you, young'un?" "Yes, by Jove, it is I. Are there two such notes as mine in the whole world?" The boat touched the shore, and the two brothers sprang into each other's arms with a mighty greeting. They were alike, but Frederick was much older and wanting in that ebon point so quickly acquired by singers in the exercise of trills and sustained notes. Instead of the pointed beard of his brother, he was shaven, sunburnt, and his sailor's cap, a blue wool knitted cap, shaded a true Breton face, tanned by the sea, cut in granite, with small eyes and a keen glance sharpened by the minute work of a fitter and adjuster. "And how are all at home?" asked Labasand. "Clarisse, Zeyned, everyone." "Everyone is quite well, thank heaven. Aha, this is our new apprentice. He looks like a nice little chap, only he doesn't look over strong." "Strong as a horse, my dear fellow, and warranted by the Paris doctors." "So much the better, then, for ours is a roughish trade. And now, if you're ready, let us go and see the manager." They followed a long alley of fine trees that soon changed into a street, such as found in small towns, bordered by white houses, clean and all alike. Here lived a certain number of the factory workmen, the foremen, and first hands. The others were located on the opposite bank, at Montaigne, or at Basse-Indre. At this hour all was silent, life and movement being concentrated within the ironworks, and had it not been for the linen drying at the windows, the flower pots ranged near the panes, the occasional cry of a child, or the rhythmical rocking of a cradle heard through some half-open door, the place might have been deemed uninhabited. "Oh, the flag's down," said the singer, as they reached the gate leading to the workshops. "What frights that confounded flag has given me before now." And he explained to his old Jack that 5 minutes after the arrival of the workmen for the opening hour, the flag over the gate was lowered, and thus it was announced that the doors were closed. So much the worse for those who were late. They were marked down as absent, and at the third offense dismissed. While he was giving these explanations, his brother conferred with the gatekeeper, and they were admitted within the doors of the establishment. The din was frightful. Whistlings, groanings, grindings, varying but never diminishing, were re-echoed from many vast triangular-roofed sheds, standing at intervals on a sloping ground, intersected by numerous railways. An iron city. Their footsteps rang upon plates of metal encrusted in the earth. They picked their way amid heaps of bar iron, pig iron, ingots of copper, between rows of worn-out guns, brought hither to be melted down, rusty outside, all black within, and almost smoking still, venerable masters of fire, about to perish by fire. Frederick, as they passed along, pointed out the various quarters of the establishment. This is the setting-up room. These are the workshops of the great lathe and little lathe, the brasierie, the forges, the foundry. He had to shout, so deafening was the noise. Jack, half dazed, looked with surprise through the workshop doors, nearly all open on account of the heat, at a swarming of upraised hands, of blackened faces, of machinery in motion in a cave-like darkness, dull and deep, lit up by brief flashes of red light. Out poured the hot air, with mingled odors of coal, burned clay, molten iron, and the impalpable black dust, sharp and burning, which in the sunlight had a metallic sparkle, the glitter of coal that may become diamond. But what gave a special character to these formidable works was the perpetual commotion of both earth and air, a continual trepidation, something like the striving of a huge beast imprisoned beneath the foundry, whose groans and burning breath burst hissing out through the yawning chimneys. Jack, fearful of appearing too much of a novice, dared not ask what it was made, this noise, which even at a distance had so impressed him. As they talked, they passed along the streets of the ironworks laid with rails, crowded at this hour, the working day just at an end, with a concourse of men of all kinds and sizes and trades, a motley of blouses, pilot jackets, the coats of the designers mixing with the uniforms of the overseers. The gravity with which this deliverance from toil was effected struck Jack forcibly. He compared this scene with the cries, the jostling on the pavements, which in Paris enliven the exit from the workshops and make it as noisy as that of a school. Here, rule and discipline were sensibly felt, just as on board a man of war. A warm mist of steam floated over this mass of human beings, steam that the sea breeze had not yet dispersed, and which hung like a heavy cloud in the stillness of this July evening. From the now silent workshops evaporated the odors of the forge. Steam whistled forth in the gutters. Sweat stood on all the foreheads, and the panting that had puzzled Jack a little while ago had given place to a breath of relief from these 2,000 chests, wearied with the day's labor. As he passed through the crowd, Labasand was soon recognized. "Hello, young'un, how are you?" He was surrounded, his hand eagerly shaken, and from one to another passed the words, "Here, look at Frederick's brother, the fellow who makes 4,000 pounds a year just by singing." Everyone wished to see him, for one of the legends of the workshops was this supposed fortune of the quondam blacksmith, and since his departure, more than one young fellow worker had searched to the very bottom of his larynx to try if the famous note, the note worth millions, were not by some happy chance to be found there. In the midst of this cortege of admirers, whom his theatrical costume impressed still more, the singer walked along with his head in the air, talking and laughing, casting "Good morning, Father so-and-so, good morning, Mother, what's your name?" towards the little houses enlivened by women's faces looking out, towards the public houses and cook shops, which were frequent in this part of Indre, where also hawkers of all kinds held sway, exposing their merchandise in the open air. Blouses, shoes, hats, kerchiefs, all the ambulating trumpery to be found in the neighborhood of camps, barracks, and factories. As they made their way through this display of wares, Jack imagined he saw a familiar face, a smile, parting the various groups to reach him. But it was only a lightning flash, a mere vision swept away at once by the ever-changing tide of the mass flowing away and dispersing through the great industrial city. and spreading itself over to the other side of the river in long ferry boats, active, numerous, heavily laden, as if it were the passage of an army. Evening was closing in over the dispersing crowd. The sun went down. The wind freshened, moving the poplars like palms, and the spectacle was imposing of the toiling island, in its turn sinking to repose, restored to nature for the night. As the smoke cleared, masses of verdure became visible between the workshops. The river could be heard lapping the banks, and the swallows, skimming the water with tiny twitter, fluttered around the great boilers ranged along the quay. The Wrath of a Queen, from Kings in Exile. All the majestic beauty of that June night poured in through the wide-open casement in the great hall. A single lighted candelabrum scarcely disturbed the mystery of the moonlight, which streamed in like a milky way. On the table, across some dusty old papers, lay a crucifix of oxidized silver. By the side of the crucifix was a thick, broad sheet of parchment covered with a big and tremulous writing. It was the death warrant of royalty, wanting nothing but the signature, one stroke of the pen, and a strong and violent effort of will to give this. And that was the reason why this weak king hesitated, sitting motionless, his elbows resting on the table, by the lighted candles prepared for the royal seal. Near him, anxious, prying, yet soft and smooth, like a night moth or the black bat that haunts ruins, Le Beau, the confidential valet, watched him and silently encouraged him, for they had arrived at the decisive moment that the gang had for months expected, with alternate hopes and fears, with all the trepidation, all the uncertainty attending a business dependent upon such a puppet as this king. Notwithstanding the magnetism of this overpowering desire, Christian, pen in hand, could not bring himself to sign. Sunk down in his armchair, he gazed at the parchment, and was lost in thought. It was not that he cared for that crown, which he had neither wished for nor loved, which as a child he had found too heavy, and that later in life had bowed him down and crushed him by its terrible responsibilities. He had felt no scruple in laying it aside, leaving it in the corner of a room which he never entered, forgetting it as much as possible when he was out. But he was scared at the sudden determination, the irrevocable step he was about to take. However, there was no other way of procuring money for his new existence, no other means of meeting the £120,000 worth of bills he had signed, on which payment would soon be due, and which the usurer, a certain Pichary picture dealer, refused to renew. Could he allow an execution to be put in at St. Mandé? And the Queen, the royal child, what would become of them in that case? If he must have a scene, for he foresaw the terrible clamor his cowardice must rouse, was it not better to have it now, and brave once for all anger and recriminations? And then all this was not really the determining reason. He had promised the Comtesse to sign this renunciation, and on the faith of this promise, Sephora had consented to let her husband start alone for London, and had accepted the mansion Avenue de Messine, and the title and name that published her to the world as the king's mistress, reserving, however, anything further till the day when Christian himself would bring her the deed, signed by his own hand. She assigned for this conduct the reasons of a woman in love. He might, later on, return to Illyria, abandon her for the throne and power. She would not be the first person whom these terrible state reasons have made tremble and weep. Daxel, Moitelet, all the Gaumont of the Grand Club, little guessed when the king, quitting the Avenue de Messine, rejoined them at the club with heavy fevered eyes, that he had spent the evening on a divan, by turns repulsed or encouraged, his feelings played upon, his nerves unstrung by the constant resistance, rolling himself at the feet of an immovable, determined woman, who with a supple opposition abandoned to his impassioned embrace only the cold little Parisian hands, so skillful in defense and evasion, while she imprinted on his lips the scorching flame of the enrapturing words, "Oh, when you have ceased to be king, I shall be all yours, all yours." She made him pass through all the dangerous phases of passion and coldness, and often at the theater, after an icy greeting and a rapid smile, would slowly draw off her gloves and cast him a tender glance. Then, putting her bare hand in his, she would seem to offer it up to his ardent kiss. "Then you say, Le Beau, that Pichery will not renew." "He will not, sire. If the bills are not paid, the bailiffs will be put in." How well he emphasized, with a despairing moan, the word bailiffs, so as to convey the feeling of all the sinister formalities that would follow. Bills protested, an execution, the royal hearth desecrated, the family turned out of doors. Christian saw nothing of all of this. His imagination carried him far away to the Avenue de Messine. He saw himself arriving there in the middle of the night, eager and quivering, ascending with stealthy and hurried step the heavily carpeted stairs, entering the room where the night light burned, mysteriously veiled under lace. "It is done. I am no longer king. You are mine, mine." And the loved one held out her hand. "Come," he exclaimed, starting out of his fleeting dream. And he signed. The door opened and the queen appeared. Her presence in Christian's rooms at such an hour was so unforeseen and so unexpected, they had lived so long apart, that neither the king, in his act of signing his infamy, nor Le Beau, who stood watching him, turned round at the slight noise she made. They thought it was Boscovich, coming up from the garden. Gliding lightly like a shadow, she was already near the table and reached the two accomplices when Le Beau saw her. With her finger on her lips, she motioned him to be silent and continued to advance, wishing to convict the king in the very act of his treachery, and avoid all evasion, subterfuge, or useless dissimulation. But the valet set her order at defiance and gave the alarm. "The queen, sire." The Dalmatian, furious, struck straight in the face of this malevolent caitiff with the powerful hand of a woman accustomed to handle the reins, and drawing herself up erect, waited till the wretch had disappeared before she addressed the king. "What has happened, my dear Frederick, and to what am I indebted for?" Standing bent over the table that he strove to hide, in a graceful attitude that showed off his silk jacket embroidered in pink, he smiled, and although his lips were rather pale, his voice remained calm, his speech easy, with that polished elegance which never left him when addressing his wife, and which placed a barrier between them like a hard lacquer screen, adorned with flowery and intricate arabesques. With one word, one gesture, she put aside the barrier, behind which he would fain have sheltered himself. "Oh, no phrases, no grimacing, if you please. I know what you were writing there. Do not try to give me the lie." Then, drawing near, overwhelming his timorous objection by her haughty bearing, "Listen to me, Christian." And there was something in her tone that gave an impression of solemnity to her words. "Listen to me. You have made me suffer cruelly since I became your wife. I have never said anything but once, the first time, you remember? After that, when I saw that you had ceased to love me, I left you to yourself. Not that I was ignorant of anything you did. Not one of your infidelities, not one of your follies remained unknown to me. For you must indeed be mad, mad like your father, who died of exhaustion, mad with love for Lola, mad like your grandfather John, who died in a shameful delirium, foaming and framing kisses with the death rattle in his throat, and uttering words that made the Sisters of Charity grow pale. Yes, it is the same fevered blood, the same hellish passion that devours you. At Ragusa, on the nights of the sortie, it was at Fedora's that they sought you. I knew it. I knew that she had left her theater to follow you. I never uttered a single reproach. The honor of your name was saved, and when the king was absent from the ramparts, I took care his place should not be empty, but here in Paris. Till now she had spoken slowly, coldly, in a tone of pity and maternal reproof, as though inspired thereto by the downcast eyes and pouting mouth of the king, who looked like a vicious child receiving a scolding. But the name of Paris exasperated her. A city without faith, a city cynical and accursed, its blood-stained stones ever ready for sedition and barricades. What possessed these poor fallen kings, that they came to take refuge in this Sodom? It was Paris. It was its atmosphere, tainted by carnage and vice, that completed the ruin of the historical houses. It was this that had made Christian lose what the maddest of his ancestors had always known how to preserve, the respect and pride of their race. Oh, when on the very day of their arrival, the first night of their exile, she had seen him so excited, so gay, while all around him were secretly weeping. Frederick had guessed the humiliation and shame she would have to undergo. Then, in one breath, without pausing, without cutting words that lashed the pallid face of the royal rake, and striped it red as with a whip, she recalled one after the other all his follies, his rapid descent from pleasure to vice and vice to crime. You have deceived me under my very eyes in my own house. Adultery has sat at my table. It has brushed against my dress. When you were tired of that dullish little face, who had not even the grace to conceal her tears, you went to the gutter, wallowing shamelessly in the slime and mud of the streets, and bringing back the dregs of your orgies, of your sickly remorse, all the pollution of the mire. Remember how I saw you totter and stammer on that morning, when for the second time you lost your throne. What have you not done? Holy Mother of Angels, what have you not done? You have traded with the royal seal, and you have sold crosses and titles. And in a lower tone, as though she feared lest the stillness and silence of the night might hear, she added, You have stolen, yes, stolen, those diamonds, those stones torn from the crown. It was you who did it, and I allowed my faithful Greb to be suspected and dismissed. The theft being known, it was necessary to find a sham culprit to prevent the real one ever being discovered. For this has been my constant preoccupation, to uphold the king, to keep him untouched, to accept everything for that purpose, even the shame which in the eyes of the world will end by sullying me. I had adopted a watchword that sustained me and encouraged me in my hours of trial. All for the crown. And now you want to sell it. That crown that has cost me such anguish and such tears, you want to barter it for gold, for the lifeless mask of that Jewess, whom you had the indecency to bring face to face with me today. Crushed, bending low his head, he had hitherto listened without a word, but the insult directed against the woman he loved roused him. Looking fixedly at the queen, his face bearing the traces of her cutting words, he said politely, but very firmly, Well, no, you are mistaken. The woman you mention has had nothing to do with the determination I have taken. What I am doing is done for you, for me, for our common happiness. Tell me, are you not weary of this life of privations and expedients? Do you think that I am ignorant of what is going on here, that I do not suffer when I see you harassed by a pack of tradespeople and duns? The other day, when that man was shouting in the yard, I was coming in and heard him. Had it not been for Rosen, I would have crushed him under the wheels of my phaeton. And you were watching his departure behind the curtains of your window. A nice position for a queen. We owe money to everyone. There is a universal outcry against us. Half the servants are unpaid. The tutor even has received nothing for the last 10 months. Madame de Silvis pays herself by majestically wearing your old dresses. And there are days when my counselor, the keeper of the royal seals, borrows from my valet the wherewithal to buy snuff. You see, I am well acquainted with the state of things, and you do not know my debts yet. I am over head and ears in debt. Everything is giving way around us. A pretty state of things indeed. You will see that diadem of yours sold one day at the corner of the street with old knives and forks. Little by little, gradually carried away by his own scoffing nature and the jesting habits of his set, he dropped the moderate tone. He commenced with, and in his insolent little snuffling voice began to dwell upon the ludicrous side of the situation with jeers and mockery, borrowed no doubt from Sephora, who never lost an opportunity of demolishing by her sneering observations the few remaining scruples of her lover. You will accuse me of making phrases, but it is you who deafen yourself with words. What, after all, is that crown of Illyria that you are always talking about? It is worth nothing except on a king's head. Elsewhere it is obstruction, a useless thing, which, for flight, is carried hidden away in a bonnet box and exposed under a glass shade, like the laurels of an actor or the blossoms of a concierge's bridal wreath. You must be convinced of one thing, Frederick. A king is truly king only on the throne, with power to rule. Fallen, he is nothing, less than nothing, a rag. Vainly do we cling to etiquette, to our titles, always bringing forward our majesty on the panels of our carriages, on the studs of our cuffs, hampering ourselves with an empty ceremonial. It is all hypocrisy on our part, and mere politeness and pity on the part of those who surround us, our friends and our servants. Here I am, King Christian II, for you, for Rosen, for a few faithful ones. Outside, I become a man like the rest. Monsieur Christian, too, not even a surname, only Christian, like an actor of the Gaiety. He stopped out of breath. He did not remember having ever spoken so long standing. The shrill notes of the night birds, the prolonged trills of the nightingales broke the silence of the night. A big moth that had singed its wings at the lights flew about, thumping against the walls. This fluttering distress and the smothered sobs of the queen were the only sounds to be heard. She knew how to meet rage and violence, but was powerless before this scoffing banter, so foreign to her sincere nature. It found her unarmed, like a valiant soldier who expects straight blows and feels only the harassing stings of insects. Seeing her break down, Christian thought her vanquished, and to complete his victory, he put the finishing touch to the burlesque picture he had drawn of kings in exile. What a pitiful figure they cut, all these poor princes in partibus, figurants of royalty who drape themselves in the frippery of the principal characters and declaim before the empty benches without a farthing of receipts. Would they not be wiser if they held their peace and returned to the obscurity of common life? For those who have money, there is some excuse. Their riches give them some right to cling to these grandeurs. But the others, the poor cousins of Palermo, for instance, crowded together in a tiny house with their horrid Italian cookery, it smells of onions when the door is opened. Worthy folk, certainly, but what an existence! And those are not the worst off. The other day, a real Bourbon, ran after an omnibus. "Full, sir," said the conductor, but he kept on running. "Don't I tell you it is full, my good man?" He got angry. He would have wished to be called Monseigneur, as if that should be known by the tie of his cravat. Operetta kings, I tell you, Frederick, it is to escape from this ridiculous position, to ensure a dignified and decent existence, that I have made up my mind to sign this. And he added, suddenly revealing the tortuous Slavonic nature molded by the Jesuits. Moreover, this signature is really a mere farce. Our own property is returned to us. That is all, and I shall not consider myself in the slightest degree bound by this. Who knows? These very thousands of pounds may help us to recover the throne. The queen impetuously raised her head, looked him straight in the eyes for a moment, then shrugged her shoulders, saying, "Do not make yourself out viler than you are. You know that, when once you have signed, but no. The truth is, you lack strength and fortitude. You desert your kingly post at the most perilous moment, when a new society that will acknowledge neither God nor master pursues with its hatred the representatives of divine right, makes the heavens tremble over their heads and the earth under their steps. The assassin's knife, bombs, bullets, all serve their purpose, Treachery and murder are on every side. In the midst of our pageantry or our festivities, the best of us, as well as the worst, not one of us does not start if only a man steps forward out of the crowd. Hardly a petition that does not conceal a dagger. On leaving his palace, what king is certain of returning alive? And this is the hour you choose to leave the field. Ah, if fighting could do it, eagerly said Christian II. But to struggle as we do, against ridicule, against poverty, against all the petty meannesses of life, and feel that we only sink deeper every day. A ray of hope lit up her eyes. Is it true? Would you fight? Then listen. Breathlessly, she related in a few rapid words the expedition she and Elise had been preparing for the last 3 months by letters, proclamations, and dispatches, which Father Alphée, ever on the move, carried from one mountain village to the other. This time it was not to the nobility they appealed, but to the people, the muleteers, the porters of Ragusa, the market gardeners of Breno, of La Brazza, the islanders who go to market with their feluccas, the nation which had remained faithful to the monarchical tradition, which was ready to rise and die for its king, on condition that he should lead them. Companies were forming. The watchword was already circulating. Only the signal now remained to be given. The queen, hurling her words at Christian to rout his weakness by a vigorous charge, had a cruel pang when she saw him shake his head, showing an indifference which was even greater than his discouragement. Perhaps at the bottom of his heart he was annoyed that the expedition should have been so far organized without his knowledge, but he did not believe in the feasibility of the plan. It would not be possible to advance into the country. They would be compelled to hold the islands and devastate a beautiful country with very little chance of success. A second edition of the Duke de Palma's adventure, a useless effusion of blood. No, really, my dear Frederick, you are led away by the fanaticism of your chaplain and the wild enthusiasm of that hot-headed Gascon. I also have my sources of information, far more reliable than yours. The truth is that in Dalmatia, as in many other countries, monarchy has had its day. They are tired of it. They will have no more of it. Oh, I know the coward who will have no more of it, said the queen, and she went on hurriedly, leaving Christian much surprised that the scene should have ended so abruptly. He hastily thrust the deed into his pocket and prepared to go out in his turn, when Frederick reappeared, accompanied this time by the little prince. Roused out of his sleep and hurriedly dressed, Zara, who had passed from the hands of his nurse to those of the queen without a word having been uttered, opened wide his bewildered eyes under his auburn curls, but asked no questions. He remembered confusedly, in his poor little dizzy head, similar awakings for hasty flights, in the midst of pallid faces and breathless exclamations. It was thus that he had acquired the habit of passive obedience, that he allowed himself to be led anywhere, provided the queen called him in her grave and resolute voice, and held ready for his childish weakness the shelter of her tender arms and the support of her strong shoulder. She had said, "Come," and he had come with confidence, surprised only at the surrounding silence, so different from those other stormy nights, with their visions of blood and flames, roar of cannon, and rattle of musketry. He saw the king standing, no longer the careless, good-natured father who at times surprised him in his bed or crossed the schoolroom with an encouraging smile, but a stern father, whose expression of annoyance became more accentuated as he saw them enter. Frederick, without uttering one word, led the child to the feet of Christian II, and abruptly kneeling, placed him before her, crossing his little fingers in her joined hands. "The king will not listen to me. Perhaps he will listen to you, Zara. Come say with me, 'Father,'" the timid voice repeated, "Father, my king, I implore you, do not despoil your child. Do not deprive him of the crown he is to wear one day. Remember, that is not yours alone. It comes from afar, from God himself, who gave it 600 years ago to the house of Illyria. God has chosen me to be king. "Father, it is my inheritance, my treasure. You have no right to take it from me." The little prince accompanied his fervent murmur with the imploring looks of a supplicant. But Christian turned away his head, shrugged his shoulders, and furious, though still polite, he muttered a few words between his teeth. Exaggeration, most improper, turn the child's head. Then he tried to withdraw and gain the door. With one bound, the queen was on her feet, caught sight of the table from which the parchment had disappeared, and comprehending at once that the infamous deed was signed, that the king had it in his possession, gave a despairing shriek. "Christian!" He continued to advance towards the door. She made a step forward, picking up her dress as if to pursue him, then suddenly said, "Well, be it so." He stopped short and turned around. She was standing before the open window, her foot upon the narrow stony balcony, with one arm clasping her son, ready to bear him into death, the other extended menacingly towards the cowardly deserter. The moon lit up from without this dramatic group. "To an operetta king, a queen of tragedy," she said, stern and terrible, "if you do not burn this instant what you have just signed, and swear on the cross that it will never be repeated, your race is ended, crushed, wife and child, there on the stones." Such earnestness seemed to inspire her vibrating tone, her splendid figure bent towards the emptiness of space as though to spring, that the king, terrified, dashed forward to stop her. "Frederick!" At the cry of his father, at the quiver of the arm that held him, the child, who was entirely out of the window, thought that all was finished, that they were about to die. He never uttered a word nor a moan. Was he not going with his mother? Only his tiny hands clutched the queen's neck convulsively, and throwing back his head, with his fair hair hanging down, the little victim closed his eyes before the appalling horror of the fall. Christian could no longer resist. The resignation, the courage of this child, who, of his future kingly duties, already knew the first, to die well, overcame him. His heart was bursting. He threw upon the table the crumpled parchment, which for a moment he had been nervously holding in his hand, and fell sobbing in an armchair. Frederick, still suspicious, read the deed through from the first line to the very signature. Then, going up to a candle, she burned it till the flame scorched her fingers. Shaking the ashes upon the table, she then left the room, carrying off her son, who was already falling asleep in her arms in his heroically tragic attitude. Translation of Laura Ensor and E. Bartow. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 19. Madame de Deffand, Marie de Vichy-Chamrande, 1697 to 1780. Madame de Deffand is interesting as a personality, a type, and an influence. Living through nearly the whole of the 18th century, she assimilated its wealth of new ideas, and was herself a product of the thought revolution already kindling the spirit of 1789. She very early showed her mental independence by puzzling questions upon religion. The eloquent Massillon attempted to win her to orthodoxy, but he soon gave up the task, told the sisters to buy her a catechism, and went off declaring her charming. The inefficacy of the catechism was proved later, when the precocious girl developed into the graceful, unscrupulous society woman. She was always fascinating to the brightest men and women of her own and other lands. But the early years of social triumph, when she still had the beautiful eyes admired by Voltaire, are less significant than the nearly 30 years of blindness in the convent of St. Joseph, which after her affliction she made her home. Here she held her famous receptions for the literary and social celebrities of Paris. Here Mademoiselle Lespinasse endured a miserable 10 years as her companion, then rebelled against her exactions, and left to establish a rival salon of her own, aided by her devoted D'Alembert. His preference Madame de Deffand never forgave. Henceforth she opposed philosophy, and demanded from her devotees only stimulus and amusement. It was here that Horace Walpole found the blind old woman in her tub-like chair, and began the friendship and intellectual flirtation of 15 years. It proved a great interest in her life, notwithstanding Walpole's dread of ridicule at a suggestion of romance between his middle-aged self and this woman 20 years older. She was a power in the lives of many famous people, intimate with Madame de Staël, Voltaire, Montesquieu, Madame de Choiseul, the Duchess of Luxembourg, Madame Necker, Hume, Madame de Genlis. In her salon old creeds were argued down, new ideas disseminated, and bon mots and witty gossip circulated. She has recounted what went on, and explained the reign of clever women in her century. Ignoring her blindness, she lived her life as gaily as she could in visiting, feasting, opera-going, and letter-writing. But even her social supremacy and brilliant correspondence with Voltaire, Walpole, and others did not satisfy her. She wished to appeal to the heart, and she appealed only to the head. Of all ills she most dreaded ennui, and the very dread of it made her unhappy. She became more and more insufficient to herself, until at 83 she died with clear-sighted indifference. She was, perhaps, the wittiest woman who ever lived, says Saintsbury. Hers was an inextinguishable wit, always alert, epigrammatic, enriching the language with proverbial phrases. During her life, Voltaire's Science of Unbelief and Rousseau's appeal to nature and sentiment were stimulating Europe. For Rousseau, Madame du Deffand had no respect, but Voltaire's philosophy appealed to her egotism. It bade a human being investigate his own puzzles and seek solution in himself. Madame du Deffand agreed, but failed to find satisfaction in her anxious analysis. She envied believers in God, and longed for illusions, yet allowed herself none. Jealous, exacting, critical, with all the arrogance of the old aristocracy, she was as merciless to herself as to others. All my judgments have been false and daring and too hasty. I have never known anyone perfectly. To whom then can I have recourse? She cries despairingly. Sainte-Beuve emphasizes her noblest quality. With all her faults, she was true. She lived out her life frankly, boldly, without self-deception or imposition. So in the entertaining volumes of her letters and pen portraits of acquaintances, she has left a valuable record. She takes us back a century, and shows not only how people looked and what they did, but how they thought and felt. Selection: Letter to the Duchess de Choiseul by Madame du Deffand. Paris, Sunday, December 28, 1766. Do you know, dear Grandmamma, a pet name, that you are the greatest philosopher that ever lived? Your predecessors spoke equally well, perhaps, but they were less consistent in their conduct. All your reasonings start from the same sentiment, and that makes the perfect accord one always feels between what you say and what you do. I know very well why, loving you madly, I am ill at ease with you. It is because I know that you must pity everybody who is unlike yourself. my desire to please you, the brief time that I am permitted with you, and my eagerness to profit by it, all trouble, embarrass, intimidate me, and discompose me. I exaggerate, I utter platitudes, and end by being disgusted with myself, and eager to rectify the impression I may have made upon you. You wish me to write to Monsieur de Choiseul, and to make my letter pretty and bright. Ah, indeed! I'm the ruler of my own imagination, am I? I depend upon chance. A purpose to do or to say such or such a thing takes away the possibility. I am not in the least like you. I do not hold in my hands the springs of my spirit. However, I will write to Monsieur de Choiseul. I will seize a propitious moment. The surest means of making it come is to feel hurried. I am sending you an extract from an impertinent little pamphlet entitled Letter to the Author of the Justification of Jean-Jacques. You will see how it treats our friend. I am not sure that it should be allowed, whether Monsieur de Choiseul should not talk to Monsieur de Sartine about it. It is for you to decide, dear grandmamma, if it is suitable, and if Monsieur de Choiseul ought to permit licenses so impertinent. I am dying to see you. In spite of my fear, in spite of my dreads, I am convinced that you love me because I love you. Selection. Letter to Mr. Crawford by Madame du Deffand. Sunday, March 9th, 1766. I read your letter to Madame de Forcalquier, or rather I gave it to her to read. I thought from her tone that she liked it, but she will not commit herself. She is more than incomprehensible. The Trinity is not more mysterious. She is composed of systems which she does not understand herself. Great words, great principles, great strains of music, of which nothing remains. However, I am of your opinion, that she is worth more than all my other acquaintances. She agrees that it would be delightful to have you live in this country, but if she were only to see you en passant, it hardly matters whether you came or not, that she has not forgotten you, but that she will forget you. Eh! Why shouldn't she forget you? She does not know you. 100 speeches of the sort which vex me. They say of people who have too much vivacity that they were put in too hot an oven. They might say of her, on the contrary, that she is underdone. She is the sketch of a beautiful work, but it is not finished. What is certain is that her sentiments, if she has sentiments, are sincere, and that she does not bore you. I showed her your letter, because I thought that would give you pleasure. But be sure that no one in the world, not even she, shall see what you write me in future except Niat, her secretary, who, as you know, is a well. I have just made you a fine promise that I will not show your letters. Perhaps I shall never be able to show them. Truly, truly, I am like Madame de Forcalquier, and do not know you. I spent 3 hours with Mr. Walpole yesterday, but only half an hour alone with him. Lord George and his wife returned his short call, but your Dr. James stayed there all the time. He is a very gloomy, uninteresting man. Have you seen Jean-Jacques? Is he still in London? Have you seen your father? Imagine yourself tête-à-tête with me in the corner of the fireplace, and answer all my questions, but especially those which concern your health. Have you seen the doctors? Have they ordered you the waters? And tell me too, honestly, if I shall ever see you again. Reflect that you are only 25 years old, that I am 100, and that it only requires a brief kindness to put pleasure in my life. No, I will not assume the pathetic. Do just what pleases you. Selection. Letter to Horace Walpole by Madame du Deffand. Tuesday, August 5th, 1766. I have received your letter of July 31st. No number, sheets of different sizes. All these observations mean nothing, unless it is that a person without anything to do or to think occupies herself with puerile things. Indeed, I should do very wrong not to profit by all your lessons, and to persist in the error of believing in friendship, and regarding it as a good. No, no, I renounce my errors, and am absolutely persuaded that of all illusions that is the most dangerous. You, who are the apostle of this wise doctrine, receive my confession and my vows never to love, never to seek to be loved by anyone. But tell me if it is permitted to desire the return of agreeable persons, if one may long for news of them, and if to be interested in them and to let them know it is to lack virtue, good sense, and proper behavior. I am awaiting enlightenment. I cannot doubt your sincerity. You have given me too many proofs of it. Explain yourself without reserve. Wednesday, 6th. Of all the things in your letter, what struck me the most yesterday were your moralizings on friendship, which forced me to reply at once. I was interrupted by Monsieur and Madame de Bovin, who came to take me to supper with them in the country at the good Duchess of St. Pierre. I returned early. I did not close my eyes during the night. I woke up Niart, her secretary, earlier than usual, to go on with my letter, and to reread me yours. I am better pleased with it this morning than I was yesterday. The matter of friendship shocked me less. I find that the conclusion is, let us be friends without friendship. Ah, well, so be it. I consent. Perhaps it is agreeable. Let us learn by experience, and for that see each other the oftener. In truth, you have only a comic actress, a deaf woman, and some chickens to leave, as you have only a blind woman and many goslings to find. But I promise you that the blind woman will have much to ask and much to tell. I do not know what to say to you about your ministry. You have entertained me so little with politics, that if others had not informed me, all that goes on with you would be less intelligible to me than the affairs of China. They have told me something of the character of the Count, and as for this certain good comrade, Conway, I think I know him perfectly. I am pleased that he has remained, but not that he does not oppose your philosophy. All your opinions are beautiful and praiseworthy, but if I were in his place, I should certainly hinder you from making use of them, and not regulate my conduct by your moderation and disinterestedness. Oh, as for my lord, you cannot keep him, that's the public cry. It seems to me that the brother and sister-in-law are not pleased. Do you not detest the people? From the agrarian law to your monument, your lamps, and your black standard, its joy, its sadness, its applause, its complaints, are all odious to me. But I am going back to speak to you about yourself. You say that your fortune, instead of augmenting, will suffer diminution. I am much afraid of that. No liberty without a competency, remember that. If your economy falls upon your trips to France, I shall be miserable. But listen to this without getting vexed. I possess, as you know, a small lodging room belonging to me, little worthy of the son of Robert Walpole, but which may satisfy the philosopher Horace. If he found it convenient, he could occupy it without incurring the slightest ridicule. He can consult sensible people, and while waiting, be persuaded that it is not my personal interest which induces me to offer it to him. Honestly, my mentor, you could not do better than take it. You would be near me or 100 leagues from me if you liked it better. It would not engage you to any attention, nor any assiduity. We would renew our vows against friendship. It would even be necessary to render more observance to the idle Comtesse de Boufflers, For who could be shocked if not she? Pont de Vel, who approves and advises this arrangement, claims that even the idle would find nothing to oppose. Think of that. Grandmamma returned yesterday morning. My favor with her is better established. She will take supper with me Friday, and as the supper was arranged without foreseeing that she would be there, she will find a company which will not exactly suit her, among others the idle, and the Archbishop of Toulouse. I shall have many things to tell you when I see you. It may be that they will hardly interest you, but it will be the world of my Strawberry Hill. You agree with me about the letters, which pleases me. I believe myself a genius when I find myself in agreement with you. This Prince Jephron is excellent. Surely Heaven is witness that I do not love you, but I am forced to find you very agreeable. Are you waiting until your arrival here to give a jug to the Maréchal de Luxembourg? I see no necessity of making a present to the idle. Incense, incense, that is all it wants. I have a great desire that you should read a Memoir of La Chalotais. It is very rare, very much prohibited, but I am intriguing to get it. Monsieur de Beauvin begs you to send me a febrifuge for him. It is from Dr. James, I think. There are two kinds. One is mild, and the other violent. He requires a louis's worth of each. You are mightily deceiving yourself if you think Voltaire author of the analysis of the romance of Héloïse. The author is a man from Bordeaux, a friend of Monsieur de Secondat. Apropos of Voltaire, he has had the King of Prussia sounded to know if he would consent to give him asylum at Wesel, in case he were obliged to leave his abode. This His Majesty has very willingly granted. Goodbye. I am counting upon being able in future to give you news of your court and your ministry. I have made a new acquaintance, who is a favorite of Lord Bute, and the most intimate friend of Lord Holdernesse. I do not doubt that this lord is aiming at my Lord Rochefort's place, who they say scarcely troubles himself about the embassy. Write me, I beg you, at least once a week. Tell me if Monsieur Crawford is in Scotland. It is thought that the first news from Rome will inform us of the death of Chevalier MacDonald. Selection. Letter, Portrait of Horace Walpole, November 1765. No, no, I do not want to draw your likeness. Nobody knows you less than I. Sometimes you seem to me what I wish you were, sometimes what I fear you may be, and perhaps never what you really are. I know very well that you have a great deal of wit of all kinds and all styles, and you must know it better than anyone. But your character should be painted, and of that I am not a good judge. It would require indifference, or impartiality at least. However, I can tell you that you are a very sincere man, that you have principles, that you are brave, that you pride yourself upon your firmness, that when you have come to a decision, good or bad, nothing induces you to change it, so that your firmness sometimes resembles obstinacy. Your heart is good, and your friendship strong, but neither tender nor facile. Your fear of being weak makes you hard. You are on your guard against all sensibility. You cannot refuse to render valuable services to your friends. You sacrifice your own interests to them, but you refuse them the slightest of favors. Kind and humane to all about you, you do not give yourself the slightest trouble to please your friends in little ways. Your disposition is very agreeable, although not very even. All your ways are noble, easy, and natural. Your desire to please does not lead you into affectation. Your knowledge of the world and your experience have given you a great contempt for men, and taught you how to live with them. You know that all their assurances go for nothing. In exchange, you give them politeness and consideration, and all those who do not care about being loved are content with you. I do not know whether you have much feeling. If you have, you fight it as a weakness. You permit yourself only that which seems virtuous. You are a philosopher. You have no vanity, although you have a great deal of self-love. But your self-love does not blind you. It rather makes you exaggerate your faults than conceal them. You never extol yourself except when you are forced to do so by comparing yourself with other men. You possess discernment, very delicate tact, very correct taste. Your tone is excellent. You would have been the best possible companion in past centuries. You are in this, and you would be in those to come. Englishman as you are, your manners belong to all countries. You have an unpardonable weakness to which you sacrifice your feelings and submit your conduct, the fear of ridicule. It makes you dependent upon the opinion of fools, and your friends are not safe from the impressions against them which fools choose to give you. Your judgment is easily confused. You are aware of this weakness, which you control by the firmness with which you pursue your resolutions. Your opposition to any deviation is sometimes pushed too far, and exercised in matters not worth the trouble. Your instincts are noble and generous. You do good for the pleasure of doing it, without ostentation, without claiming gratitude. In short, your spirit is beautiful and high. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 20. Daniel Defoe by Charles Frederick Johnson. Daniel Defoe, one of the most vigorous and voluminous writers of the last decade of the 17th and of the first quarter of the 18th centuries, was born in St. Giles Parish, Cripplegate, in 1660 or 1661, and died near London in 1731. His father was a butcher named Defoe, and the evolution of the son's name through the various forms of Defoe, Defoe, Defoe to Daniel Defoe. The present accepted form did not begin much before he reached the age of 40. He was educated at the dissenting school of a Mr. Martin in Newington Green, and was intended for the Presbyterian ministry. Although the training at this school was not inferior to that to be obtained at the universities, and indeed superior in one respect, since all the exercises were in English, the fact that he had never been in residence set Defoe a little apart from the literary society of the day. Swift, Pope, Addison, Arbuthnot, and the rest considered him untrained and uncultured, and habitually spoke of him with the contempt which the regular feels for the volunteer. Swift referred to him as an illiterate fellow whose name I forget, and Pope actually inserted his name in the Dunciad. Earless on high stood unabashed Defoe. This line was false in two ways, for Defoe's ears were not clipped, though he was condemned to stand in the pillory, and there can hardly be a greater incongruity conceived than there is between our idea of a dunce and the energetic, shifty, wide-awake Defoe. Though for that matter a scholar like Bentley and a wit like Colley Gibber are as much out of place in the poet's ill-natured catalogue. Defoe angrily resented the taunts of the university men and their professional assumption of superiority, and answered Swift that he had been in his time master of 5 languages and had not lost them yet, and challenged John Tutchin to translate with him any Latin, French, or Italian author, and then retranslate them crosswise for £20 each book. Notwithstanding the great activity of Defoe's pen, over 200 pamphlets and books, most of them of considerable length, are known to be his, and it is more than probable that much of his work was anonymous and has perished, or could be only partly disinterred by laborious conjecture. He found time to engage twice in business, once as a factor in hosiery, and once as a maker of tiles. In each venture he seems to have been unfortunate, and his business experience is alluded to here only because his practical knowledge of mercantile matters is evident in all his work. Even his pirates like Captain Bob Singleton and adventurers like Colonel Jack have a decided commercial flavor. They keep a weather eye on the profit and loss account, and retire like thrifty traders on a well-earned competency. It is worth mentioning, however, to Defoe's credit, that in one or two instances at least he paid his debts in full, after compromising with his creditors. Defoe's writings, though all marked by his strong but limited personality, fall naturally into three classes. First, his political writings, in which may be included his wretched attempts at political satire and most of his journalistic work. This is included in numberless pamphlets, broadsheets, newspapers, and the like, and is admirable expository matter on the public questions of the day. Second, his fiction. Robinson Crusoe, Captain Singleton, Colonel Jack, Roxana, and Moll Flanders. Third, his miscellaneous work, innumerable biographies and papers like the History of the Plague, the Account of the Great Storm, the True Relation of the Apparition of one Mrs. Veal, etc. Between the last two classes there is a close connection, since both were written for the market, and his fictions proper are cast in the autobiographical form and are founded on incidents in the lives of real persons, and his biographies contain a large proportion of fiction. Some knowledge of Defoe's political work is necessary to a comprehension of the early 18th century. During his life, the power of the people and of the House of Commons was slowly extended, and the foundations of the modern English constitution were laid. The trading and manufacturing classes, especially in the city of London, increased in wealth and political consequence. The reading public on which a popular writer could rely widened. With these changes, partly as cause and purely as consequence, came the establishment of news journals and reviews. Besides Addison's Spectator, for the more cultured classes, multitudes of periodicals were founded which aimed to reach a more general public. The old method of a broadsheet or the pamphlet, hawked in the streets or exposed for sale and cried at the bookstalls, was still in use, but the regular issue of a newsletter was taking its place. Defoe attacked the public in both ways with unwearied assiduity. His poem The True-Born Englishman was sold in the streets to the astonishing number of 80,000. In 1704 he established The Review, a bi-weekly. It ran to 1713, and Defoe wrote nearly all of each number. Afterwards he was for 8 years main contributor and substantially manager of Mist's Journal, a Tory organ, and one of the most serious and well-founded charges against this first great journalist is that he was deficient in journalistic honor and remained in the pay of the Whig ministry while attached to the opposition organ. During this period he founded and conducted several other journals. Defoe possessed in a large measure the journalistic sense. No one ever had a finer instinct in the subtle arts of working the public and of advertising. When the notorious Jack Sheppard was condemned, he visited him at Newgate, wrote his life, and had the highwayman, standing under the gallows, send for a copy and deliver it as his last speech and dying confession. There is a certain breadth and originality in this stroke, hardly to be paralleled in modern journalism. Defoe had the knack of singling out from the mass of passing events whatever would be likely to interest the public. He brought out an account in some newspaper, and if successful, made the occurrence the subject of a longer article in pamphlet or book form. He was always on the lookout for matter which he utilized with a pen of marvelous rapidity. The Gazette or embryonic newspaper was at first confined to a rehearsal of news. Defoe invented the leading article or newsletter of weekly comment, and the society column of Mercure Scandaleux. The list of Defoe's political pamphlets is a large one, but they are of more interest to the historian than to the general reader. While they are far inferior in construction and Victoria's good sense to Sydney Smith magazine articles on kindred topics, and to Swift's Drapier's letters in subtle appeals to the prejudices of the ignorant, they show a remarkable command over the method of reaching the plain people. To use President Lincoln's phrase, and taking it to mean that great body of quiet persons who desire on the whole to be fair in their judgments, but who must have their duty made quite evident before they see it. Defoe is never vituperative, that is, vituperative for a time when Pope and Swift and Dennis made their personal invective so much higher flavored than modern taste endures. He seems to have been tolerant by nature, and although this proceeds in his case from the fact that his moral enthusiasm was never very warm, and not from any innate refinement of nature, he is entitled to the credit of moderation in the use of abusive language. He is tolerant, too, of those who differ from him in politics and religion, and though it is absurd to suppose, as some of his biographers have done, that he was so far in advance of his century as to have advocated the political soundness of free trade, he shows in his treatment of commercial questions the marks of a broad and comprehensive mind. He speaks of foreigners in a cosmopolitan spirit, with the exception of the Portuguese, for whom he seems to feel a lively dislike, founded possibly on some of his early business experiences. The reader will remember the dignified and courteous demeanor of the Spaniards in Robinson Crusoe, and although the violent antipathy of the previous generation to Spanish Romanists had abated, Defoe's freedom from insular prejudice is noteworthy, the more so that a discreet and sober bearing, such as he gives his Spaniards, seems to have been his ideal of conduct. Defoe is a great journalist, and although he is a typical hack, writing timely articles for pay, he has a touch of genius. He was always successful in gaining the ear of his public, and in the one instance where he hit upon a subject of universal interest, the life of the solitary castaway thrown absolutely on his own resources, he wrote a book, without any effort or departure from his usual style, which has been as popular with succeeding generations as it was with his own. It is a mistake to call Robinson Crusoe a great boy's book, unless we regard the boy nature as persistent in all men, and perhaps it is in all healthy men, for it treats the unaided conflict with nature and circumstance, which is the essence of adult life, with unequaled simplicity and force. Crusoe is not merely an adventurer, he is the human will, courage, resolution, stripped of all the adventitious support of society. He has all the elements of universal humanity, though in detail he is as distinctly English as Odysseus is Greek. The characters of Defoe's other novels, Colonel Jack, Captain Singleton, Moll Flanders, and Roxana, are so repulsive, and so entirely unaware of their repulsiveness, that we can take little interest in them. Possibly an exception might be made in favor for Colonel Jack, who evinces at times an amusing humor. All are criminals, and the conflict of the criminal with the forces of society may be the subject of the most powerful fiction. But these books are inartistic in several regards. No criminals, even allowing them to be hypocrites, ever disclose themselves in the open-hearted manner of these autobiographers. Vice always pays to virtue the homage of a certain reticence in details. Despite all his Newgate experiences and his acquaintance with noted felons, Defoe never understood either the weakness or the strength of the criminal type, so all his harlots and thieves and outcasts are decidedly amateurish. A serious transgression of the moral law is to them a very slight matter, to be soon forgotten after a temporary fit of repentance, and a long course of evil living in no wise interferes with a comfortable and respectable old age. His pirates have none of the desperation and brutal heroism of sin. Stevenson's John Silver or Israel Hands is worth a schooner load of them. Neither they nor their authors seem to value virtue very highly, though they are acutely sensitive to the discomfort of an evil reputation. Possibly such people may be true to a certain type of humanity, but they are exceedingly uninteresting. A writer who takes so narrow a view cannot produce a great book, even though his lack of moral scope and insight is partly compensated by a vivid presentation of life on the low plane from which he views it. Moll Flanders and Roxana are very coarse books, but it can hardly be said that they are harmful or corrupting. They are simply vulgar. Vice has preserved all its evil by preserving all its grossness. Passion is reduced to mere animalism, and is depicted with the brutal directness of Hogarth. This may be good morals, but it is unpleasant art. It is true that Defoe's test of a writer was that he should please and serve his public, and in providing amusement he was not more refined nor more coarse than those whom he addressed. But a writer should look a little deeper and aim a little higher than the average morality of his day. Otherwise he may please, but will not serve his generation in any true sense of literary service. Defoe is sometimes spoken of as first great realist. In a limited sense this may be true. No doubt he presents the surface of a limited area of an 18th century world with fidelity. With the final establishment of Protestantism, the increase of trade, and the building of physical science on the broad foundations laid down by Newton, England had become more mundane than at any other period. The intense faith and the imaginative quality of the 17th century were deadened. The 18th century kept its eyes on the earth, and though it found a great many interesting and wonderful things there, and though it laid the foundations of England's industrial greatness, it was neither a spiritual nor an artistic age. The novel was in its infancy, and as if a true story was more worthy of respect than an invention, it received from Defoe an air of verisimilitude, and is usually based on some real events. He is careful to embellish his fictions with little bits of realism. Thus, Moll Flanders gives an inventory of the goods she took to America, and in the history of the plague Defoe adds a note to his description of a burial ground. N.B. The author of this journal lies buried in that very ground, being at his own desire, his sister having been buried there a few weeks before. This enumeration of particulars certainly gives an air of reality, but it is a trick easily caught, and it is only now and then that he hits, as in the above instance, on the characteristic circumstance which gives life and reality to the narrative. Except in Robinson Crusoe, much of his detail is irrelevant and tiresome. But all the events on the lonely island are admirably harmonized and have a cumulative effect. The second part, after the rescue, written to take advantage of the popularity of the first, is vastly inferior. The artistic selective power is not exercised. This same concrete imagination which sees minute details is also evident in his contemporary Swift, but with him it works at the bidding of a far more fervid and emotional spirit. Defoe is a pioneer in novel writing and in journalism, and in both he shows wonderful readiness in appreciating what the public would like, and energy in supplying them with it. To the inventor or discoverer of a new form we cannot deny great credit. Most writers imitate, but it cannot be said that Defoe founded himself on any predecessor. While his successors are numbered by hundreds, a certain relationship could be traced between his work and the picaresque tales of France and Spain on the one hand, and the contemporary journals of actual adventure on the other, but not one close enough to detract from his claim to original power. Some of Defoe's political work, like The True-Born Englishman, The Shortest Way with Dissenters, Reasons Against the Succession of the House of Hanover, are written in the ironical tone. Mr. Saintsbury seems to think that Defoe's method is not truly ironical, because it differs from Swift's. But if we remember that one writer differs from another in irony, there is no reason to deny Defoe's mastery of this penetrating weapon, especially when we find that he imposed on both parties. The judges told him that irony of that sort would bring him to the gallows, but the 18th century law of libel was more rigid in its constructions than the canons of literary art. Defoe made several attempts at poetical satire, which are sufficient to show that he lacked either the talent or the patience to write political verse. Compared with Dryden's or Pope's, his work is more doggerel, enlivened by occasional vigorous couplets like "Wherever God erects a house of prayer, the devil always builds a chapel there, and it will be found upon examination the latter has the largest congregation," or "No panegyric needs their praise record, an Englishman never wants his own good word." But an examination will confirm the impression that Defoe was not a poet, as surely as the rereading of Robinson Crusoe will strengthen our hereditary belief that he was a great writer of prose. Charles Frederick Johnson. End of section 20. Section 21 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 21. Excerpts from Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. Crusoe's Shipwreck. Nothing can describe the confusion of thought which I felt when I sunk into the water, for though I swam very well, yet I could not deliver myself from the waves so as to draw my breath, till that wave having driven me, or rather carried me, a vast way on towards the shore, and having spent itself went back, and left me upon the land almost dry, but half dead was the water I took in. I had so much presence of mind as well as breath left, that seeing myself nearer the mainland than I expected, I got upon my feet and endeavoured to make on towards the land as fast as I could, before another wave should return and take me up again. But I soon found it was impossible to avoid it, for I saw the sea coming after me as high as a great hill, and as furious as an enemy, which I had no means or strength to contend with. My business was to hold my breath and raise myself upon the water if I could, and so by swimming to preserve my breathing, and pilot myself towards the shore if possible, my greatest concern now being that the wave, as it would carry me a great way towards the shore when it came on, might not carry me back again with it when it gave back towards the sea. The wave that came upon me again buried me at once 20 or 30 feet deep in its own body, and I could feel myself carried with a mighty force and swiftness towards the shore a very great way. But I held my breath and assisted myself to swim still forward with all my might. I was ready to burst with holding my breath when, as I felt myself rising up, so to my immediate relief I found my head and hands shoot out above the surface of the water, and though it was not 2 seconds of time that I could keep myself so, yet it relieved me greatly, gave me breath and new courage. I was covered again with water a good while, but not so long but I held it out. And finding the water had spent itself and began to return, I struck forward against the return of the waves, and felt ground again with my feet. I stood still a few moments to recover breath, until the water went from me, and then took to my heels and ran, with what strength I had, farther towards the shore. But neither would this deliver me from the fury of the sea, which came pouring in after me again, and twice more I was lifted up by the waves and carried forward as before, the shore being very flat. The last time of these two had well nigh been fatal to me, for the sea having hurried me along as before, landed me, or rather dashed me against a piece of rock, and that with such force that it left me senseless, and indeed helpless as to my own deliverance, for the blow taking my side and breast, beat the breath as it were quite out of my body, and had it returned again immediately, I must have been strangled in the water. But I recovered a little before the return of the waves, and seeing I should again be covered with the water, I resolved to hold fast by a piece of the rock, and so to hold my breath, if possible, till the wave went back. Now, as the waves were not so high as the first, being nearer land, I held my hold till the wave abated, and then fetched another run, which brought me so near the shore, that the next wave, though it went over me, yet did not so swallow me up as to carry me away, and the next run I took, I got to the mainland, where to my great comfort I clambered up the cliffs on the shore, and sat me down upon the grass, free from danger and quite out of the reach of the water. I was now landed and safe on shore, and began to look up and thank God that my life was saved, in a case wherein there were, some minutes before, scarce any room to hope. I believe it is impossible to express to the life what the ecstasies and transports of the soul are when it is so saved, as I may say, out of the grave. And I did not wonder now at the custom, viz., that when a malefactor who has the halter about his neck is tied up and just going to be turned off, and has a reprieve brought to him, I say I do not wonder that they bring a surgeon with it to let him blood, that very moment they tell him of it, that the surprise may not drive the animal spirits from the heart and overwhelm him. For sudden joys like griefs confound at first. I walked about the shore, lifting up my hands and my whole being, as I may say, wrapped up in the contemplation of my deliverance, making 1,000 gestures and motions which I cannot describe, reflecting upon my comrades that were drowned, and that there should not be one soul saved but myself, for as for them, I never saw them afterwards, or any sign of them, except 3 of the hats, 1 cap, and 2 shoes that were not fellows. I cast my eyes to the stranded vessel, when the breach and forth of the sea began so big I could hardly see it, it lay so far off, and considered, Lord, how was it possible I could get on shore? Crusoe makes a new home. I soon found the place I was in was not for my settlement, particularly because it was upon a low, moorish ground near the sea, and I believed it would not be wholesome, and more particularly because there was no fresh water near it. So I resolved to find a more healthy and more convenient spot of ground. I consulted several things in my situation which I found would be proper for me. First, air and fresh water, I just now mentioned. Secondly, shelter from the heat of the sun. Thirdly, security from ravenous creatures, whether men or beasts. Fourthly, a view to the sea, that if God sent any ship in sight, I might not lose any advantage for my deliverance, of which I was not willing to banish all my expectation yet. I searched for a place proper for this. I found a little plain on the side of a rising hill, whose front towards this little plain was steep as a house side, so that nothing could come down upon me from the top. On the side of this rock there was a hollow place, worn a little way in, like the entrance or door of a cave, but there was not really any cave or way into the rock at all. On the flat of the green, just before this hollow place, I resolved to pitch my tent. This plain was not above 100 yards broad and about twice as long, and lay like a green before my door, and at the end of it descended irregularly every way down into the low ground by the seaside. It was on the north-northwest side of the hill, so that it was sheltered from the heat every day, till it came to a west and by south sun, or thereabouts, which in those countries is near the setting. Before I set up my tent I drew a half circle before the hollow place, which took in about 10 yards in its semi-diameter from the rock, and 20 yards in its diameter from its beginning and ending. In this half circle I pitched 2 rows of long stakes, driving them into the ground till they stood very firm like piles, the biggest end being out of the ground about 5 feet and a half, and sharpened on the top. The 2 rows did not stand above 6 inches from another. Then I took the pieces of cable which I cut in the ship, and laid them in rows one upon another, within the circle between these 2 rows of stakes, up to the top, placing other stakes in the inside, leaning against them about 2 feet and a half high, like a spur to a post, and this fence was so strong that neither man nor beast could get into it or over it. This cost me a great deal of time and labour, especially to cut the piles in the woods, bring them to the place, and drive them into the earth. The entrance into this place I made to be not by a door, but by a short ladder to go over the top, which ladder, when I was in, I lifted over after me, and so I was completely fenced in and fortified, as I thought, from all the world, and consequently slept secure in the night, which otherwise I could not have done, though, as it appeared afterwards, there was no need of all this caution against the enemies that I apprehended danger from. A footprint. It happened one day about noon, going towards my boat, I was exceedingly surprised with the print of a man's naked foot on the shore, which was very plain to be seen on the sand. I stood like one thunderstruck, or as if I had seen an apparition. I listened, I looked about me, but I could hear nothing or see anything. I went up to a rising ground to look farther. I went up the shore and down the shore, but it was all one. I could see no other impression but that one. I went to it again, to see if there were any more, and to observe if it might not be my fancy, but there was no room for that, for there was exactly the print of a foot, toes, heel, and every part of a foot. How it came hither I knew not, nor could I in the least imagine, but after innumerable fluttering thoughts, like a man perfectly confused and out of myself, I came home to my fortification, not feeling, as we say, the ground I went on, but terrified to the last degree, looking behind me at every 2 or 3 steps, mistaking every bush and tree, and fancying every stump at a distance to be a man. Nor is it possible to describe how many various shapes my affrighted imagination represented things to me in, how many wild ideas were found every moment in my fancy, and what strange unaccountable whimsies came into my thoughts by the way. When I came to my castle, for so I think I called it ever after this, I fled into it like one pursued. Whether I went over by the ladder as first contrived, or went in at the hole in the rock which I had called a door, I cannot remember. No, nor could I remember the next morning, for never frightened hare fled to cover or fox to earth with more terror of mind than I to this retreat. End of section 21. Section 22 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 22. Excerpts from History of the Plague in London by Daniel Defoe. Superstitious Fears of the People. But I must go back again to the beginning of this surprising time. While the fears of the people were young, they were increased strangely by several odd incidents, which put all together it was really a wonder the whole body of the people did not rise as one man and abandon their dwellings, leaving the place as a space of ground designed by heaven for an Akeldama doomed to be destroyed from the face of the earth, and that all that would be found in it would perish with it. I shall name but a few of these things, but sure they were so many, and so many wizards and cunning people propagating them, that I have often wondered there was any, women especially, left behind. In the first place, a blazing star or comet appeared for several months before the plague, as there did the year after another a little before the fire. The old women and the phlegmatic hypochondriac part of the other sex, whom I could almost call the old women too, remarked especially afterward, though not till both those judgments were over, that those two comets passed directly over the city, and that so very near the houses that it was plain they imported something peculiar to the city alone. That the comet before the pestilence was a faint, dull, languid colour, and its motion very heavy, solemn, and slow, but that the comet before the fire was bright and sparkling, or as others said, flaming, and its motion swift and furious, and that accordingly one foretold a heavy judgment, slow but severe, terrible and frightful, as was the plague, but the other foretold a stroke, sudden, swift, and fiery, as was the conflagration. Nay, so particular some people were, that as they looked upon that comet preceding the fire, they fancied that they not only saw it pass swiftly and fiercely, and could perceive the motion with their eye, but they even heard it, that it made a rushing mighty noise, fierce and terrible, though at a distance and but just perceivable. I saw both these stars, and I must confess had so much of the common notion of such things in my head, that I was apt to look upon them as the forerunners and warnings of God's judgments, and especially when the plague had followed the first, I saw yet another of the like kind, I could not but say, God had not yet sufficiently scourged the city. The apprehensions of the people were likewise strangely increased by the error of the times, in which I think the people, from what principle I cannot imagine, were more addicted to prophecies and astrological conjurations, dreams and old wives' tales, than ever they were before or since. Whether this unhappy temper was originally raised by the follies of some people who got money by it, that is to say, by printing predictions and prognostications, I know not, but certain it is, books frighted them terribly, such as Lilly's Almanac, Gadbury's Astrological Predictions, Poor Robin's Almanac, and the like. Also several pretended religious books, one entitled, Come out of her, my people, lest ye be partakers of her plagues, another called Fair Warning, another Britain's Remembrancer, and many such, all or most part of which foretold, directly or covertly, the ruin of the city. Nay, some were so enthusiastically bold as to run about the streets with their oral predictions, pretending they were sent to preach to the city, and one in particular, who like Jonah to Nineveh cried in the streets, Yet 40 days and London shall be destroyed. I will not be positive whether he said 40 days or yet a few days. Another ran about naked, except a pair of drawers about his waist, crying day and night like a man that Josephus mentions, who cried, Woe to Jerusalem, a little before the destruction of that city. So this poor naked creature cried, Oh, the great and the dreadful God, and said no more, but repeated these words continually, with a voice and countenance full of horror, a swift pace, and nobody could ever find him to stop or rest or take any sustenance, at least that ever I could hear of. I met this poor creature several times in the streets, and would have spoken to him, but he would not enter into speech with me or any one else, but kept on his dismal cries continually. These things terrified the people to the last degree, and especially when 2 or 3 times, as I have mentioned already, they found 1 or 2 in the hills, dead of the plague at St. Gilles. Next to these public things were the dreams of old women, or I should say, the interpretation of old women upon other people's dreams, and these put abundance of people even out of their wits. Some heard voices warning them to be gone, for that there would be such a plague in London, so that the living would not be able to bury the dead. Others saw apparitions in the air, and I must be allowed to say of both, I hope without breach of charity, that they heard voices that never spake, and saw sights that never appeared, but the imagination of the people was really turned wayward and possessed. And no wonder if they, who were poring continually at the clouds, saw shapes and figures, representations and appearances, which had nothing in them but air and vapour. Here they told us they saw a flaming sword held in a hand, coming out of a cloud, with a point hanging directly over the city. There they saw hearses and coffins in the air carrying to be buried, and there again heaps of dead bodies lying unburied, and the like, just as the imagination of the poor terrified people furnished them with matter to work upon. So hypochondriac fancies represent ships, armies, battles in the firmament, till steady eyes the exhalations solve, and all to its first matter, cloud, resolve. I could fill this account with the strange relations such people give every day of what they have seen, and every one was so positive of their having seen what they pretended to see, that there was no contradicting them without breach of friendship, or being accounted rude and unmannerly on the one hand, and profane and impenetrable on the other. One time before the plague was begun, otherwise than as I have said in St. Gilles, I think it was in March, seeing a crowd of people in the street, I joined with them to satisfy my curiosity, and found them all staring up into the air to see what a woman told them appeared plain to her, which was an angel clothed in white, with a fiery sword in his hand, waving it or brandishing it over his head. She described every part of the figure to the life, showed them the motion and the form, and the poor people came into it so eagerly and with so much readiness. Yes, I see it all plainly, says one. There's a sword, as plain as can be. Another saw the angel. One saw his very face, and cried out what a glorious creature he was. One saw one thing, and one another. I looked as earnestly as the rest, but perhaps not with so much willingness to be imposed upon, and I said indeed that I could see nothing but white cloud, bright on one side by the shining of the sun upon the other part. The woman endeavoured to show it me, but could not make me confess that I saw it, which indeed if I had I must have lied. But the woman turning to me looked me in the face and fancied I laughed, in which her imagination deceived her too, for I really did not laugh, but was seriously reflecting how the poor people were terrified by the force of their own imagination. However, she turned to me, called me a profane fellow and a scoffer, told me that it was a time for God's anger, and dreadful judgments were approaching, and that despisers such as I should wander and perish. The people about her seemed disgusted as well as she, and I found there was no persuading them that I did not laugh at them, and that I should be rather mobbed by them than be able to undeceive them. So I left them, and this appearance passed for as real as the blazing star itself. Another encounter I had in the open day also, and this was in going through a narrow passage from Petite France into Bishopsgate churchyard, by a row of almshouses. There are 2 churchyards to Bishopsgate church or parish. One we go over to pass from the place called Petite France into Bishopsgate Street, coming out just by the church door. The other is on the side of the narrow passage, where the almshouses are on the left, and a dwarf wall with a palisade on it on the right hand, and the city wall on the other side more to the right. In this narrow passage stands a man looking through the palisades into the burying place, and as many people as the narrowness of the place would admit to stop without hindering the passage of others. And he was talking mighty eagerly to them, and pointing now to one place, then to another, and affirming that he saw a ghost walking upon such a gravestone there. He described the shape, the posture, and the movement of it so exactly that it was the greatest amazement to him in the world that everybody did not see it as well as he. On a sudden he would cry, "There it is! Now it comes this way!" Then, "'Tis turned back!" Till at length he persuaded the people into so firm a belief of it that one fancied he saw it, and thus he came every day making a strange hubbub, considering it was so narrow a passage, till Bishopsgate clock struck 11, and then the ghost would seem to start, and as if he were called away, disappear on a sudden. I looked earnestly every way, and at the very moment that this man directed, but could not see the least appearance of anything. But so positive was this poor man that he gave them vapours in abundance, and sent them away trembling and frightened, till at length few people that knew of it cared to go through that passage, and hardly anybody by night or any account whatever. This ghost, as the poor man affirmed, made signs to the houses and to the ground and to the people, plainly intimating, or else they so understanding it, that abundance of people should come to be buried in that churchyard, as indeed happened. But that he saw such aspects, I must acknowledge I never believed, nor could I see anything of it myself, though I looked most earnestly to see it, if possible. How quacks and impositors preyed on the fears of the people. I cannot omit a subtlety of one of those quack operators, with which he gulled the poor people to crowd about him, but did nothing for them without money. He had, it seems, added to his bills which he gave out in the streets this advertisement in capital letters, viz., "He gives advice to the poor for nothing." Abundance of people came to him accordingly, to whom he made a great many fine speeches, examined them of the state of their health and of the constitution of their bodies, and told them many good things to do which were of no great moment, but the issue and conclusion of all was, that he had a preparation which, if they took such a quantity of every morning, he would pawn his life that they should never have the plague. No, though they lived in the house with people that were infected. This made the people all resolve to have it, but then the price of that was so much, I think it was half a crown. "But, sir," says one poor woman, "I'm a poor almswoman, and am kept by the parish, and your bills say you give the poor your help for nothing." "Ay, good woman," says the doctor, "so I do, as I published there. I give my advice, but not my physic." "Alas, sir," says she, "that is a snare laid for the poor, then, for you give them your advice for nothing, that is to say, you advise them gratis to buy your physic for their money. So does every shopkeeper with his wares." Here the woman began to give him ill words, and stood at his door all that day telling her tale to all the people that came, till the doctor, finding she turned away his customers, was obliged to call her upstairs again and give her his box of physic for nothing, which perhaps too was good for nothing when she had it. The people are quarantined in their houses. This shutting up of houses was at first counted a very cruel and unchristian method, and the poor people so confined made bitter lamentations. Complaints of the severity of it were also daily brought to my Lord Mayor, of houses causelessly and some maliciously shut up. I cannot say, but upon inquiry, many that complained so loudly were found in a condition to be continued, and others again, inspection being made upon the sick person and the sickness not appearing infectious, or if uncertain, yet on his being content to be carried to the pest house, was released. As I went along Houndsditch one morning about 8 o'clock, there was a great noise. It is true, indeed, that there was not much crowd, because people were not very free to gather together, or to stay together when they were there. Nor did I stay long there. But the outcry was loud enough to prompt my curiosity, and I called to one who looked out of a window and asked what was the matter. A watchman, it seems, had been employed to keep his post at the door of a house which was infected, or said to be infected, and was shut up. He had been there all night for 2 nights together, as he told his story, and the day watchman had been there 1 day, and was now come to relieve him. All this while no noise had been heard in the house, no light had been seen. They called for nothing, sent him on no errands, which used to be the chief business of the watchman, neither had they given him any disturbance, as he said, from Monday afternoon, when he heard a great crying and screaming in the house, which as he supposed was occasioned by some of the family dying just at that time. It seems the night before the dead cart, as it was called, had been stopped there, and a servant maid had been brought down to the door dead, and the buriers or bearers, as they were called, put her into the cart, wrapped only in a green rug, and carried her away. The watchman had knocked on the door, it seems, when he heard that noise and crying as above, and nobody answered a great while. But at last one looked out and said with an angry quick tone, and yet a kind of crying voice, or a voice of one that was crying, "What do you want, that you make such a knocking?" He answered, "I am the watchman, how do you do? What is the matter?" The person answered, "What is that to you? Stop the dead cart." This, it seems, was about 1 o'clock. Soon after, as the fellow said, he stopped the dead cart and then knocked again, but nobody answered. He continued knocking, and the bellman called out several times, "Bring out your dead." But nobody answered, till the man that drove the cart, being called to other houses, would stay no longer and drove away. The watchman knew not what to make of all this, so he let them alone till the morning man or day watchman, as they called him, came to relieve him. Giving him an account of the particulars, they knocked at the door a great while, but nobody answered, and they observed that the window or casement at which the person looked out who had answered before continued open, being up 2 pair of stairs. Upon this the 2 men, to satisfy their curiosity, got a long ladder, and one of them went up to the window and looked into the room, where he saw a woman lying dead upon the floor in a dismal manner, having no clothes on her but her shift. But though he called aloud, and putting in his long staff knocked hard on the floor, yet nobody stirred or answered, neither could he hear any noise in the house. He came down upon this, and acquainted his fellow, who went up also, and finding it just so, they resolved to acquaint either the Lord Mayor or some other magistrate of it, but did not offer to go in at the window. The magistrate, it seems, upon the information of the 2 men, ordered the house to be broken open, a constable and other persons being appointed to be present, that nothing might be plundered, and accordingly it was so done, when nobody was found in the house but that young woman, who having been infected and past recovery, the rest had left her to die by herself, and every one gone, having found some way to delude the watchman and to get open the door, or get out at some back door, or over the tops of the houses, so that he knew nothing of it. And as to those cries and shrieks which he heard, it was supposed they were the passionate cries of the family at this bitter parting, which to be sure it was to them all, this being the sister to the mistress of the family, the man of the house, his wife, several children and servants being all gone and fled, whether sick or sound, that I could never learn, nor indeed did I make much inquiry after it. Moral effects of the plague. Here we may observe, and I hope it will not be amiss to take notice of it, that a near view of death would soon reconcile men of good principles one to another, and that it is chiefly owing to our easy situation in life, and our putting these things far from us, that our breaches are fomented, ill blood continued, prejudices, breach of charity and of Christian union so much kept, and so far carried on amongst us as it is. Another plague year would reconcile all these differences. A close conversing with death or with diseases that threaten death, would scum off the gall from our tempers, remove the animosities among us, and bring us to see with differing eyes than those which we looked on things before, as the people who had been used to join with the Church were reconciled at this time with the admitting the dissenters, who with an uncommon prejudice had broken off from the communion of the Church of England, were now content to come to their parish churches, and to conform to the worship which they did not approve of before. But as the terror of the infection abated, those things all returned again to their less desirable channel, and to the course they were in before. I mention this but historically. I have no mind to enter into arguments to move either or both sides to a more charitable compliance one with another. I do not see that it is probable such a discourse would be either suitable or successful. The breaches seem rather to widen, and tend to a widening farther than to closing, and who am I that I should think myself able to influence either one side or the other? But this I may repeat again, that it is evident death will reconcile us all. On the other side the grave we shall be all brethren again, in heaven, whither I hope we may come from all parties and persuasions, we shall find neither prejudice nor scruple. There we shall be of one principle and of one opinion. Why we cannot be content to go hand in hand to the place where we shall join heart and hand, without the least hesitation and with the most complete harmony and affection, I say, why we cannot do so here, I can say nothing to, neither shall I say anything more of it, but that it remains to be lamented. Terrible scenes in the streets. This 38,195 deaths in about a month was a prodigious number of itself, but if I should add the reasons which I have to believe that this account was deficient, and how deficient it was, you would with me make no scruple to believe that there died about 10,000 a week for all those weeks, and a proportion for several weeks both before and after. The confusion among the people, especially within the city, at that time was inexpressible. The terror was so great at last that the courage of the people appointed to carry away the dead began to fail them. Nay, several of them died, although they had the distemper before, and were recovered, and some of them dropped down when they had been carrying the bodies even at the pit side, and just ready to throw them in. And this confusion was greater in the city, because they had flattered themselves with hopes of escaping, and thought the bitterness of death was past. One cart, they told us, going up to Shoreditch, was forsaken by the drivers, or being left to one man to drive, he died in the street, and the horses going on overthrew the cart and left the bodies, some thrown here, some there, in a dismal manner. Another cart was, it seems, found in the great pit in Finsbury Fields, the driver being dead, or having been gone and abandoned it, and the hearses running too near it, the cart fell in and drew the horses in also. It was suggested that the driver was thrown in with it, and that the cart fell upon him, by reason his whip was seen to be in the pit among the bodies, but that I suppose could not be certain. In our parish of Aldgate, the dead carts were several times, as I have heard, found standing at the churchyard gate, full of dead bodies, but neither bellman nor driver nor any one else with it. Neither in these nor in any other cases did they know what bodies they had in the cart, for sometimes they were let down with ropes out from balconies and out of windows, and sometimes the bearers brought them to the cart, sometimes other people, nor, as the men themselves said, did they trouble themselves to keep any account of the numbers. The plague due to natural causes. I would be far from lessening the awe of the judgments of God and the reverence to his providence, which ought always to be on our minds on such occasions as these. Doubtless the visitation itself is a stroke from heaven upon a city, or country, or nation where it falls, a messenger of his vengeance, and a loud call to that nation, or country, or city, to humiliation and repentance, according to that of the prophet Jeremiah 18:7-8. At what instant I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom to pluck up and pull down and destroy it, if that nation against whom I have pronounced turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do unto them. Now to prompt due impressions of the awe of God on the minds of men on such occasions, and not to lessen them, it is that I have left those minutes upon record. I say, therefore, I reflect upon no man for putting the reason of those things upon the immediate hand of God, and the appointment and direction of his providence. Nay, on the contrary, there were many wonderful deliverances of persons when infected, which intimate singular and remarkable providence and the particular instances to which they refer. And I esteem my own deliverance to be one next to miraculous, and do record it with thankfulness. But when I am speaking of the plague as a distemper arising from natural causes, we must consider it as it was really propagated by natural means. Nor is it at all the less a judgment for its being under the conduct of human causes and effects. For as the divine power has formed the whole scheme of nature, and maintains nature in its course, so that the same power thinks fit to let his own actings with men, whether of mercy or judgment, to go on in the ordinary course of natural causes, and he is pleased to act by those natural causes as the ordinary means, accepting and reserving to himself nevertheless a power to act in a supernatural way when he sees occasion. Now it is evident that in the case of an infection there is no apparent extraordinary occasion for supernatural operation, but the ordinary course of things appears sufficiently armed and made capable of all the effects that heaven usually directs by a contagion. Among these causes and effects, this of the secret conveyance of infection, imperceptible and unavoidable, is more than sufficient to execute the fierceness of divine vengeance without putting it upon supernaturals and miracles. This acute, penetrating nature of the disease itself was such, and the infection was received so imperceptibly, that the most exact caution could not secure us while in the place. But I must be allowed to believe, and I have so many examples fresh in my memory to convince me of it, that I think none can resist their evidence. I say, I must be allowed to believe that no one in this whole nation ever received the sickness or infection, but who received it in the ordinary way of infection from somebody, or the close or touch or stench of somebody that was infected before. Spread of the plague through necessities of the poor. Before people came to right notions of the infection, and of infecting one another, people were only shy of those that were really sick. A man with a cap upon his head or with clothes round his neck, which was the case of those that had swellings there, such was indeed frightful. But when we saw a gentleman dressed with his band on, and his gloves in his hand, his hat upon his head, and his hair combed, of such we had not the least apprehensions, and people conversed a great while freely, especially with their neighbours and such as they knew. But when the physicians assured us that the danger was as well from the sound, that is, the seemingly sound, as the sick, and that those people that thought themselves entirely free were oftentimes the most fatal, and that it came to be generally understood that people were sensible of it, and of the reason of it, then I say they began to be jealous of everybody, and a vast number of people locked themselves up so as not to come abroad into any company at all, nor suffer any that had been abroad in promiscuous company to come into their houses or near them, at least not so near them as to be within reach of their breath or of any smell from them. And when they were obliged to converse at a distance with strangers, they would always have preservatives in their mouth and about their clothes, to repel and keep off the infection. It must be acknowledged that when people began to use these cautions, they were less exposed to danger and the infection did not break into such houses so furiously as it did into others before, and thousands of families were preserved, speaking with due reserve to the direction of divine providence by that means. But it was impossible to beat anything into the heads of the poor. They went on with the usual impetuosity of their tempers, full of outcries and lamentations when taken, but madly careless of themselves, foolhardy and obstinate while they were well. Where they could get employment, they pushed into any kind of business, the most dangerous and the most liable to infection, and if they were spoken to, their answer would be, "I must trust in God for that. If I am taken, then I am provided for, and there is an end of me," and the like. Or thus, "Why, what must I do? I cannot starve. I had as good have the plague as perish for want. I have no work. What could I do? I must do this or beg." Suppose it was burying the dead, or attending the sick, or watching infected houses, which were all terrible hazards, but their tale was generally the same. It is true, necessity was a justifiable, warrantable plea, and nothing could be better, but their way of talk was much the same, where the necessities were not the same. This adventurous conduct of the poor was that which brought the plague among them in the most furious manner, and this, joined to the distress of their circumstances when taken, was the reason why they died so by heaps. For I cannot say I could observe one jot of better husbandry among them, I mean the labouring poor, while they were all well and getting money, than there was before, but as lavish, as extravagant, and as thoughtless for to-morrow as ever, so that when they came to be taken sick, they were immediately in the utmost distress, as well for want as for sickness, as well for lack of food as lack of health. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 23. Selected Works by Daniel Defoe. From Colonel Jack. Colonel Jack and Captain Jack escape arrest. We had not parleyed thus long, but though in the dead of night came a man to the other inn door, for, as I said above, there are 2 inns in that place, and called for a pot of beer. But the people were all in bed and would not rise. He asked them if they had seen 2 fellows come that way upon one horse. The man said he had, that they went by in the afternoon and asked the way to Cambridge, but did not stop only to drink 1 mug. "Oh," says he, "are they gone to Cambridge? Then I'll be with them quickly." I was awake in a little garret of the next inn where we lodged, and hearing the fellow call at the door, got up and went to the window, having some uneasiness at every noise I heard, and by that means heard the whole story. Now the case is plain, our hour was not come, our fate had determined other things for us, and we were to be reserved for it. The matter was thus. When we first came to Bournebridge, we called at the first house and asked the way to Cambridge, drank a mug of beer, and went on, and they might see us turn off to go the way they directed. But night coming on, and we being very weary, we thought we should not find the way, and we came back in the dusk of the evening and went into the other house, being the first as we came back, as there where we had called before was the first when we went forward. You may be sure I was alarmed now, and indeed I had reason to be. The captain was in bed and fast asleep, but I wakened him, and roused him with a noise that frighted him enough. "Rise, Jack," said I, "we are both ruined. They come after us hither." Indeed, I was wrong to terrify him at that rate, for he started and jumped out of bed and ran directly to the window, not knowing where he was, and not quite awake, was going to jump out of the window, but I laid hold of him. "What are you going to do?" says I. "I won't be taken," says he. "Let me alone. Where are they?" This was all confusion, and he was so out of himself with the fright, and being overcome with sleep, that I had much to do to prevent him jumping out of the window. However, I held him fast and thoroughly wakened him, and then all was well again, and he was presently composed. So I told him the story, and we sat together upon the bedside, considering what we should do. Upon the whole, as the fellow that called was apparently gone to Cambridge, we had nothing to fear, but to be quiet till daybreak, and then to mount and be gone. Accordingly, as soon as day peeped, we were up, and having happily informed ourselves of the road at the other house, and being told that the road to Cambridge turned off on the left hand, and that the road to Newmarket lay straight ahead forward, I say, having learned this, the captain told me he would walk away on foot toward Newmarket, and so when I came to go out I should appear as a single traveller, and accordingly he went out immediately, and away he walked. And he travelled so hard that when I came to follow I thought once that he had dropped me, for though I rode hard I got no sight of him for an hour. At length, having passed the great bank called the Devil's Ditch, I found him, and took him up behind me, and we rode double till we came almost to the end of Newmarket town. Just at the hither house in the town stood a horse at a door, just as it was at Puckeridge. Now, says Jack, if the horse was at the other end of the town, I would have him, as sure as we had the other at Puckeridge. But it would not do, so he got down and walked through the town on the right-hand side of the way. He had not got half-way through the town, but the horse, having somehow or other got loose, came trotting gently on by himself, and nobody following him. The captain, an old soldier at such work, as soon as the horse was got a pretty way before him, and that he saw nobody followed, sets up a run after the horse, and the horse, hearing him follow, ran the faster. Then the captain calls out, "Stop the horse!" And by this time the horse had got almost to the farther end of the town, the people of the house where he stood not missing him all the while. Upon his calling out, "Stop the horse!" the poor people of the town, such as were next at hand, ran from both sides of the way and stopped the horse for him, as readily as could be, and held him for him till he came up. He very gravely comes up to the horse, hits him a blow or two, and calls him dog for running away, gives the man twopence that catched him for him, mounts, and away he comes after me. This was the oddest adventure that could have happened, for the horse stole the captain did not steal the horse. When he came up to me, "Now, Colonel Jack," says he, "what do you say to good luck? Would you have had me refuse the horse when he came so civilly to ask me to ride?" No, no," said I, "you have got this horse by your wit, not by design, and you may go on now, I think. You are in a safer condition than I am, if we are taken." Colonel Jack finds Captain Jack hard to manage. We arrived here very easy and safe, and while we were considering of what way we should travel next, we found we were got to a point, and that there was no way now left but that by the washes into Lincolnshire, and that was represented as very dangerous. So an opportunity offering of a man that was travelling over the fens, we took him for our guide, and went with him to Spalding, and thence to a town called Deeping, and so to Stamford in Lincolnshire. This is a large, populous town, and it was market day when we came to it, so we put in at a little house at the hither end of the town, and walked into the town. Here it was not possible to restrain my captain from playing his feats of art, and my heart ached for him. I told him I would not go with him, for he would not promise to leave off, and I was so terribly concerned at the apprehensions of his venturous humour that I would not so much as stir out of my lodgings. But it was in vain to persuade him. He went into the market and found a mountebank there, which was what he wanted. How he picked 2 pockets there in 1/4 of an hour, and brought to our quarters a piece of New Holland of 8 or 9 ells, a piece of stuff, and played 3 or 4 pranks more in less than 2 hours, and how afterwards he robbed a doctor of physic, and yet came off clear in them, all this, I say, as above, belongs to his story, not mine. I scolded heartily at him when he came back, and told him he would certainly ruin himself, and me too, before he left off, and threatened in so many words that I would leave him and go back, and carry the horse to Puckeridge, where we borrowed it, and go to London by myself. He promised amendment, but as we resolved, now we were in the great road, to travel by night, so it being not yet night, he gives me the slip again, and was not gone half an hour, but he comes back with a gold watch in his hand. "Come," says he, "why ain't you ready? I am ready to go as soon as you will." And with that he pulls out the gold watch. I was amazed at such a thing as that in a country town, but it seems there were prayers at one of the churches in the evening, and he, placing himself as the occasion directed, found the way to be so near a lady as to get it from her side, and walk off with it unperceived. The same night we went away by moonlight, after having the satisfaction to hear the watch cried, and 10 guineas offered for it again. He would have been glad of the 10 guineas instead of the watch, but durst not venture to carry it home. "Well," says I, "you are afraid, and indeed you have reason. Give it to me. I will venture to carry it again." But he would not let me, but told me that when we came into Scotland we might sell anything there without danger, which was true indeed, for there they asked us no questions. We set off, as I said, in the evening by moonlight, and travelled hard, the road being very plain and large, until we came to Grantham, by which time it was about 2 in the morning, and all the town, as it were, dead asleep. So we went on for Newark, where we reached about 8 in the morning, and there we laid down and slept most of the day. And by this sleeping so continually in the daytime, I kept him from doing a great deal of mischief which he would otherwise have done. Colonel Jack's first wife is not disposed to be economical. We soon found a house proper for our dwelling, and so went to housekeeping. We had not been long together, but I found that gay temper of my wife returned, and she threw off the mask of her gravity and good conduct that I had so long fancied was her mere natural disposition, and now, having no more occasion for disguises, she resolved to seem nothing but what she really was, a wild untamed colt, perfectly loose and careless to conceal any part, no, not the worst of her conduct. She carried on this air of levity to such an excess that I could not but be dissatisfied at the expense of it, for she kept company that I did not like, lived beyond what I could support, and sometimes lost at play more than I cared to pay. Upon which one day I took occasion to mention it but lightly, and said to her by way of raillery that we lived merrily for as long as it would last. She turned short upon me. "What do you mean?" says she. "Why, you do not pretend to be uneasy, do ye?" No, madam, not I. By no means, it is no business of mine, you know," said I, "to inquire what my wife spends, or whether she spends more than I can afford, or less. I only desire the favour to know, as near as you can guess, how long you will please to take to dispatch me, for I would not be too long a-dying." "I do not know what you talk of," says she. "You may die as leisurely or as hastily as you please when your time comes. I ain't a-going to kill you, as I know of." "But you are going to starve me, madam," said I, "and hunger is as leisurely a death as breaking upon the wheel." "I starve you? Why, are not you a great Virginia merchant? And did I not bring you £1,500? What would you have? Surely you can maintain a wife out of that, can't you?" "Yes, madam," says I could maintain a wife, but not a gamester. Though you had brought me £1,500 a year, no estate is big enough for a box and dice." She took fire at that, and flew out in a passion, and after a great many bitter words, told me in short that she saw no occasion to alter her conduct, and as for not maintaining her, when I could not maintain her longer, she would find some way or other to maintain herself. Some time after the first rattle of this kind, she vouchsafed to let me know that she was pleased to be with child. I was at first glad of it, in hopes that it would help to abate her madness, but it was all one, and her being with child only added to the rest, for she made such preparations for her lying in and other appendixes of a child being born, that in short I found she would be downright distracted, and I took the liberty to tell her one day she would soon bring herself and me to destruction, and entreated her to consider that such figures as those were quite above us and out of our circle, and in short that I neither could nor would allow such expenses, that at this rate 2 or 3 children would effectually ruin me, and that I desired her to consider what she was doing. She told me with an air of disdain that it was not of her business to consider anything of the matter, and that if I could not allow it, she would allow it herself, and I might do my worst. I begged her to consider things for all that, and not drive me to extremities, that I married her to love and cherish her, and use her as a good wife ought to be used, but not to be ruined and undone by her. In a word, nothing could mollify her, nor any argument persuade her to moderation, but withal she took it so heinously that I should pretend to restrain her, that she told me in so many words she would drop her burthen with me, and that if I did not like it, she would take care of herself. She would not live with me an hour, for she would not be restrained, not she, and talked a long while at that rate. I told her, as to her child, which she called her burthen, it should be no burthen to me. As to the rest, she might do as she pleased. It might, however, do me this favour, that I should have no more lyings-ins at the rate of £138 at a time, as I find she intended it should be now. She told me she could not tell that. If she had no more by me, she hoped she should by somebody else. Say you so, madam? Said I. Then they that get them shall keep them. She did not know that neither, she said, and so turned it off jeering, as if it were laughing at me. This last discourse nettled me, I must confess, and the more because I had a great deal of it, and very often, till, in short, we began at length to enter into a friendly treaty about parting. Nothing could be more criminal than the several discourses we had upon this subject. She demanded a separate maintenance, and in particular at the rate of £300 a year, and I demanded security of her that she should not run me into debt. She demanded the keeping of the child, with an allowance of £100 a year for that, and I demanding that I should be secured from being charged for keeping any she might have by somebody else, as she had threatened me. In the interval, and during these contests, she dropped her burthen, as she called it, and brought me a son, a very fine child. She was content during her lying in to abate a little, though it was but a very little indeed, of the great expense she had intended, and with some difficulty and persuasion was content with a suit of child-bed linen at £15, instead of one she had intended at 60, and this she magnified as a particular testimony of her condescension, and a yielding to my avaricious temper, as she called it. The devil does not concern himself with petty matters. From The Modern History of the Devil. Nor will I undertake to tell you, till I have talked farther with him about it, how far the devil is concerned to discover frauds, detect murders, reveal secrets, and especially to tell where any money is hid, and show folks where to find it. It is an odd thing that Satan should think it of consequence to come and tell us where such a miser hid a strong box, or where such an old woman buried her chamber-pot full of money, the value of all which is perhaps but a trifle, when at the same time he lets so many veins of gold, so many unexhausted mines, nay, mountains of silver, as we may depend on it, are hid in the bowels of the earth, and which it would be so much to the good of whole nations to discover, lie still there, and never say one word of them to anybody. Besides, how does the devil's doing things so foreign to himself, and so out of his way, agree with the rest of his character, namely, showing a friendly disposition to mankind, or doing beneficent things? This is so beneath Satan's quality, and looks so little, that I scarce know what to say to it. But that which is still more poignant in the case is, these things are so out of his road, and so foreign to his calling, that it shocks our faith in them, and seems to clash with all the just notions we have of him and of his business in the world. The like is to be said of those merry little turns we bring him in acting with us and upon us, upon trifling and simple occasions, such as tumbling chairs and stools about the house, setting pots and kettles bottom upward, tossing the glass and crockery-ware about without breaking, and such like mean, foolish things, beneath the dignity of the devil, who in my opinion is rather employed in setting the world with the bottom upward, tumbling kings and crowns about, and dashing the nations one against another, raising tempests and storms, whether at sea or on shore, and in a word doing capital mischiefs, suitable to his nature and agreeable to his name devil, and suited to that circumstance of his condition which I have fully represented in the primitive part of his exiled state. But to bring in the devil playing at pushpin with the world, or, like Domitian, catching flies, that is to say, doing nothing to the purpose, this is not only deluding ourselves, but putting a slur upon the devil himself. And I say, I shall not dishonor Satan so much as to suppose anything in it. However, as I must have a care to how I take away the proper materials of winter evening frippery, and leave the good wives nothing of the devil to frighten the children with, I shall carry the weighty point no farther. No doubt the devil and Dr. Faustus were very intimate. I should rob you of a very significant proverb if I should so much as doubt it. No doubt the devil showed himself in the glass to that fair lady who looked in to see where to place her patches. But then it should follow, too, that the devil is an enemy to the ladies wearing patches, and that has some difficulties in it which we cannot easily reconcile. But we must tell the story, and leave out the consequences. Defoe addresses his public, from An Appeal to Honor and Justice. I hope the time has come at last when the voice of moderate principles may be heard. Hitherto the noise has been so great, and the prejudices and passions of men so strong, that it had been but in vain to offer at any argument, or for any man to talk of giving a reason for his actions. And this alone has been the cause why, when other men, who I think have less to say in their own defence, are appealing to the public and struggling to defend themselves, I alone have been silent under the infinite clamours and reproaches, causeless curses, unnatural threatenings, and the most unjust and injurious treatment in the world. I hear much of people's calling out to punish the guilty, but very few are concerned to clear the innocent. I hope some will be inclined to judge impartially, and have yet reserved so much of the Christian as to believe, and at least to hope, that a rational creature cannot abandon himself so as to act without some reason, and are willing not only to have me defend myself, but to be able to answer for me when they hear me causelessly insulted by others, and therefore are willing to have such just arguments put into their mouths as the cause will bear. As for those who are prepossessed, and according to the modern justice of parties are resolved to be so, let them go. I am not arguing with them, but against them. They act so contrary to justice, to reason, to religion, so contrary to the rules of Christians and of good manners, that they are not to be argued with, but to be exposed or entirely neglected. I have a receipt against all the uneasiness which it may be supposed to give me, and that is, to contemn slander, and think it not worth the least concern, neither should I think it worth while to give any answer to it, if it were not on some other account, of which I shall speak as I go on. If any young man ask me why I am in such haste to publish this matter at this time, among many other good reasons which I could give, these are some. 1. I think I have long enough been made fabula vulgi, and borne the weight of general slander, and I should be wanting to truth, to my family, and to myself, if I did not give a fair and true state of my conduct, for impartial men to judge of, when I am no more in being to answer for myself. 2. By the hints of mortality, and by the infirmities of a life of sorrow and fatigue, I have reason to think I am not a great way off from, if not very near to, the great ocean of eternity, and the time may not be long ere I embark on that last journey. Wherefore I think I should even accounts with this world before I go, that no actions, slanders, may lie against my heirs, executors, administrators, and assigns, to disturb them in the peaceful possession of their father's character inheritance. 3. I fear, God grant I have not a second sight in it, that this lucid interval of temper and moderation which shines, though dimly too, upon us in this time, will be of but short continuance, and that some men, who know not how to use the advantage God has put into their hands with moderation, will push, in spite of the best prince in the world, at such extravagant things, and act with such an intemperate forwardness, as will revive the heats and animosities which wise and good men were in hopes should be allayed by the happy ascension of the king to the throne. It is, and ever was, my opinion, that moderation is the only virtue by which the peace and tranquillity of this nation can be preserved. Even the king himself, I believe his majesty will allow me that freedom, can only be happy in the enjoyment of the crown by a moderative administration. If his majesty should be obliged, contrary to his known disposition, to join with intemperate counsels, if it does not lessen his security, I am persuaded it will lessen his satisfaction. It cannot be pleasant or agreeable, and I think it cannot be safe, to any just prince to rule over a divided people, split into incensed and exasperated parties. Though a skilful mariner may have courage to master a tempest, and goes fearlessly through a storm, yet he can never be said to delight in the danger. A fresh fair gale and a quiet sea is the pleasure of his voyage, and we have a saying worth notice to them that are otherwise minded, quid ama periculum perebit in illo. Engaging a maidservant. From Everybody's Business is Nobody's Business. Besides, the fear of spoiling their clothes makes them afraid of household work, so that in a little time we shall have none but chambermaids and nursery maids, and of this let me give you one instance. My family is composed of myself and sister, a man and maid, and being without the last, a young wench came to hire herself. The man had gone out, and my sister above stairs, so I opened the door myself, and this person presented herself to my view, dressed completely, more like a visitor than a servant-maid. She, not knowing me, asked for my sister. "Pray, madam," said I, "be pleased to walk into the parlour. She shall wait on you presently." Accordingly, I handed madame in, who took it very cordially. After some apology, I left her alone for a minute or two, while I, stupid wretch, ran up to my sister and told her there was a gentlewoman below come to visit her. "Dear brother," said she, "don't leave her alone. Go down and entertain her while I dress myself." Accordingly, down I went, and talked of indifferent affairs. Meanwhile my sister dressed herself all over again, not being willing to be seen in an undress. At last she came down dressed as clean as her visitor. But how great was my surprise when I found my fine lady a common servant wench. My sister, understanding what she was, began to inquire what wages she expected. She modestly asked but £8 a year. The next question was, what work she could do to deserve such wages, to which she answered she could clean a house, or dress a common family dinner. "But cannot you wash," replied my sister, "or get up linen?" She answered in the negative, and said she would undertake neither, nor would she go into a family that did not put out their linen to wash and hire a charwoman to scour. She desired to see the house, and having carefully surveyed it, said the work was too hard for her, nor could she undertake it. This put my sister beyond all patience, and me into the greatest admiration. "Young woman," she said, "you have made a mistake. I want a housemaid, and you are a chambermaid." "No, madam," replied she, "I am not a needlewoman enough for that." "And yet you ask £8 a year," replied my sister. "Yes, madam," said she, "nor shall I bate a farthing." "Then get you gone for a lazy impudent baggage," said I. "You want to be a boarder, not a servant. Have you a fortune or estate that you dress at that rate?" "No, sir," said she, "but I hope I may wear what I work for without offence." "What, you work?" interrupted my sister. "Why, you do not seem willing to undertake any work. You will not wash nor scour. You cannot dress a dinner for company. You are no needlewoman, and our little house of 2 rooms on a floor is too much for you. For God's sake, what can you do?" "Madam," replied she pertly, "I know my business, and do not fear service. There are more places than parish churches. If you wash at home, you should have a laundry maid. If you give entertainments, you must have a cook maid. If you have any needlework, you should have a chambermaid, and such a house as this is enough for a housemaid in all conscience." I was so pleased at the wit, and astonished at the impudence of the girl, so dismissed her with thanks for her instructions, assuring her that when I kept 4 maids, she should be housemaid if she pleased. The Devil. From the True-born Englishman. Wherever God erects a house of prayer, the devil always builds a chapel there, and 'twill be found upon examination, the latter has the largest congregation. For ever since he first debauched the mind, He made a perfect conquest of mankind. With uniformity of service he reigns with general aristocracy. No nonconforming sects disturb his reign, for of his yoke there's very few complain. He knows the genius and the inclination, and matches proper sins for every nation. He needs no standing army government. He always rules us by our own consent. His laws are easy, and his gentle sway makes it exceedingly pleasant to obey. The list of his viceregents and commanders outdoes your Caesars or your Alexanders. They never fail of his infernal aid, and he's as certain ne'er to be betrayed. Through all the world they spread his vast command, and thus the eternal empire is maintained. They rule so politically and so well, as if they were Lords Justices of hell, duly divided to debauch mankind, and plant infernal dictates in his mind. There is a God from the storm. For in the darkest of the black abode, there's not a devil but believes a God. Old Lucifer has sometimes tried to have himself deified, but devils nor men the being of God denied, till men of late found out new ways to sin, and turned the devil out to let the atheist in. But when the mighty element began, and storms the weighty truth explain, almighty power upon the whirlwind rode, and every blast proclaimed aloud, there is a God. End of section 23. Recording by Todd.
Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in January 2021. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 24. Selected excerpts by Eduard Douwes Dekker, 1820 to 1887. 10 years after Uncle Tom's Cabin, there appeared in Amsterdam a book that caused as great a sensation among the Dutch coffee traders on the Amstel as had Harriet Beecher Stowe's wonderful story among the slaveholders at the South. This book was Max Havelaar, and its author, veiled under the suggestive pen name of Multatuli, who have suffered much, at once became famous. It frankly admitted that it was a novel with a purpose, and this purpose was to bring home to his countrymen the untold sufferings and oppression to which the natives of the Dutch East Indies were subjected, in order that the largest possible profit might flow into the coffers of the people of Holland. Multatuli, under the disguise of fiction, professed to give facts he had himself collected on the spot. Eduard Douwes Dekker, born in 1820 in Amsterdam, went as a youth of 17 to the Dutch colonies. There, for nearly 20 years, he was in the employ of the government, obtaining at last the post of Assistant Resident of Lebak, a province of Java. In this responsible position, he used his influence to stem the abuses and extortions practiced by the native chiefs against the defenseless populace. But his humanitarianism clashed with the interests of his government, and sacrificing a brilliant career to a principle, he sent in his resignation and returned to Holland in 1856, a poor man. He began to put his experiences on paper, and in 1860 published the book that made him famous. Max Havelaar is a bitter arraignment of the Dutch colonial system, and gives a more excruciating picture of the slavery of the natives of fair Insulind than ever existed in the South. For nearly 300 years, Dutch burghers on the Scheldt, the Maas, and the Amstel have waxed fat on the labors of the Malays of the Far East. In these islands of the East Indian archipelago, the relations between the Europeans and the Dutch are peculiar, based on the policy of the government of getting the largest possible revenues out of these fertile possessions. Practically, the native is a Dutch subject, and the product of his labor goes directly to Holland. Nominally, he is still ruled by his tribal chief, to whom he is blindly and superstitiously devoted. Playing on this feudal attachment, the Dutch, while theoretically pledging themselves to protect the defenseless populace against rapacity, have yet so arranged the administration that the chiefs have unlimited opportunities of extortion. They are paid premiums on whatever their provinces furnish for the foreign market, and as they have practically full control over the persons and property of their subjects, they force these poor wretches to contribute whatever they may demand in unpaid labor and provisions, besides the land taxes. And there is yet another hardship. Rice is the staple product of Java, but as that does not pay so well as coffee, sugar, indigo, or spices, the Javanese is driven away from the rice fields he loves, and famine is often the result. Famine? In Java, the rich and fertile? Famine? Yes, reader. A few years ago whole districts were depopulated by famine. Mothers offered to sell their children for food. Mothers ate their own children. But then the mother country interfered. In the halls of the Dutch Parliament complaints were made, and the then reigning governor had to give orders that the extension of the so-called European market should no longer be pushed to the extremity of famine. The book is an eloquent plea for more humane treatment of these wretches. In glowing colors, Dekker paints the condition of Java, its scenery, its inhabitants, the extortions of the native regions, and the rapacity of the European traders. The truth of these accusations has never been disputed. Indeed, it has been said that he kept on this side of exaggeration. At the International Congress for the Promotion of Social Science at Amsterdam in 1863, he challenged his critics to prove him false, but no one came forward. One high government official indeed said that he could refute Max Havelaar, but that it was not in his interest to do so. Despite the sensation the book made, affairs in the East remained pretty much the same as before. Dekker tried in vain to get some influence in Holland, but he had killed himself politically by avowing that Max Havelaar was not written in the interests of either party, but was the utterance of a champion of humanity. Thoroughly disappointed in his countrymen, he exiled himself and went to live in Germany in 1866. But he did not therefore lay down a pen that had become in his hands a powerful weapon. He published a number of books on political, social, and philosophic subjects in the form of stories, dramas, aphorisms, or polemics. Noteworthy among these are his fine parables, the novel La Sainte Vierge, The Holy Virgin, the drama in blank, Forsten's Hall, School for Princes, containing many fine thoughts, and still one of the most popular plays of the day, and the incomplete Geschiedenis van Wontertje Pieterse, Story of Wontertje Pieterse, published in 1888 by his widow, who also brought out his letters, and in 1892 a complete edition of his works. The writings of Dekker are marked by a fiery yet careful style, oriental richness of imagery, and originality and independence of thought. He wrote as social reformer and attacked with unrivaled power of sarcasm all manner of cant, sham, and red tape. His works betray the disappointment of a defeated idealist. He was a man of marked individuality, and strongly attracted or repelled others. For the last few years of his life he ceased to write, and lived in retirement in Nieder-Ingelheim on the Rhine, where he died February 19, 1887. Multatuli's last words to the reader. From Max Havelaar. Yes, I, Multatuli, who have suffered much, I take the pen. I do not make any excuses for the form of my book. That form was thought proper to obtain my object. I will be read. Yes, I will be read. I will be read by statesmen who are obliged to pay attention to the signs of the times, by men of letters, who must also look into the book of which so many bad things are said, by merchants who have an interest in the coffee auctions, by ladies' maids who read me for a few farthings, by governors general in retirement, by ministers who have something to do, by the lackeys of these excellencies, by mutes who, more majorum, will say that I attack God Almighty, when I attack only the God which they made according to their own image, by the members of the representative chambers, who must know what happens in the extensive possessions over the sea which belong to Holland. I shall be read. When I obtain this, I shall be content, for I did not intend to write well. I wished to write so as to be heard, and as one who cries, "Stop thief," does not care about the style of his impromptu address to the public, I too am indifferent to criticism of the manner in which I cried my "Stop thief." The book is a medley, there is no order, nothing but a desire to make a sensation. The style is bad, the author is inexperienced, no talent, no method. Good, good, all very well, but the Javanese are ill-treated. For the merit of my book is this, that refutation of its main features is impossible. And the greater the disapprobation of my book, the better I shall be pleased, for the chance of being heard will be so much the greater, and that is what I desire. But you, whom I dare to interrupt in your business or in your retirement, ye ministers and governors general, do not calculate too much upon the inexperience of my pen. I could exercise it, and perhaps by dint of some exertion attain to that skill which would make the truth heard by the people. Then I should ask of that people a place in the representative chambers, were it only to protest against the certificates which are given vice versa by Indian functionaries. To protest against the endless expeditions sent, and heroic deeds performed against poor miserable creatures whose ill treatment has driven them to revolt. To protest against the cowardice of general orders that brand the honor of the nation by invoking public charity on behalf of the victims of inveterate piracy. It is true those rebels were reduced by starvation to skeletons, while those pirates could defend themselves. And if that place were refused me, if I was still disbelieved, then I should translate my book into the few languages that I know, and the many that I yet can learn, to put that question to Europe, which I have in vain put to Holland. And in every capital such a refrain as this would be heard: there is a band of robbers between Germany and the Scheldt. And if this were of no avail, then I should translate my book into Malay, Javanese, Sudanese, Alfour, Bugis, and Batar. And I should sharpen klewangs, the scimitars and the sabres, by rousing with warlike songs the minds of those martyrs whom I have promised to help. I, Multatuli, would do this. Yes, delivery and help, lawfully if possible, lawfully with violence if need be. And that would be very pernicious to the coffee auctions of the Dutch Trading Company. For I am no fly-rescuing poet, no rapt dreamer like the downtrodden Havelaar, who did his duty with the courage of a lion, and endured starvation with the patience of a marmot in winter. This book is an introduction. I shall increase in strength and sharpness of weapons according as it may be necessary. Heaven grant that it may not be necessary. No, it will not be necessary, for it is to thee I dedicate my book, William III, King, Grand Duke, Prince, more than Prince, Grand Duke, and King, Emperor of the magnificent Empire of Insulind, which winds about the equator like a garland of emeralds. I ask thee if it be thine imperial will that the Havelars should be bespattered with the mud of slimerings and dry stubbles, and that thy more than 30 millions of subjects far away should be ill-treated and should suffer extortion in thy name. Idyll of Saija and Adinda, from Max Havelaar. Saija's father had a buffalo with which he ploughed his field. When this buffalo was taken away from him by the district chief at Parangkojang, he was very dejected, and did not speak a word for many a day. For the time for ploughing was come, and he had to fear that if the rice field was not worked in time, the opportunity to sow would be lost, and lastly, that there would be no paddy to cut, none to keep in the storeroom of the house. He feared that his wife would have no rice, nor Saija himself, who was still a child, nor his little brothers and sisters. And the district chief too would accuse him to the assistant resident if he was behindhand in the payment of his land taxes, for this is punished by the law. Saija's father then took a poniard, which was an heirloom from his father. The poniard was not very handsome, but there were silver bands round the sheath, and at the end there was a silver plate. He sold this poniard to a Chinaman who dwelt in the capital, and came home with 24 guilders, for which money he bought another buffalo. Saija, who was then about 7 years old, soon made friends with the new buffalo. It is not without meaning that I say made friends, for it is indeed touching to see how the buffalo is attached to the little boy who watches over and feeds him. The large, strong animal bends its heavy head to the right, to the left, or downward, just as the pressure of the child's finger, which he knows and understands, directs. Such a friendship little Saija had soon been able to make with the newcomer. The buffalo turned willingly on reaching the end of the field, and did not lose an inch of ground when ploughing backwards the new furrow. Quite near were the rice fields of the father of Adinda, the child that was to marry Saija, and when the little brothers of Adinda came to the limit of their fields, just at the same time that the father of Saija was there with his plough, then the children called out merrily to each other, and each praised the strength and the docility of his buffalo. Saija was 9 and Adinda 6 when this buffalo was taken by the chief of the district of Parangkojang. Saija's father, who was very poor, thereupon sold to a Chinaman 2 silver curtain hooks, heirlooms from the parents of his wife, for 18 guilders, and bought a new buffalo. When this buffalo had also been taken away and slaughtered, I told you, reader, that my story is monotonous, Saija's father fled out of the country, for he was much afraid of being punished for not paying his land taxes, and he had not another heirloom to sell that he might buy a new buffalo. However, he went on for some years after the loss of his last buffalo by working with hired animals for ploughing, but that is a very ungrateful labor, and moreover sad for a person who has had buffaloes of his own. Saija's mother died of grief, and then it was that his father, in a moment of dejection, fled from Bantam in order to endeavor to get labor in the Buitenzorg districts. But he was punished with stripes because he had left Lebak without a passport, and was brought back by the police to Badur. But he was not long in prison, for he died soon afterwards. Saija was already 15 years of age when his father set out for Buitenzorg, and he did not accompany him hither because he had other plans in view. He had been told that there were at Batavia many gentlemen who drove in 2-wheeled carriages, and that it would be easy for him to get a post as driver. He would gain much in that way, if he behaved well, perhaps be able to save in 3 years enough money to buy 2 buffaloes. This was a smiling prospect for him. He entered Adina's house and communicated to her his plans. Think of it! When I come back, we shall be old enough to marry, and shall possess 2 buffaloes. But if I find you married— Saija, you know very well that I shall marry nobody but you. My father promised me to your father. And you yourself? I shall marry you. You may be sure of that. When I come back, I will call from afar off. Who shall hear it if we are stamping rice in the village? That is true. But Adinda— Oh yes, this is better. Wait for me under the oak wood, under the retapan. But, Saija, how can I know when I am to go to the retapan? Count the moons. I shall stay away 3 times 12 moons. See, Adinda, at every new moon cut a notch in your rice block. When you have cut 3 times 12 lines, I will be under the retapan the next day. Do you promise to be there? Yes, Saija, I will be there under the retapan, near the oak wood, when you come back. Saija returns with money and trinkets at the appointed time, but does not find Adinda under the retapan. But if she were ill, or dead? Like a wounded stag, Saija flew along the path leading from the retapan to the village where Adinda lived. But was it hurry, his eagerness, that prevented him from finding Adinda's house? He had already rushed to the end of the road, through the village, and like one mad he returned and beat his head because he must have passed her house without seeing it. But again he was at the entrance to the village, and— Oh God, was it a dream? Again he had not found the house of Adinda. Again he flew back and suddenly stood still, and the women of Badur came out of their houses, and saw with sorrow poor Saija standing there, for they knew him and understood that he was looking for the house of Adinda, and they knew that there was no house of Adinda in the village of Badur. For when the district chief of Parangkojang had taken away Adinda's father's buffaloes— I told you, reader, that my narrative was monotonous. Adinda's mother died of grief, and her baby sister died because she had no mother and had no one to suckle her, and Adinda's father, who feared to be punished for not paying his land taxes— I know that my tale is monotonous— had fled out of the country. He had taken Adinda and her brother with him. He had gone to Chilangrahan, bordering on the sea. There he had concealed himself in the woods, and waited for some others that had been robbed of their buffaloes by the district chief of Parangkojang, and all of whom feared punishment for not paying their land taxes. Then they had at night taken possession of a fishing boat, and steered northward to the lampoons. Saija, following their route, arrived in the lampoons, where the inhabitants were in insurrection against the Dutch rule. He joined a troop of Badur men, not so much to fight as to seek Adinda, for he had a tender heart and was more disposed to sorrow than to bitterness. One day that the insurgents had been beaten, he wandered through a village that had just been taken by the Dutch, and was therefore in flames. Saija knew that the troop that had been destroyed there consisted for the most part of Badur men. He wandered like a ghost among the houses which were not yet burned down, and found the corpse of Adinda's father with a bayonet wound in the breast. Near him Saija saw the 3 murdered brothers of Adinda, still only children, and a little further lay the corpse of Adinda, naked and horribly mutilated. Then Saija went to meet some soldiers who were driving, at the point of the bayonet, the surviving insurgents into the fire of the burning houses. He embraced the broad bayonets, pressed forward with all his might, and still repulsed the soldiers with a last exertion, until their weapons were buried to the sockets in his breast. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Huskin. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 25. Thomas Dekker. Approximately 1570 to approximately 1637. Thomas Dekker, the genial realist, the Dickens of Jacobean London, has left in his works the impress of a most lovable personality, but the facts with which to surround that personality are of the scantiest. He was born about 1570 in London. At least, in 1637, he speaks of himself as over 70 years of age. This is the only clue we have to the date of his birth. He came probably of a tradesman's family, for he describes better than any of his fellows in art the life of the lower middle class, and enters into the thoughts and feelings of that class with a heartiness which is possible only after a long and familiar association. He was not a university man, but absorbed his classical knowledge as Shakespeare did, through association with the wits of his time. He is first mentioned in Henslow's diary in 1597, and after that his name appears frequently. He was evidently a dramatic hack, working for that manager, adapting and making over old plays and writing new ones. He must have been popular, too, for his name appears oftener than that of any of his associates. Yet his industry and popularity could not always keep him above the water. Henslow was not a generous paymaster, and the unlucky dramatist knew the inside of the debtor's prison cell. More than once, the manager advanced sums to bail him out. Oldys says he was in prison from 1613 to 1616. After 1637, we find his name no more. As a dramatist, Dekker was most active between the years 1598 and 1602. In one of those years alone, he was engaged on 12 plays. Many of these have been lost. Of the few that remain, 2 of the most characteristic belong to this period. The Shoemaker's Holiday, published in 1599, shows Dekker on his genial, realistic side, with his sense of fun and his hearty sympathy with the life of the people. It bubbles over with the delight in mere living, and is full of kindly feeling toward all the world. It was sure to appeal to its audience, especially to the pit, where the tradesmen and artisans with their wives applauded, and noisiest of all, the prentices shouted their satisfaction. Here they saw themselves and their masters brought on the stage, somewhat idealized, but still full of frolic and good nature. It is one of the brightest and pleasantest of Elizabethan comedies. Close on its heels followed the pleasant comedy of Old Fortunatus. Here Dekker the idealist, the poet of luxurious fancy and rich yet delicate imagination, is seen at his best. Fortunatus, with his wishing hat and wonderful purse, appealed to the romantic spirit of the time, when men still sailed in search of the Hesperides, compounded the elixir of youth, and sought for the philosopher's stone. Dekker worked over an old play of the same name. The subject of both was taken from the old German Volksbuch, Fortunatus of 1519. Among the collaborators of Dekker at this time was Ben Jonson. Both these men were realists, but Jonson slashed into life with bitter satire, whereas Dekker cloaked over its frailties with a tender humor. Again, Jonson was a conscientious artist, aiming at perfection. Dekker, while capable of much higher poetry, was often careless and slipshod. No wonder that the director scorned his somewhat irresponsible co-worker. The precise nature of their quarrel, one of the most famous among authors, is not known. It culminated in 1601, when Johnson produced The Poetaster, a play in which Dekker and Marston were mercilessly ridiculed. Dekker replied shortly in Satyromastix, or The Untrussing of the Humorous Poet, a burlesque full of good-natured mockery of his antagonist. Dekker wrote, in conjunction with Webster, Westward Ho, Northward Ho, and Sir Thomas Wyatt, with Middleton, The Roaring Girl, with Massinger, The Virgin Martyr, and with Ford, The Sun's Darling and The Witch of Edmonton. Among the products of Dekker's old age, Match Me in London is ranked among his half-dozen best plays, and The Wonder of a Kingdom is a fair journeyman's work. One of the most versatile of the later Elizabethans, prolonging their style and ideas into the new world of the Stuarts, Dekker was also prominent as a pamphleteer. He first appeared as such in 1603, with The Wonderful Year 1603, wherein is showed the picture of London lying sick of the plague, a vivid description of the pest, which undoubtedly served Defoe as a model in his famous book on the same subject. The best known of his many pamphlets, however, is The Gull's Horn Book, a graphic description of the ways and manners of the gallants of the time. These various tracts are invaluable for the light they throw on the social life of Jacobean London. Lastly, Dekker as a songwriter must not be forgotten. He had the genuine lyric gift and poured forth his bird notes, sweet, fresh, and spontaneous, full of the singer's joy in his song. He also wrote some very beautiful prayers. Varied and unequal as Dekker's work is, he is one of the hardest among the Elizabethans to classify. He at times rises to the very heights of poetic inspiration, soaring above most of his contemporaries, to drop all of a sudden down to a dead level of prose. But he makes up for his shortcomings by his wholehearted, manly view of life, his compassion for the weak, his sympathy with the lowly, his determination to make the best of everything, and to show the good hidden away under the evil. Quote, toil, envy, want, the patron, and the jail, end quote. These he knew from bitter experience, yet never allowed them to overcloud his buoyant spirits, but made them serve his artistic purposes. Joyousness is the prevailing note of his work, mingled with a pathetic undertone of patience. From The Gull's Horn Book, How a Gallant Should Behave Himself in Powell's Walk. Now for your venturing into the walk. Be circumspect and wary what pillar you come in at, and take heed in any case, as you love the reputation of your honor, that you avoid the serving man's dog, but bend your course directly in the middle line, that the whole body of the church may appear to be yours, where, in view of all, you may publish your suit in what manner you affect most, either with the slide of your cloak from the one shoulder, and then you must, as 'twere in anger, suddenly snatch at the middle of the inside, if it be taffeta at the least, and so by the means your costly lining is betrayed, or else by the pretty advantage of the compliment. But one note by the way do I especially woo you to, the neglect of which makes many of our gallants cheap and ordinary, that you by no means be seen above 4 turns, but in the 5th make yourself away, either in some of the sempsters' shops, the new tobacco office, or amongst the booksellers, where, if you cannot read, exercise your smoke, and inquire who has writ against this divine weed, etc. For this, withdrawing yourself a little will much benefit your suit, which else by too long walking would be stale to the whole spectators. But howsoever, if Powell's jacks be up with their elbows, and quarrelling to strike 11, as soon as ever the clock has parted them and ended the fray with his hammer, let not the Duke's gallery contain you any longer, but pass away apace in open view. In which departure, if by chance you either encounter, or aloof off throw your inquisitive eye upon any knight or squire, being your familiar, salute him not by his name of Sir, such a one, or so, but call him Ned, or Jack, etc. This will set off your estimation with great men, and if, though there be a dozen companies between you, 'tis the better, he call aloud to you, for that's most gentile, to know where he shall find you at 2 o'clock, tell him at such an ordinary, or such, and be sure to name those that are dearest, and whither none but your gallants resort. After dinner you may appear again, having translated yourself out of your English cloth cloak into a light Turkey gogram, if you have that happiness of shifting, and then be seen, for a turn or two, to correct your teeth with some quill or silver instrument, and to cleanse your gums with the wrought handkercher. It skills not whether you dined or no, that's best known to your stomach, or in what place you dined, though it were with cheese, of your own mother's making, in your chamber or study. Suck this humour up especially. Put off to none unless his hat-band be of a newer fashion than yours, and then 3 degrees quainter. But for him that wears the trebled cypress around his hat, though he were an alderman's son, never move to him, for he's suspected to be worse than a gull, and not worth the putting off to. That cannot observe the time of his hatband, nor know what fashioned block is most kin to his head. For in my opinion, ye brain that cannot choose his felt well, being the head ornament, must needs pour folly into all the rest of the members, and be an absolute confirmed fool in summa totali. The great dial is your last monument. These bestow some half of the 60 minutes to observe the sauciness of the jakes that are above the man in the moon there. The strangeness of the motion will quit your labor. Besides, you may here have fit occasion to discover your watch, by taking it forth and setting the wheels to the time of Powell's, which, I assure you, goes truer by 5 notes than St. Sepulchre's chimes. The benefit that will arise from hence is this, that you publish your charge in maintaining a gilded clock, and with all the world shall know that you are a time-server. By this I imagine you have walked your bellyful, and thereupon being weary, or, which I rather believe, being most gentlemanlike hungry, it is fit that I brought you in to the Duke. So, because he follows the fashion of great men in keeping no house, and that therefore you must go seek your dinner, suffer me to take you by the hand, and lead you into an ordinary. Sleep. Do but consider what an excellent thing sleep is. It is so inestimable a jewel, that if a tyrant would give his crown for an hour's slumber, it cannot be bought. Yea, so greatly are we indebted to this kinsman of death, that we owe the better tributary half of our life to him, and there is good cause why we should do so. For sleep is that golden chain that ties health and our bodies together. Who complains of want, of wounds, of cares, of great men's oppressions, of captivity, whilst he sleepeth? beggars in their beds take as much pleasure as kings? Can we therefore surfeit on this delicate ambrosia? Can we drink too much of that, whereof to taste too little tumbles us into a churchyard, and to use it but indifferently throws us into Bedlam? No, no. Look upon Endymion, the moon's minion, who slept 60 years, and was not a hair the worse for it. Can lying abed till noon then, being not the 15,000th part of his nap, be hurtful? The Praise of Fortune, from Old Fortunatus. Fortune smiles, cry holiday, dimples on her cheek do dwell. Fortune frowns, cry well-a-day, her love is heaven, her hate is hell. Since heaven and hell obey her power, tremble when her eyes do lower. Since heaven and hell her power obey, when she smiles, cry holiday. Holiday with joy we cry, and bend, and merrily sing hymns to Fortune's deity. Sing hymns to Fortune's deity. Chorus. Let us sing merrily, 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 with our songs let heaven resound. Fortune's hands our heads have crowned. Let us sing merrily, merrily, merrily. Content, from Patient Gristle. Art thou poor, yet hast thou golden slumbers, O sweet content. Art thou rich, yet is thy mind perplexed, O punishment. Dost thou laugh to see how fools are vexed to add to golden numbers, O sweet content, O sweet content. Work apace, 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 honest labor bears a lovely face. Then hey nonny nonny, hey nonny nonny. Canst drink the waters of the crisped spring, O sweet content. Swimm'st thou in wealth, yet sinkest in thine own tears, O punishment. Then he that patiently wants burden bears no burden bears, but is a king, a king. O sweet content, O sweet content. Rustic Song, from The Sun's Darling. Haymakers, rakers, reapers, and mowers, wait on your summer queen. Dress up with musk rose her eglantine bowers, daffodils strew the green. Sing, dance, and play, 'tis holiday. The sun does bravely shine on our ears of corn. Rich as a pearl comes every girl. This is mine, this is mine, this is mine. Let us die ere away they be born. Bow to our sun, to our queen, and to that fair one come to behold our sports. Each bonny lass here is counted a rare one, as those in princes' courts. These and we with country glee will teach the woods to resound, and the hills with echoes hollow. Skipping lambs, their bleating dams, 'mongst kids shall trip it round. For joy thus our wenches we follow. Wind, jolly huntsman, your neat bugles shrilly. Hounds, make a lusty cry. Spring up, you falconers, partridges freely. Then let your brave hawks fly. Horses amain, over ridge, over plain, the dogs have the stag in chase. 'Tis a sport to content a king, so ho, ho through the skies how the proud bird flies, and sousing kills with a grace. Now the deer falls, hark, how they ring. Lullaby, From Patient Gristle. Golden slumbers kiss your eyes, smiles awake you when you rise. Sleep, pretty wantons, do not cry, and I will sing a lullaby. Rock them, lullaby. Care is heavy, therefore sleep you. You are care, and care must keep you. Sleep, pretty wantons, do not cry, and I will sing a lullaby. Rock them, lullaby. End of section 25. Recording by Meg Huskin.
Section 26 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 26. Jean-François Casimir Delavigne, 1793 to 1843, by Frederick Lollier. This French lyrical poet and dramatist, born in Havre in 1793 and brought up in Paris, was awarded a prize by the Académie Française in 1811, elected a member of that illustrious body July 7, 1825, and died December 11, 1843. When hardly 20 years of age, he had already made his name famous by dithyrambs, the form of which, imitated from the ancients, enabled him to express in sufficiently poetic manner quite modern sentiments. Possessed of brilliant and easy imagination, moderately enthusiastic, and more sober than powerful, he hit upon a lucky vein, which promptly led him to fame. He described the recent disasters of his country in fine odes entitled Messeniennes, in allusion to the chance in which the defeated Messenians deplored the hardships inflicted on them by the Spartans. Those political elegies were named La Bataille de Waterloo, the Battle of Waterloo, La Dévastation du Musée, the Spoliation of the Museum, Sur le besoin de s'unir, après le départ des étrangers, on the necessity of union after the departure of the foreigners. They expressed emotions agitating the mind of the country. At the same time they appealed to the heart of the "liberals" of the period by uttering their regrets for vanished power, their rancor against the victorious party, their fears for threatened liberty. The circumstances, the passions of the day, as also the awakening of young and new talent, all concurred to favor Casimir Delavigne, who almost from the very first attained high reputation. In 1819 the publication of two more Messeniennes on the life and death of Joan of Arc, inspired like the first with deep patriotic fervor, was received with enthusiasm. Earlier even than the day of Lamartine and Victor Hugo, Casimir Delavigne had the glory of stirring the heart of France. He had the added merit of maintaining, after Beaumarchais and before Émile Augier, the dignity of high comedy. Ingenious scenes of life, lively and spirited details, grace and delicacy of style, save from oblivion such pieces as L'École des Vieillards, the School of Age, first performed by the great artists Mademoiselle Mars and Talma, and Don Juan d'Autriche, Don John of Austria, a prose comedy. Other dramas of his, Marino Faliero, Les Vêpres Siciliennes, the Sicilian Vespers, Louis XI, Les Enfants d'Eduard, the Children of Edward, and La Fille du Cid, the Daughter of the Cid, are still read with admiration or acted to applauding spectators. A pure disciple of Racine at first, Delavigne deftly managed to adopt some innovations of the Romanticist school. Marino Faliero was the first of his productions in which, relinquishing the so-called classic rules, he endeavored, as a French critic fitly remarks, to introduce a kind of eclecticism in stage literature, a bold attempt, tempered with prudent reserve, in which he wisely combined the processes favored by the new school with current tradition. That play is indeed a happy mixture of drama and comedy. It contains familiar dialogues and noble outbursts, which, however, do not violate the proprieties of academic style. Though he never displayed the genius of Lamartine or of Victor Hugo, and though some of his pictures have faded since the appearance of the dazzling productions of the great masters of Romanticism, Casimir Delavigne still ranks high in the literature of his country and century, thanks to the lofty and steady qualities, to the tender and generous feeling, to the noble independence, which were the honorable characteristics of his talent and his individuality. His works, first published in Paris in 1843 in 6 octavo volumes, went through many subsequent editions. Selection: The Confession of Louis XI by Jean-François Casimir Delavigne. On the point of dying, Louis XI clings desperately to life, and summons before him a holy monk, Francis de Paula, whom he implores to work a miracle in his favor and prolong his life. Dramatis Personae, King Louis XI and Saint Francis de Paula, founder of the Order of the Franciscan Friars. Louis: We are alone now. Francis: What do you wish of me? Louis, who has knelt down: At your knees see me trembling with hope and fear. What can I do for you? Everything, father. You can do everything. You can call the dead to life again. I? To the dead you say, leave your graves, and they leave them. Who? I? You bid our ailments to be cured. I, my son? And they are cured. When you command the skies clear, the wind suddenly blows or likewise abates. The falling thunderbolt at your command moves back to the clouds. Oh, I implore you, who in the air can keep up the beneficent dew, or let it pour its welcome freshness on the withering plant, impart fresh vigor to my old limbs. See me, I am dying. Revive my drooping energy. Stretch ye out your arms to me. Touch ye those livid features of mine, and the spell of your hands will cause my wrinkles to vanish. What do you ask of me? You surprise me, my son. Am I equal to God? From your lips I first learn that I go abroad rendering oracles, and with my hands working miracles. At least 10 years, father. Grant me 10 more years to live, and upon you I shall lavish honors and presents. I shall found shrines to your name, in gold and jasper shall have your relics set, but 20 years more life are too little a reward for so much wealth and incense. I beseech you, work a whole miracle. Do not cut so short the thread of my life. A whole miracle. Give me new life and prolong my days. To do God's work is not in his creature's power. What, when everything dies, you alone should last? King, such is not God's will. I, his feeble creature, cannot alter for you the course of nature. All that which grows must vanish. All that which is born must perish. Man himself and his works, the tree and its fruit alike. All that produces does so only for a time. 'Tis the law here below. For eternity death alone shall fructify. You wear out my patience. Do your duty, monk. Work in my favor your marvelous power, for if you refuse I shall compel you. Do you forget that I am a king? The holy oil anointed my forehead. Oh, pardon me, but it is your duty to do more for kings, for crowned heads, than for those obscure and unfortunate wretches whom, but for your prayers, God in heaven would never have remembered. Kings and their subjects are equal in the eyes of the Lord. He owes you his aid as to the rest of his children. Be more just to yourself, and claim for your soul that help for which you beg. No, not so much at a time. Let us now mind the body. I shall think of the soul by and by. It is your remorse, O king, 'tis that smarting wound inflicted by your crimes, which slowly drags your body to final ruin. The priests absolved me. Vain hope! The weight of your present alarms is made up of 30 years of iniquitous life. Confess your shame, disclose your sins, and let sincere repentance wash away your defiled soul. Should I get cured? Perhaps. Say yes, promise that I shall. I am going to confess all. To me? Such is my will. Listen. Speak then, sinner, who summon me to perform this holy ministry. I cannot and dare not refuse. What are your sins? Through fear of the Dauphin, the late king died of starvation. A son shortened his own father's old age. I was that Dauphin. You were. My father's weakness was ruining France. A favorite ruled. France must have perished had not the king done so. State interests are higher than... Confess thy sins, thou wicked son. Do not excuse thy wrongdoings. I had a brother. What of him? Who died, poisoned. Were you instrumental in his death? They suspected me. God Almighty! If those who said so fell in my power... Is it true? His ghost rising from the grave can alone with impunity accuse me of his death. So you were guilty of it? The traitor deserved it. You would escape your just punishment. Tremble. I was your brother. I am now your judge. Crushed under your sin, bend low your head. Return to nothingness, empty majesty. I no longer see the king. I hear the criminal. To your knees, fratricide. I shudder. Repent. I own my fault. Have pity on me. I beat my breast and repent another crime. I do not excuse it. Is this not all? Nemours, he was a conspirator, but his death, his crime was proved. But under his scaffold, his children's tears, thrice against his lord he had taken up arms. His life blood spattered them, yet his death was but just. Cruel, cruel king! Just, but severe. I confess it. I punished. But no, I have committed crimes. In mid-air the fatal knot has strangled my victims. In murderous pits they have been stabbed with steel. The waters have put an end to them. The earth has acted as their jailer. Prisoners buried beneath these towers groan, forgotten in their depths. Oh, since there are wrongs which you can still repair, come. Where to? Let us set free those prisoners. Statecraft forbids. Charity orders, come and save your soul. And risk my crown? As a king I cannot. As a Christian you must. I have repented, let that suffice. That avails nothing. Have I not confessed my sins? They are not condoned while you persist in them. The church has indulgences which a king can pay for. God's pardon is not to be bought. We must deserve it. I claim it by right of my anguish. O Father, if you knew my sufferings, you would shed tears of pity. The intolerable bodily pain I endure constitutes but half my troubles and my least suffering. I desire the places where I cannot be. Everywhere remorse pursues me. I avoid the living. I live among the dead. I spend dreadful days and nights more terrible. The darkness assumes visible shapes. Silence disturbs me, and when I pray to my Saviour, I hear his voice say, "What would you with me, accursed?" When asleep, a demon sits on my chest. I drive him away, and a naked sword stabs me furiously. I rise aghast. Human blood inundates my couch, and my hand, seized by a hand cold as death, is plunged in that blood, and feels hideous moving debris. Ah, wretched man! You shudder. Such are my days and nights, my sleep, my life. Yet dying I agonize to live, and fear to drink the last drop of that bitter cup. Come, then, forgive the wrongs others have done you, and thus abate your own tortures. A deed of mercy will buy you rest, and when you awake, some voice at least will bless your name. Come, do not tarry. Wait, wait! Will the Lord wait? Tomorrow! But tomorrow, tonight now, perhaps death awaits you. I am well protected. The unloved are ill protected. Come, come! Give me time, time to make up my mind. I leave you, murderer. I cannot forgive your crimes. What, do you condemn me? God may forgive all. When he still hesitates, how could I condemn? Take advantage of the delay he grants you. Weep, pray, obtain from his mercy the softening of your heart towards those unfortunates. Forgive, and let the light of day shine for them once more. When you seized the attribute of divine vengeance, they denounced your name from the depth of their jails in their bitter anguish, and their shrieks and moans drowned your prayers. Now end those sufferings, and God shall hear your prayers. Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2020. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 27. Demosthenes, 384 to 322 BC, by Robert Sharp. The lot of Demosthenes, the great Athenian orator, was cast in evil times. The glorious days of his country's brilliant political preeminence among Grecian states, and of her still more brilliant preeminence as a leader and torchbearer to the world in its progress towards enlightenment and freedom, were well nigh over. In arms she had been crushed by the brute force of Sparta. But this was not her deepest humiliation. She had indeed risen again to great power, under the leadership of generals and statesmen, in whom something of the old-time Athenian spirit still persisted, but the duration of that power had been brief. The deepest humiliation of a state is not in the loss of military prestige or of material resources, but in the degeneracy of its citizens, in the overthrow and scorn of high ideals, and so it was in Athens at the time of Demosthenes's political activity. The Athenians had become a pampered, ease-loving people. They still cherished a cheap admiration for the great achievements of their fathers. Stirring appeals to the glories of Marathon and Salamis would arouse them to pass patriotic resolutions. Any suggestion of self-sacrifice, of service on the fleet or in the field, was dangerous. A law made it a capital offense to propose to use, even in meeting any great emergency, the funds set aside to supply the folk with amusements. They preferred to hire mercenaries to undergo their hardships and to fight their battles, but they were not willing to pay their hirelings. The commander had to find pay for his soldiers in the booty taken from their enemies, or, failing that, by plundering their friends. It must be admitted, however, that the patriots at home were always ready and most willing to try, to convict, and to punish the commanders upon any charge of misdemeanor in office. There were not wanting men of integrity and true patriotism and of great ability, as Isocrates and Phocion, who accepted as inevitable the decline of the power of Athens, and advocated a policy of passive non-interference in foreign affairs, unless it were to take part in a united effort against Persia. But the mass of the people, instead of offering their own means and their bodies to the service of their country, deemed it rather the part of the state to supply their needs and their amusements. They considered that they had performed, to the full, their duty as citizens when they had taken part in the noisy debates of the assembly, or had sat as paid jurymen in the never-ending succession of court procedures of this most litigious of peoples. Among men, even in their better days, not callous to the allurements of bribes judiciously administered, it was a logical sequence that corruption should now pervade all classes and conditions. Literature and art, too, shared the general decadence, as it ever must be, since they always respond to the dominant ideals of a time and a people. To this general statement the exception must be noted that philosophy, as represented by Plato and Aristotle, and oratory, as represented by a long succession of Attic orators, had developed into higher and better forms. The history of human experience has shown that philosophy often becomes more subtle and more profound in times when men fall away from their ancient high standards and become shaken in their old beliefs. So, oratory attains its perfect flower in periods of the greatest stress and danger, whether from foreign foes or from internal discord. Both these forms of utterance of the active human intellect show, in their highest attainment, the realization of imminent emergency and the effort to point out a way of betterment and safety. Not only the condition of affairs at home was full of portent of coming disaster. The course of events in other parts of Greece and in the barbarian kingdom of Macedon seemed all to be converging to one inevitable result, the extinction of Hellenic freedom. When a nation or a race becomes unfit to possess longer the most precious of heritages, a free and honorable place among nations, then the time and the occasion and the man will not be long wanting to cooperate with the internal subversive force in consummating the final catastrophe. If Philip should die, said Demosthenes, the Athenians would quickly make themselves another Philip. Throughout Greece, mutual jealousy and hatred among the states, each too weak to cope with a strong foreign foe, prevented such united action as might have made the country secure from any barbarian power, and that at a time when it was threatened by an enemy far more formidable than had been Xerxes with all his millions. The Greeks at first entirely underrated the danger from Philip and the Macedonians. They had, up to this time, despised these barbarians. Demosthenes, in the third Philippic, reproaches his countrymen with enduring insult and outrage from a vile barbarian out of Macedon, whence formerly not even a respectable slave could be obtained. It is indeed doubtful whether the world has ever seen a man, placed in a position of great power, more capable of seizing every opportunity and of using every agency, fair or foul, for accomplishing his ambitious purposes, than was Philip of Macedon. The Greeks were most unfortunate in their enemy. Philip understood the Greek people thoroughly. He had received his early training among them while a hostage at Thebes. He found in their petty feuds, in their indolence and corruptibility, his opportunity to carry into effect his matured plans of conquest. His energy never slept, his influence was ever present. When he was far away, extending his boundaries among the barbarians, his money was still active in Athens and elsewhere. His agents, often among the ablest men in a community, were busy using every cunning means at the command of the wonderful Greek ingenuity to conceal the danger or to reconcile the fickle people to a change that promised fine rewards for the sale of their liberty. Then he began to trim off one by one the outlying colonies and dependencies of the Greek states. His next step was to be the obtaining of a foothold in Greece proper. The chief obstacle to Philip's progress was Athens, degenerate as she was, and his chief opponent in Athens was Demosthenes. This Philip understood very well, but he treated both the city and the great statesman always with a remarkable leniency. More than once Athens, inflamed by Demosthenes, flashed into her old-time energy and activity, and stayed the Macedonians' course, as when, in his first bold march towards the heart of Greece, he found himself confronted at Thermopylae by Athenian troops, and again when prompt succor from Athens saved Byzantium for the time. But the emergency once past, the ardor of the Athenians died down as quickly as it had flamed up. The social war, 357 to 355 BC, left Athens stripped almost bare of allies, and was practically a victory for Philip. The Sacred War, 357 to 346 BC, between Thebes and Phocis, turning upon an affront offered to the Delphian god, gave Philip the eagerly sought-for opportunity of interfering in the internal affairs of Greece. He became the successful champion of the god, and received as his reward a place in the great Amphictyonic Council. He thus secured recognition of his claims to being a Greek, since none but Greeks might sit in this council. He had, moreover, in crushing the Phocians, destroyed a formidable power of resistance to his plans. Such were the times and such the conditions in which Demosthenes entered upon his strenuous public life. He was born most probably in 384 BC, though some authorities give preference to 382 BC as the year of his birth. He was the son of Demosthenes and Cleobule. His father was a respectable and wealthy Athenian citizen, a manufacturer of cutlery and upholstering. His mother was the daughter of Gylon, an Athenian citizen resident in the region of the Crimea. Misfortune fell early upon him. At the age of 7 he was left fatherless. His large patrimony fell into the hands of unprincipled guardians. Nature seems almost maliciously to have concentrated in him a number of blemishes, any one of which might have checked effectually the ambition of any ordinary man to excel in the profession Demosthenes chose for himself. He was not strong of body, his features were sinister, and his manner was ungraceful, a grievous drawback among a people with whom physical beauty might cover a multitude of sins, and physical imperfections were a reproach. He seems to have enjoyed the best facilities in his youth for training his mind, though he complains that his teachers were not paid by his guardians, and he is reported to have developed a fondness for oratory at an early age. In his maturing years he was taught by the great lawyer Isaias, and must often have listened to the orator and rhetorician Isocrates, if he was not indeed actually instructed by him. When once he had determined to make himself an orator, he set himself to work with immense energy to overcome the natural disadvantages that stood in the way of his success. By hard training he strengthened his weak voice and lungs. It is related that he cured himself of a painful habit of stammering, and he subjected himself to the most vigorous course of study preparatory to his profession, cutting himself off from all social enjoyments. His success as an orator, however, was not immediate. He tasted all the bitterness of failure on more than one occasion, but after temporary discouragement he redoubled his efforts to correct the faults that were made so distressingly plain to him by the unsparing but salutary criticism of his audience. Without doubt, these conflicts and rebuffs of his earlier years served to strengthen and deepen the moral character of Demosthenes, as well as to improve his art. They contributed to form a man capable of spending his whole life in unflagging devotion to a high purpose, and that in the face of the greatest difficulties and dangers. The dominant purpose of his life was the preservation of the freedom of the Greek states from the control of any foreign power, and the maintenance of the preeminent position of Athens among these states. In this combination of a splendid intellect, an indomitable will, and a great purpose, we find the true basis of Demosthenes' greatness. When at the age of 18 he came into the wreck of his patrimony, he at once began suit against Phobos, one of his unfaithful guardians. He conducted his case himself. So well did he plead his cause that he received a verdict for a large amount. He seems, however, owing to the trickery of his opponent, never to have recovered the money. He became now a professional writer of speeches for clients in private suits of every kind, sometimes appearing in court himself as advocate. In 355 to 354 BC, he entered upon his career as public orator and statesman. He had now found his field of action, and till the end of his eventful life he was a most prominent figure in the great issues that concerned the welfare of Athens and of Greece. He was long unquestionably the leading man among the Athenians. By splendid ability as orator and statesman, he was repeatedly able to thwart the plans of the traitors in the pay of Philip, even though they were led by the adept and eloquent Ascanius. His influence was powerful in the Peloponnesus, and he succeeded, in 338 BC, in even uniting the bitter hereditary enemies Thebes and Athens, for one final, desperate, but unsuccessful struggle against the Macedonian power. Demosthenes soon awoke to the danger threatening his country from the barbarian kingdom in the north, though not even he understood at first how grave was the danger. The series of great speeches relating to Philip, the first Philippic, the three Olympiacs, on the peace, on the embassy, on the Chersonese, the second and third Philippics, show an increasing intensity and fire as the danger became more and more imminent. These orations were delivered in the period 351 to 341 BC. When the cause of Greek freedom had been overwhelmed at Chaeronea in the defeat of the allied Thebans and Athenians, Demosthenes, who had organized the unsuccessful resistance to Philip, still retained the favor of his countrymen, fickle as they were. With the exception of a short period of disfavor, he practically regulated the policy of Athens till his death in 322 BC. In 336 BC, on motion of Ctesiphon, a golden crown was voted to Demosthenes by the Senate, in recognition of certain eminent services and generous contributions from his own means to the needs of the state. The decree was not confirmed by the assembly, owing to the opposition of Ascanius, who gave notice that he would bring suit against Ctesiphon for proposing an illegal measure. The case did not come up for trial, however, till 330 BC, 6 years later. The reason for this delay has never been clearly revealed. When Ctesiphon was summoned to appear, it was well understood that it was not he but Demosthenes who was in reality to be tried, and that the public and private record of the latter would be subjected to the most rigorous scrutiny. On that memorable occasion, people gathered from all over Greece to witness the oratorical duel of the two champions, for Demosthenes was to reply to Ascanius. The speech of Ascanius was a brilliant and bitter arraignment of Demosthenes, but so triumphant was the reply of the latter that his opponent, in mortification, went into voluntary exile. The speech of Demosthenes, on the crown, has been generally accepted by ancients and moderns as the supreme attainment in the oratory of antiquity. It is evident that a man, the never-swerving champion of a cause which demanded the greatest sacrifice from a people devoted to self-indulgence, the never-sleeping opponent of the hirelings of a foreign enemy, and a persistent obstacle to men of honest conviction who advocated a policy different from that which seemed best to him, would of necessity bring upon himself bitter hostility and accusations of the most serious character. And such was the case. Demosthenes has been accused of many crimes and immoralities, some of them so different in character as to be almost mutually exclusive. The most serious charge is that of receiving a bribe from Harpalus, the absconding treasurer of Alexander. He was tried upon this charge, convicted, fined 50 talents, and thrown into prison. Thence he escaped to go into a miserable exile. How far and how seriously the character of Demosthenes is compromised by this and other attacks, it is not possible to decide to the satisfaction of all. The results of the contest in regard to the crown and the trial in the Harpalus matter were very different, but the verdict of neither trial, even if they were not conflicting, could be accepted as decisive. To me, the evidence, weighed as we weigh other evidence with a just appreciation of the source of the charges, the powerful testimony of the man's public life viewed as a whole, and the lofty position maintained in the face of all odds among a petulant people whom he would not flatter, but openly reproved for their vices, the evidence, I say, read in this light, justifies the conclusion that the orator was a man of high moral character, and that in the Harpalus affair he was the victim of the Macedonian faction and of the misled patriotic party, co-operating for the time being. When the tidings of the death of Alexander startled the world, Demosthenes at once, though in exile, became intensely active in arousing the patriots to strike one more blow for liberty. He was recalled to Athens, restored to his high place, and became again the chief influence in preparing for the last desperate resistance to the Macedonians. When the cause of Greek freedom was finally lost, Demosthenes went into exile. A price was set upon his head, and when the Macedonian soldiers, led by a Greek traitor, were about to lay hands upon him in the temple of Poseidon at Calauria, he sucked the poison which he always carried ready in his pen, and died rather than yield himself to the hated enemies of his country. It remains only to say that the general consensus of ancient and modern opinion is that Demosthenes was the supreme figure in the brilliant line of orators of antiquity. The chief general characteristics in all Demosthenes's public oratory are a sustained intensity and a merciless directness. Swift as waves before a gale, every word bears straight toward the final goal of his purpose. We are hardly conscious even of the artistic taste which fits each phrase and sentence and episode to the larger occasion as well as to each other. Indeed, we lose the rhetorician altogether in the devoted pleader, the patriot, the self-forgetful chief of a noble but losing cause. His careful study of the great orators who had preceded him undoubtedly taught him much, yet it was his own original and creative power, lodged in a far-sighted, generous, and fearless nature, that enabled him to leave to mankind a series of forensic masterpieces hardly rivaled in any age or country. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 28. The Third Philippic. The Argument. This speech was delivered about 3 months after the Second Philippic, while Philip was advancing into Thrace and threatening both the Chersonese and the Propantine coast. No new event had happened which called for any special consultation, but Demosthenes, alarmed by the formidable character of Philip's enterprises and vast military preparations, felt the necessity of rousing the Athenians to exertion. Many speeches, men of Athens, are made in almost every assembly about the hostilities of Philip. Hostilities which, ever since the treaty of peace, he has been committing, as well against you as against the rest of the Greeks, and all, I am sure, are ready to avow, though they forbear to do so, that our counsels and our measures should be directed to his humiliation and chastisement. Nevertheless, so low have our affairs been brought by inattention and negligence, I fear it is harsh truth to say, that if all the orators had sought to suggest, and you to pass resolutions for the utter ruining of the Commonwealth, we could not, methinks, be worse off than we are. A variety of circumstances may have brought us to this state. Our affairs have not declined from one or two causes only, but if you rightly examine, you will find it chiefly owing to the orators, who study to please you rather than advise for the best, some of whom, Athenians, seeking to maintain the basis of their own power and repute, have no forethought for the future, and therefore think you also ought to have none. Others, accusing and calumniating practical statesmen, labor only to make Athens punish Athens, and in such occupation to engage her that Philip may have liberty to say and do what he pleases. Politics of this kind are common here, but are the causes of your failures and embarrassment. I beg, Athenians, that you will not resent my plain speaking of the truth. Only consider. You hold liberty of speech in other matters to be the general right of all residents in Athens, insomuch that you allow a measure of it even to foreigners and slaves, and many servants may be seen among you, speaking their thoughts more freely than citizens in some other states. And yet you have altogether banished it from your councils. The result has been that in the assembly you give yourselves airs, and are flattered at hearing nothing but compliments. In your measures and proceedings you are brought to the utmost peril. If such be your disposition now, I must be silent. If you will listen to good advice without flattery, I am ready to speak. For though our affairs are in a deplorable condition, though many sacrifices have been made, still, if you will choose to perform your duty, it is possible to repair it all. A paradox, and yet a truth, am I about to state. That which is the most lamentable in the past is best for the future. How is this? Because you performed no part of your duty, great or small, and therefore you fared ill. Had you done all that became you, and your situation were the same, there would be no hope of amendment. Philip has indeed prevailed over your sloth and negligence, but not over the country. You have not been worsted. You have not even bestirred yourselves. If now we were all agreed that Philip is at war with Athens, and infringing the peace, nothing would a speaker need to urge or advise but the safest and easiest way of resisting him. But since, at the very time when Philip is capturing cities and retaining divers of our dominions and assailing all people, there are men so unreasonable as to listen to repeated declarations in the assembly that some of us are kindling war, one must be cautious and set this matter right. For whoever moves or advises a measure of defense is in danger of being accused afterwards as author of the war. I will first then examine and determine this point, whether it be in our power to deliberate on peace or war. If the country may be at peace, if it depends on us, to begin with this, I say we ought to maintain peace, and I call upon the affirmant to move a resolution, to take some measure, and not to palter with us. But if another, having arms in his hand and a large force around him, amuses you with the name of peace while he carries on the operations of war, what is left but to defend yourselves? You may profess to be at peace if you like, as he does. I quarrel not with that. But if any man supposes this to be a peace, which will enable Philip to master all else and attack you last, he is a madman, or he talks of a peace observed towards him by you, not towards you by him. This it is that Philip purchases by all his expenditure, the privilege of assailing you without being assailed in turn. If we really wait until he avows that he is at war with us, we are the simplest of mortals, for he would not declare that, though he marched even against Attica in Piraeus, at least if we may judge from his conduct to others. For example, to the Olynthians he declared when he was 40 furlongs from their city that there was no alternative, but either they must quit Olynthus or he Macedonia, though before that time, whenever he was accused of such an intent, he took it ill and sent ambassadors to justify himself. Again, he marched toward the Phocians as if they were allies, and there were Phocian envoys who accompanied his march, and many among you contended that his advance would not benefit the Thebans. And he came into Thessaly of late as a friend and ally, yet he has taken possession of Pherae. And lastly, he told these wretched people of Oreus that he had sent his soldiers out of goodwill to visit them, as he heard they were in trouble and dissension, and it was the part of allies and true friends to lend assistance on such occasions. People who would never have harmed him, though they might have adopted measures of defense, he chose to deceive rather than warn them of his attack. And think ye he would declare war against you before he began it, and that while you are willing to be deceived? Impossible. He would be the silliest of mankind, if whilst you, the injured parties, make no complaint against him, but are accusing your own countrymen, he should terminate your intestine strife and jealousies, warn you to turn against him, and remove the pretexts of his hirelings for asserting, to amuse you, that he makes no war upon Athens. O heavens! Would any rational being judge by words rather than by actions, who is at peace with him, and who at war? Surely none. Well then, tell me now, when he sends mercenaries into Chersonesus, which the king and all the Greeks have acknowledged to be yours, when he avows himself an auxiliary and writes us word, so, what are such proceedings? He says he is not at war. I cannot, however, admit such conduct to be an observance of the peace. Far otherwise. I say, by his attempt on Megara, by his setting up despotism in Euboea, by his present advance into Thrace, by his intrigues in Peloponnesus, by the whole course of operations with his army, he has been breaking the peace and making war upon you, unless indeed you will say that those who establish batteries are not at war until they apply them to the walls. But that you will not say, for whoever contrives and prepares the means for my conquest is at war with me before he darts or draws the bow. What, if anything should happen, is the risk you run? The alienation of the Hellespont, the subjection of Megara and Euboea to your enemy, the siding of the Peloponnesians with him. Then can I allow that one who sets such an engine at work against Athens is at peace with her? Quite the contrary. From the day that he destroyed the Phocians, I date his commencement of hostilities. Defend yourselves instantly, and I say you will be wise. Delay it, and you may wish in vain to do so hereafter. So much do I dissent from your other counselors, men of Athens, that I deem any discussion about Chersonesus or Byzantium out of place. Succor them. I advise that. Watch that no harm befalls them. Send all necessary supplies to your troops in that quarter. But let your deliberations be for the safety of all Greece, as being in the utmost peril. I must tell you why I am so alarmed at the state of our affairs, that if my reasonings are correct, you may share them, and make some provision at least for yourselves, however disinclined to do so for others. But if in your judgment I talk nonsense and absurdity, you may treat me as crazed, and not listen to me either now or in future. That Philip, from a mean and humble origin, has grown mighty, that the Greeks are jealous and quarreling among themselves, that it was far more wonderful for him to rise from that insignificance than it would now be, after so many acquisitions, to conquer what is left. These and similar matters which I might dwell upon, I pass over. But I observe that all people, beginning with you, have conceded to him a right which in former times has been the subject of contest in every Grecian war. And what is this? The right of doing what he pleases, openly fleecing and pillaging the Greeks, one after another, attacking and enslaving their cities. You were at the head of the Greeks for 73 years, the Lacedaemonians for 29, and the Thebans had some power in these latter times after the battle of Leuctra. Yet neither you, my countrymen, nor Thebans, nor Lacedaemonians were ever licensed by the Greeks to act as you pleased, far otherwise. When you, or rather the Athenians of that time, appeared to be dealing harshly with certain people, all the rest, even such as had no complaint against Athens, thought proper to side with the injured parties in a war against her. So, when the Lacedaemonians became masters and succeeded to your empire, on their attempting to encroach and make oppressive innovations, a general war was declared against them, even by such as had no cause of complaint. But wherefore mention other people? We ourselves and the Lacedaemonians although at the outset we could not allege any mutual injuries, thought proper to make war for the injustice that we saw done to our neighbors. Yet all the faults committed by the Spartans in those 30 years, and by our ancestors in the 70, are less, men of Athens, than the wrongs which in 13 incomplete years that Philip has been uppermost, he has inflicted on the Greeks. Nay, they are scarcely a fraction of these, as may easily be shown in a few words. Olynthus and Methone and Apollonia, and 32 cities on the borders of Thrace, I pass over, all which he has so cruelly destroyed, that a visitor could hardly tell if they were ever inhabited, and of the Phocians, so considerable a people, exterminated, I say nothing. But what is the condition of Thessaly? Has he not taken away her constitutions and her cities, and established tetrarchies to parcel her out, not only by cities, but also by provinces for subjection? Are not the Euboean states governed now by despots, and that in an island near to Thebes and Athens? Does he not expressly write in his epistles, I am at peace with those who are willing to obey me? Nor does he write so and not act accordingly. He is gone to Hellespont. He marched formerly against Ambracia. Elis, such an important city in Peloponnesus, he possesses. He plotted lately to get Megara. Neither Hellenic nor barbaric land contains the man's ambition. And we, the Greek community, seeing and hearing this, instead of sending embassies to one another about it and expressing indignation, are in such a miserable state, so entrenched in our separate towns, that to this day we can attempt nothing that interest or necessity requires. We cannot combine or form any association for succor and alliance. We look unconcernedly on the man's growing power, each resolving, methinks, to enjoy the interval that another is destroyed in, not caring or striving for the salvation of Greece. For none can be ignorant that Philip, like some course or attack of fever or other disease, is coming, even on those that yet seem very far removed. And you must be sensible that whatever wrong the Greeks sustained from Lacedaemonians or from us was at least inflicted by genuine people of Greece, and it might be felt in the same manner as if a lawful son, born to a large fortune, committed some fault or error in the management of it. On that ground one would consider him open to censure and reproach, yet it could not be said that he was an alien, and not heir to the property which he so dealt with. But if a slave or a spurious child wasted and spoiled what he had no interest in, heavens, how much more heinous and hateful would all have pronounced it. And yet, in regard to Philip and his conduct, they feel not this, although he is not only no Greek, and no way akin to Greeks, but not even a barbarian of a place honorable to mention. In fact, a vile fellow of Macedon, from which a respectable slave could not be purchased formerly. What is wanting to make his insolence complete? Besides his destruction of Grecian cities, does he not hold the Pythian games, the common festival of Greece? And if he comes not himself, send his vassals to preside? Is he not master of Thermopylae and the passes into Greece? And holds he not those places by garrisons and mercenaries? Has he not thrust aside Thessalians, ourselves, Dorians, the whole Amphictyonic body, and got pre-audience of the oracle, to which even the Greeks do not all pretend? Yet the Greeks endure to see all this. Methinks they view it as they would a hailstorm, each praying that it may not fall on himself, none trying to prevent it. And not only are the outrages which he does to Greece submitted to, but even the private wrongs of every people. Nothing can go beyond this. Still, under these indignities, we are all slack and disheartened, and look toward our neighbors, distrusting one another instead of the common enemy. And how think ye a man who behaves so insolently to all, how will he act when he gets each separately under his control? But what has caused the mischief? There must be some cause, some good reason why the Greeks were so eager for liberty then, and now are eager for servitude. There was something, men of Athens, something in the hearts of the multitude then which there is not now, which overcame the wealth of Persia, and maintained the freedom of Greece, and quailed not under any battle by land or sea, the loss whereof has ruined all, and thrown the affairs of Greece into confusion. What was this? Nothing subtle or clever, simply that whoever took money from the aspirants for power or the corrupters of Greece were universally detested. It was dreadful to be convicted of bribery. The severest punishment was inflicted on the guilty, and there was no intercession or pardon. The favorable moments for enterprise, which fortune frequently offers to the careless against the vigilant, to them that will do nothing against those that discharge all their duty, could not be bought from orators or generals. No more could mutual concord, nor distrust of tyrants and barbarians, nor anything of the kind. But now all such principles have been sold as an open market, and those imported in exchange, by which Greece is ruined and diseased. What are they? Envy where a man gets a bribe, laughter if he confesses it, mercy to the convicted, hatred of those that denounce the crime, all the usual attendants upon corruption. For as to ships and men and revenues and abundance of other materials, all that may be reckoned as constituting national strength, assuredly the Greeks of our day are more fully and perfectly supplied with such advantages than Greeks of the olden time. But they are all rendered useless, unavailable, unprofitable by the agency of these traffickers. That such is the present state of things you must see without requiring my testimony. That it was different in former times I will demonstrate, not by speaking my own words, but by showing an inscription of your ancestors, which they graved on a brazen column and deposited in the citadel, not for their own benefit, they were right-minded enough without such records, but for a memorial, an example, to instruct you how seriously such conduct should be taken up. What says the inscription then? It says, "Let Arthmius, son of Pythonax the Zealite, be declared an outlaw and an enemy of the Athenian people and their allies, him and his family. Then the cause is written why this was done, because he brought the Median gold into Peloponnesus. That is the inscription. By the gods, only consider and reflect among yourselves what must have been the spirit, what the dignity of those Athenians who acted so. One Arthemius, a zealot, subject of the king, for Zelea is in Asia, because in his master's service he brought gold into Peloponnesus, not to Athens, they proclaimed an enemy of the Athenians and their allies, him and his family, and outlawed. That is not by the outlawry commonly spoken of, for what would a zealot care to be excluded from Athenian franchises? It means not that, but in the statutes of homicide it is written, in cases where a prosecution for murder is not allowed, but killing is sanctioned, and let him die an outlaw, says the legislator, by which he means that whoever kills such a person shall be unpolluted. Therefore they considered that the preservation of all Greece was their own concern. But for such opinion they would not have cared whether people in Peloponnesus were bought and corrupted. And whomsoever they discovered taking bribes, they chastised and punished so severely as to record their names in brass. The natural result was that Greece was formidable to the barbarian, not the barbarian to Greece. 'Tis not so now, since neither in this nor in other respects are your sentiments the same. But what are they? You know yourselves. Why am I to upbraid you with everything? The Greeks in general are alike, and no better than you. Therefore I say, our present affairs demand earnest attention and wholesome counsel. There is a foolish saying of persons who wish to make us easy, that Philip is not yet as powerful as the Lacedaemonians were formerly, who ruled everywhere by land and sea, and had the king for their ally, and nothing withstood them. Yet Athens resisted even that nation, and was not destroyed. I myself believe that while everything has received great improvement, and the present bears no resemblance to the past, nothing has been so changed and improved as the practice of war. For anciently, as I am informed, the Lacedaemonians and all Grecian people would, for 4 or 5 months during the season only, invade and ravage the land of their enemies with heavy armed and national troops, and return home again. And their ideas were so old-fashioned, or rather national, that they never purchased an advantage from any. Theirs was a legitimate and open warfare. But now you doubtless perceive that the majority of disasters have been effected by treason. Nothing is done in fair field or combat. You hear of Philip marching where he pleases, not because he commands troops of the line, but because he has attached to him a host of skirmishers, cavalry, archers, mercenaries, and the like. When with these he falls upon a people in civil dissension, and none, through mistrust, will march out to defend the country, he applies engines and besieges them. I need not mention that he makes no difference between winter and summer, that he has no stated season of repose. You, knowing these things, reflecting on them, must not let the war approach your territories, nor get your necks broken, relying on the simplicity of the old war with the Lacedaemonians, but take the longest time beforehand for defensive measures and preparations. See that he stirs not from home. Avoid any decisive engagement. For a war, if we choose, men of Athens, to pursue a right course, we have many natural advantages, such as the position of his kingdom, which we may extensively plunder and ravage, and 1,000 more. But for a battle, he is better trained than we are. Nor is it enough to adopt these resolutions and oppose him by warlike measures. You must, on calculation and on principle, abhor his advocates here, remembering that it is impossible to overcome your enemies abroad until you have chastised those who are his ministers within the city, which, by Jupiter and all the gods, you cannot and will not do. You have arrived at such a pitch of folly or madness, or I know not what to call it. I am tempted often to think that some evil genius is driving you to ruin, that for the sake of scandal or envy or jest or any other cause you command hirelings to speak, some of whom would not deny themselves to be hirelings, and laugh when they abuse people. And this, bad as it is not the worst. You have allowed these persons more liberty for their political conduct than your faithful counselors, and see what evils are caused by listening to such men with indulgence. I will mention facts that you will all remember. In Olynthus, some of the statesmen were in Philip's interest, doing everything for him. Some were on the honest side, aiming to preserve their fellow citizens from slavery. Which party now destroyed their country, or which betrayed the cavalry, by whose betrayal Olynthus fell? The creatures of Philip. They that while the city stood, slandered and calumniated the honest counselors so effectually that the Olynthian people were induced to banish Apollonides. Nor is it there only, and nowhere else, that such practice has been ruinous. What can be the reason, perhaps you wonder, why the Olynthians were more indulgent to Philip's advocates than to their own? The same which operates with you. They who advise for the best cannot always gratify their audience, though they would, for the safety of the state must be attended to. Their opponents, by the very counsel which is agreeable, advance Philip's interest. One party required contribution, the other said there was no necessity. One were for war and mistrust, the other for peace, until they were ensnared, and so on for everything else, not to dwell on particulars. The one made speeches to please for the moment, and gave no annoyance. The other offered salutary counsel that was offensive. Many rights did the people surrender at last, not from any such motive of indulgence or ignorance, but submitting in the belief that all was lost, which by Jupiter and Apollo I fear will be your case, when on calculation you see that nothing can be done. I pray, men of Athens, it may never come to this. Better die 1,000 deaths than render homage to Philip, or sacrifice any of your faithful counselors. A fine recompense have the people of Aureus got, for trusting themselves to Philip's friends and spurning Euphraeus. Finely are the Eretrian commons rewarded for having driven away your ambassadors and yielded to Clitarchus. Yes, they are slaves, exposed to the lash and the torture. Finally, he spared the Olynthians. It is folly and cowardice to cherish such hopes, and while you take evil counsel and shirk every duty, and even listen to those who plead for your enemies, to think you inhabit a city of such magnitude that you cannot suffer any serious misfortune. Yea, and it is disgraceful to exclaim on any occurrence, when it is too late, who would have expected it? However, this or that should have been done, the other left undone. Many things could the Olynthians mention now, which, if foreseen at the time, would have prevented their destruction. Many could the Orites mention, many the Phocians, and each of the ruined states. But what would it avail them, as long as the vessel is safe, whether it be great or small, the mariner, the pilot, every man in turn should exert himself, and prevent its being overturned either by accident or design. But when the sea hath rolled over it, their efforts are vain. And we likewise, O Athenians, whilst we are safe, with a magnificent city, plentiful resources, lofty reputation, what must we do? Many of you, I dare say, have been longing to ask. Well then, I will tell you. I will move a resolution. Pass it, if you please. First, let us prepare for our own defense. Provide ourselves, I mean, with ships, money, and troops, for surely, though all other people consented to be slaves, we at least ought to struggle for freedom. When we have completed our own preparations and made them apparent to the Greeks, then let us invite the rest, and send our ambassadors everywhere with the intelligence, to Peloponnesus, to Rhodes, to Chios, to the king, I say, for it concerns his interests not to let Philip make universal conquest, that, if you prevail, you may have partners of your dangers and expenses in case of necessity, or at all events that you may delay the operations. For since the war is against an individual, not against the collected power of a state, even this may be useful, as were the embassies last year to Peloponnesus, and the remonstrances with which I and the other envoys went round and arrested Philip's progress, so that he neither attacked Ambracia nor started for Peloponnesus. I say not, however, that you should invite the rest without adopting measures to protect yourselves. It would be folly, while you sacrifice your own interest, to profess a regard for that of strangers, or to alarm others about the future, whilst for the present you are unconcerned. I advise not this. I bid you send supplies to the troops in Chersonesus, and do what else they require. Prepare yourselves and make every effort first, then summon, gather, instruct the rest of the Greeks. That is the duty of a state possessing a dignity such as yours. If you imagine that Chalcidians or Megarians will save Greece, while you run away from the contest, you imagine wrong. Well for any of those people if they are safe themselves. This work belongs to you. This privilege your ancestors bequeathed to you, the prize of many perilous exertions. But if every one will sit seeking his pleasure and studying to be idle himself, never will he find others to do his work. And more than this, I fear we shall be under the necessity of doing all that we like, not at one time. Were proxies to be had, our inactivity would have found them long ago, but they are not. Such are the measures which I advise, which I propose. Adopt them, and even yet, I believe, our prosperity may be re-established. If any man has better advice to offer, let him communicate it openly. Whatever you determine, I pray to all the gods for a happy result. Translation of Charles R. Kennedy. Invective against license of speech. This, you must be convinced, is a struggle for existence. You cannot overcome your enemies abroad till you have punished your enemies, his ministers, at home. They will be the stumbling blocks which prevent you reaching the others. Why do you suppose Philip now insults you? To other people he at least renders services, though he deceives them, while he is already threatening you. Look, for instance, at the Thessalians. It was by many benefits conferred on them that he seduced them into their present bondage. And then the Olynthians again, how he cheated them, first giving them Potidaea and several other places, is really beyond description. Now he is enticing the Thebans by giving up to them Boeotia, and delivering them from a toilsome and vexatious war. Each of these people did get a certain advantage, but some of them have suffered what all the world knows. Others will suffer whatever may hereafter befall them. As for you, I recount not all that has been taken from you, but how shamefully have you been treated and despoiled. Why is it that Philip deals so differently with you and with others? Because yours is the only state in Greece in which the privilege is allowed of speaking for the enemy, and a citizen taking a bribe may safely address the assembly, though you have been robbed of your dominions. It was not safe at Olynthus to be Philip's advocate, unless the Olympian commonalty had shared the advantage by possession of Potidaea. It was not safe in Thessaly to be Philip's advocate, unless the people of Thessaly had secured the advantage by Philip's expelling their tyrants and restoring the synod at Pylae. It was not safe in Thebes until he gave up Boeotia to them and destroyed the Phocians. Yet at Athens, though Philip has deprived you of Amphipolis and the territory round Cardia, nay, is making Euboea a fortress as a check upon us, and is advancing to attack Byzantium, it is safe to speak in Philip's behalf. Justification of his patriotic policy. Do not go about repeating that Greece owes all her misfortunes to one man. No, not to one man, but to many abandoned men distributed throughout the different states, of whom by earth and heaven Aeschines is one. If the truth were to be spoken without reserve, I should not hesitate to call him the common scourge of all the men, the districts, and the cities which have perished, for the sower of the seed is answerable for the crop. I affirm that if the future had been apparent to us all, If you, Aeschines, had foretold it and proclaimed it at the top of your voice, instead of preserving total silence, nevertheless the state ought not to have deviated from her course, if she had regard to her own honor, the traditions of the past, or the judgment of posterity. As it is, she is looked upon as having failed in her policy, the common lot of all mankind when such is the will of heaven. But if, claiming to be the foremost state of Greece, she had deserted her post, she would have incurred the reproach of betraying Greece to Philip. If we had abandoned without a struggle all which our forefathers braved every danger to win, who would not have spurned you, Aeschines? How could we have looked in the face the strangers who flocked to our city, if things had reached their present pass? Philip, the chosen leader and lord of all, while others, without our assistance, had borne the struggle to avert this consummation. We, who have never in times past preferred inglorious safety to peril in the path of honor. Is there a Greek or a barbarian who does not know that Thebes, at the height of her power, and Sparta before her, ay, and even the king of Persia himself, would have been only glad to compromise with us, and that we might have had what we chose, and possessed our own in peace, had we been willing to obey orders, and to suffer another to put himself at the head of Greece? But it was not possible. It was not a thing which the Athenians of those days could do. It was against their nature, their genius, and their traditions, and no human persuasion could induce them to side with a wrongdoer because he was powerful, and to embrace subjection because it was safe. No, to the last our country has fought and jeopardized herself for honor and glory and preeminence, a noble choice in harmony with your national character, as you testify by your respect for the memories of your ancestors who have so acted. And you are in the right, for who can withhold admiration from the heroism of the men who shrank not from leaving their city and their fatherland, and embarking in their warships, rather than submit to foreign dictation? Why, Demosthenes, who counselled this step, was elected general, and the man who counselled submission was stoned to death. And not he only, for his wife was stoned by your wives, as he was by you. The Athenians of those days went not in quest of an orator or a general who could help them to prosperous slavery, but they scorned life itself, if it were not the life of freedom. Each of them regarded himself as the child not only of his father and of his mother, but of his country. And what is the difference? He who looks on himself as merely the child of his parents awaits death in the ordinary course of nature, while he who looks on himself as the child also of his country will be ready to lay down his life rather than see her enslaved. Do I take credit to myself for having inspired you with sentiments worthy of your ancestors? Such presumption would expose me to the just rebuke of every man who hears me. What I maintain is, that these very sentiments are your own, that the spirit of Athens was the same before my time, though I do claim to have had a share in the application of these principles to each successive crisis. Aeschines, therefore, when he impeaches our whole policy, and seeks to exasperate you against me as the author of all your alarms and perils, in his anxiety to deprive me of present credit, is really laboring to rob you of your everlasting renown. If by your vote against Ctesiphon you condemn my policy, you will pronounce yourselves to have been in the wrong, instead of having suffered what has befallen you through the cruel injustice of fortune. But it cannot be. You have not been in the wrong, men of Athens, in doing battle for the freedom and salvation of all. I swear it by your forefathers, who bore the battle's brunt at Marathon, by those who stood in arms at Plataea, by those who fought the sea fight at Salamis, by the heroes of Artemisium, and many more whose resting place in our national monuments attests that as our country buried, so she honored all alike, victors and vanquished. She was right, for what brave men could do, all did, though a higher power was master of their fate. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. Section 29. Thomas de Quincey, 1785 to 1859. By George R. Carpenter. De Quincey's popular reputation is largely due to his autobiographical essays, to his confessions. Whatever may be the merits of his other writings, the general public, as in the case of Rousseau, of Dante, of St. Augustin, and of many another, has, with its instinctive and unquenchable desire for knowledge of the inner life of men of great emotional and imaginative power, singled out De Quincey's Confessions as the most significant of his works. There has arisen a popular legend of De Quincey, making him, not unlike Dante, who had seen hell with his bodily eyes, a man who had felt in his own person the infernal pangs and pleasures consequent upon enormous and almost unique excesses in the use of that oriental drug which possesses for us all such a romantic attraction. He became the English opium eater, and even the most recent and authoritative edition of his writings, that of the late Professor Masson, did not hesitate, in advertisements, to avail itself of a title so familiar and so sensational. To a great degree, this feeling on the part of the public is natural and proper. De Quincey's opium habit, begun in his youth under circumstances that modern physicians have guessed to be justifiable, and continued throughout the remainder of his life, at first without self-restraint, at last in what was for him moderation, has rendered him a striking and isolated figure in Western lands. We have a right eagerly to ask, on this strongly marked temperament, so delicately imaginative and so keenly logical, so receptive and so retentive, a type alike of the philosopher and the poet, the scholar and the musician, on such a contemplative genius, what are the effects of so great and so constant indulgence in a drug noted for its power of heightening and extending, for a season, the whole range of the imaginative faculties? Justifiable as such feelings may be, however, they tend to wrong De Quincey's memory, and to limit our conceptions of his character and genius. He was no vulgar opium drunkard. He was, to all appearances, singularly free, even from the petty vices to which eaters of the drug are supposed to be peculiarly liable. To be sure, he was not without his eccentricities. He was absent-mindedly careless in his attire, unusual in his hours of waking and sleeping, odd in his habits of work, ludicrously ignorant of the value of money, solitary, prone to whims, by turns reticent and loquacious. But for all his eccentricities, De Quincey, unlike Poe, for example, is not a possible object for pity or patronage, They would be foolish who could doubt his word or mistrust his motives. He was queer, as most great Englishmen of letters of his time were. But the more his at first enigmatic character comes to light, through his own letters and through the recollections of his friends, the more clearly do we see him to have been a pure-minded and well-bred man, kind, honest, generous, and gentle. His life was almost wholly passed among books, books in many languages, books of many kinds and times. These he incessantly read and annotated, and the treasures of this wide reading, stored in a retentive and imaginative mind, form the basis of almost all his work that is not distinctly autobiographical. De Quincey's writings, as collected by himself, and more recently by Professor Masson, fill 14 good-sized volumes, and consist of about 215 separate pieces, all of which were contributed to various periodicals between 1813, when at the age of 38 he suddenly found himself and his family dependent for support on his literary efforts, to his death in 1859. Books, sustained efforts of construction, he did not, except in a single instance, and probably could not produce. His mind held rich stores of information on many subjects, but his habit of thought was essentially non-consecutive, and his method merely that of the brilliant talker, who illumines delightfully many a subject, treating none, however, with reserved power and thorough care. His attitude toward his work, it is worth while to notice, was an admirable one. His task was often that of a hack writer, his spirit never. His life was frugal and modest in the extreme, and though writing brought him bread and fame, he seems never, in any recorded instance, to have concerned himself with its commercial value. He wrote from a full mind, and with genuine inspiration, and lived and died a man of letters, from pure love of letters and not of worldly gain. As we have noticed, it is the autobiographical part of De Quincey's writing, the confessions of one who could call every day for a glass of laudanum negus, warm and without sugar, that has made him famous, and which deserves first our critical attention. It consists of 400 or 500 pages of somewhat disconnected sketches, including the Confessions of an English Opium Eater and Suspiria de Profundis. De Quincey himself speaks of them as a far higher class of composition than his philosophical or historical writings, declaring them to be, unlike the comparatively matter-of-fact memoirs of Rousseau and St. Augustin, modes of impassioned prose ranging under no precedents that I am aware of in any literature. What De Quincey attempted was to clothe in words scenes from the world of dreams, a lyric fashion, as it were, wholly in keeping with contemporary taste and aspiration, which under the penetrating influence of Romanticism were maintaining the poetical value and interest of isolated and excited personal feeling. Like Dante, whose Vita Nuova, De Quincey's Confessions greatly resemble in their essential characteristics of method, he had lived from childhood in a world of dreams. Both felt keenly the pleasures and sorrows of the outer world, and in both contemplative imagination was so strong that the actual fact, the real Beatrice, if you will, became as nothing to that same fact transmuted through idealizing thought. De Quincey was early impressed by the remarkable fashion in which dreams or reveries weave together the separate strands of wakeful existence. Before he was 2 years old, he had, he says, a remarkable dream of terrific grandeur about a favorite nurse, which is interesting to myself for this reason, that it demonstrates my dreaming tendencies to have been constitutional and not dependent on laudanum. At the same time, he connected a profound sense of pathos with the reappearance, very early in the spring, of some crocuses. These two incidents are a key to the working of De Quincey's mind. Waking or sleeping, his intellect had the rare power of using the facts of life, as the composer might use a song of the street, building on a wandering ballad a whole symphony of transfigured sound, retaining skillfully in the midst of the new and majestic music the winning qualities of the popular strain. To such a boy, with an imaginative mind, an impassioned nature, and a memory which retained and developed powerfully, year by year, all associations involving the feelings of grandeur, magnificence, or immensity, to such a boy, life and experience were but the storing of material which the creative mind might weave into literature that had the form of prose and the nature of poetry. De Quincey shared Dante's rare capacity for retaining strong visual images, his rare power of weaving them into a new and wonderful fabric. But De Quincey, though as learned and as acute as Dante, had not Dante's religious and philosophical convictions. A blind faith and scholastic reason were the foundation of the great vision of the Divine Comedy. De Quincey had not the strong but limited conception of the world on which to base his imagination. He had not the high religious vision to nerve him to higher contemplation, and his work can never serve in any way as a guide and message to mankind. De Quincey's visions, however, have the merit of not being forced. He did not resolve to see what faith and reason bade him. While all controlled reasoning was suspended under the incantation of opium, his quick mind, without conscious intent, without prejudice or purpose, assembled such mysterious and wonderful sights and sound as the naked soul might see and hear in the world of actual experience. For De Quincey's range of action and association was not as narrow as might seem. He had walked the streets of London friendless and starving, saved from death by a dram given by one even more wretched than he, only a few months after he had talked with the king. De Quincey's latent images are therefore not grotesque or medieval, not conditioned by any philosophical theory, not of any inferno or paradise. The elements of his visions are the simple elements of all our striking experiences: the faces of the dead, the grieving child, the tired woman, the strange foreign face, the tramp of horses' feet. And opium merely magnified these simple elements, rendered them grand and beautiful without giving them any forced connection or relative meaning. We recognize the traces of our own transfigured experience, but we are relieved from the necessity of accepting it as having an inner meaning. De Quincey's singular hold on our affection seems, therefore, to be his rare quality of presenting the unusual but typical dream or reverie as a beautiful object of interest, without endeavoring to give it the character of an allegory or a fable. The greater part of De Quincey's writings, however, are historical, critical, and philosophical in character, rather than autobiographical. But these are now much neglected. We sometimes read a little of Joan of Arc, and no one can read it without great admiration. The Flight of the Tartars has even become a part of prescribed literature in our American schools. But of other essays than these, we have as a rule only a dim impression or a faint memory. There are obvious reasons why De Quincey's historical and philosophical writings, in an age which devotes itself so largely to similar pursuits, no longer recommend themselves to the popular taste. His method is too discursive and leisurely, his subjects as a rule too remote from current interest, his line of thought too intricate. These failings, from our point of view, are the more to be regretted because there has never been an English essayist more entertaining or suggestive than De Quincey. His works cover a very wide range of subject matter, from the knocking on the gate in Macbeth to the casuistry of Roman meals and the toilet of a Hebrew lady. His topics are always piquant. Like Poe, De Quincey loved puzzling questions, the cryptograms, the tangled undersides of things, where there are many and conflicting facts to sift and correlate. The points that are now usually settled in footnotes and by references to German authorities in dealing with such subjects, he showed not only that he possessed the same keen logic which entertains us in Poe, but that he was the master of great stores of learned information. We are never wholly convinced, perhaps, of the eternal truth of his conclusions, but we like to watch him arrive at them. They seem fresh and strange, and we are dazzled by the constantly changing material. Nothing can be more delightful than the constant influx of new objects of thought, the unexpected incidents, the seemingly inexpugnable logic that ends in paradox, the play of human interest in a topic to which all living interest seems alien. There is scarcely a page in all of De Quincey's writings that, taken by itself, is actually dull. In each one receives a vivid impression of the same lithe and active mind, examining with lively curiosity even a recondite subject, cracking a joke here and dropping a tear there, and never intermitting the smooth flow of acute but often irrelevant observation. The generation that habitually neglects De Quincey has lost little important historical and philosophical information, perhaps, but it has certainly deprived itself of a constant source of entertainment. As a stylist, De Quincey marked a new ideal in English, that of impassioned prose. As he himself expresses it, prose which deliberately exalts its subject matter as the opera does its. And it was really as an opera that De Quincey conceived of the essay. It was to have its recitatives, its mediocre passages, the well and firmly handled parts of ordinary discourse, all comparatively unornamented matter, was, however, but preparative to the lyric outburst, the strophe and antistrophe of modulated song. In this conception of style others had preceded him, Milton notably, but only half consciously and not with sustained success. There could be no great English prose until the 18th century had trimmed the tangled periods of the 17th, and the romantic movement of the 19th added fire and enthusiasm to the clear but conventional style of the 18th. Ruskin and Carlyle have both the same element of bravura, as will be seen if one tries to analyze their best passages as music. But in De Quincey this lyric arrangement is at once more delicate and more obvious, as the reader may assure himself if he reread his favorite passages, noticing how many of them are in essence exclamatory, or actually vocative, as it were. In this ideal of impassioned prose, De Quincey gave to the prose of the latter part of the century its keynote. Macaulay is everywhere equally impassioned or unimpassioned. The smooth-flowing and useful canal, rather than the picturesque river, in which rapids follow the long reaches of even water, and are in turn succeeded by them. To conceive of style as music, as symmetry, proportion, and measure, only secondarily dependent on the clear exposition of the actual subject matter, that is De Quincey's ideal, and there Pater and Stevenson have followed him. De Quincey's fame has not gone far beyond the circle of those who speak his native tongue. A recent French critic finds him rough and rude, sinister even in his wit. In that circle, however, his reputation has been high, though he has not been without stern critics. Mr. Leslie Stephen insists that his logic is more apparent than real, that his humor is spun out and trivial, his jest ill-timed and ill-made. His claim that his confessions created a new genre is futile. They confess nothing epoch-making, no real crises of soul, merely the adventures of a truant schoolboy, the recollections of a drunkard. He was full of contemptuous and effeminate British prejudices against agnosticism and continental geniuses. And so, Mr. Stephen continues, in a life of 73 years De Quincey read extensively and thought acutely by fits, ate an enormous quantity of opium, wrote a few pages which revealed new capacities in the language, and provided a good deal of respectable padding for the magazines. Not a single one of the charges can be wholly denied. On analysis, De Quincey proves guilty of all these offenses against ideal culture. Rough jocoseness, diffusiveness, local prejudice, a life spent on details, a lack of philosophy. These are faults, but they are British faults, Anglo-Saxon faults. They scarcely limit affection or greatly diminish respect. De Quincey was a sophist, a rhetorician, a brilliant talker. There are men in that sort in every club, in every community. We forgive their eccentricity, their lack of fine humor, the most rigid logic, or the highest learning. We do not attempt to reply to them. It is enough if the stream of discourse flows gently on from their lips. A rich and well-modulated vocabulary, finely turned phrases, amusing quips and conceits of fancy, acute observations, a rich store of recondite learning, these charm and hold us. Such a talker, such a writer was De Quincey. Such was his task, to amuse, to interest, and at times to instruct us. One deeper note he struck rarely, but always with the master's hand. The vibrating note felt in passages characteristic of immensity, solitude, grandeur, and it is to that note that De Quincey owes the individuality of his style and his fame. There are a few facts in De Quincey's long career that bear directly on the criticism of his works. Like Ruskin, he was the son of a well-to-do and cultivated merchant. But the elder De Quincey unfortunately died too early to be of any help in life to his impulsive and unpractical boy, who quarreled with his guardians, ran away from school, and neglected his routine duties at Oxford. His admiration for Wordsworth and Coleridge led him to the Lake Country, where he married and settled down. The necessity of providing for his family at last aroused him from his life of meditation and indulgence in opium, and brought him into connection with the periodicals of the day. After the death of his wife in 1840, he moved with his children to the vicinity of Edinburgh, where in somewhat eccentric solitude he spent the last 20 years of his uneventful life. End of section 29. Recording by Chris Pyle. Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 11, Section 30. Selected Works by Thomas de Quincey. Charles Lamb, from Biographical Essays. It sounds paradoxical, but is not so in a bad sense, to say that in every literature of large compass, some authors will be found to rest much of the interest which surrounds them on their essential non-popularity. They are good for the very reason that they are not in conformity to the current taste. They interest because to the world they are not interesting. They attract by means of their repulsion. Not as though it could separately furnish a reason for loving a book, that the majority of men had found it repulsive. Prima facie, it must suggest some presumption against a book, that it has failed to gain public attention. To have roused hostility, indeed, to have kindled a feud against its own principles or its temper, may happen to be a good sign. That argues power. Hatred may be promising. The deepest revolutions of mind sometimes begin in hatred, but simply to have left a reader unimpressed is in itself a neutral result, from which the inference is doubtful. Yet even that, even simple failure to impress, may happen at times to be a result from positive powers in a writer, from special originalities such as rarely reflect themselves in the mirror or the ordinary understanding. It seems little to be perceived how much the great scriptural idea of the worldly and the unworldly is found to emerge in literature as well as in life. In reality, the same combinations of moral qualities, infinitely varied, which compose the harsh physiognomy of what we call worldliness in the living groups of life, must unavoidably present themselves in books. A library divides into sections of worldly and unworldly, even as a crowd of men divides into that same majority and minority. The world has an instinct for recognizing its own, and recoils from certain qualities, when exemplified in books, with the same disgust or defective sympathy as would have governed it in real life. From qualities, for instance, of childlike simplicity, of shy profundity, or of inspired self-communion, the world does and must turn away its face towards grosser, bolder, more determined, or more intelligible expressions of character and intellect. And not otherwise in literature, nor at all less in literature, than it does in the realities of life. Charles Lamb, if any ever was, is amongst the class here contemplated. He, if any ever has, ranks amongst writers whose works are destined to be forever unpopular, and yet forever interesting. Interesting, moreover, by means of those very qualities which guarantee their non-popularity, the same qualities which will be found forbidding to the worldly and the thoughtless, which will be found insipid to many even amongst robust and powerful minds, are exactly those which will continue to command a select audience in every generation. The prose essays, under the signature of Elia, form the most delightful section among Lamb's works. They traverse a peculiar field of observation, sequestered from general interest, and they are composed in a spirit too delicate and unobtrusive to catch the ear of the noisy crowd, clamoring for strong sensations. But this retiring delicacy itself, the pensiveness checkered by gleams of the fanciful, and the humor that is touched with cross-lights of pathos, together with the picturesque quaintness of the objects casually described, whether men or things or usages, and in the rear of all this the constant recurrence to ancient recollections and to decaying forms of household life, as things retiring before the tumult of new and revolutionary generations. These traits in combination communicate to the papers a grace and strength of originality which nothing in any literature approaches, whether for degree or kind of excellence, except the most felicitous papers of Addison, such as those on Sir Roger de Coverley, and some others in the same vein of composition. They resemble Addison's papers also in the diction, which is natural and idiomatic even to carelessness. They are equally faithful to the truth of nature. And in this only they differ remarkably, that the sketches of Elia reflect the stamp and impress of the writer's own character, whereas in all those of Addison the personal peculiarities of the delineator, though known to the reader from the beginning, through the account of the club, are nearly quiescent. Now and then they are recalled into a momentary notice, but they do not act, or at all modify his pictures of Sir Roger or Will Wimble. They are slightly and amiably eccentric, but the spectator himself, in describing them, takes the station of an ordinary observer. Everywhere, indeed, in the writings of Lamb, and not merely in his Elia, the character of the writer cooperates in an undercurrent to make the effect of the thing written. To understand in the fullest sense either the gaiety or the tenderness of a particular passage, you must have some insights into the peculiar bias of the writer's mind, whether native and original or impressed gradually by the accidents of situation, whether simply developed out of predispositions by the action of life, or violently scorched into the constitution by some fierce fever of calamity. There is in modern literature a whole class of writers, though not a large one, standing within the same category. Some marked originality of character in the writer becomes a coefficient with what he says to a common result. You must sympathize with this personality in the author before you can appreciate the most significant parts of his views. In most books, the writer figures as a mere abstraction, without sex or age or local station, whom the reader banishes from his thoughts. What is written seems to proceed from a blank intellect, not from a man clothed with fleshly peculiarities and differences. These peculiarities and differences neither do, nor generally speaking could, intermingle with the texture of the thoughts, so as to modify their force or their direction. In such books, and they form the vast majority, there is nothing to be found or to be looked for beyond the direct objective. Sit venio verbo. But in a small section of books, the objective in thought becomes confluent with the subjective in the thinker. The two forces unite for a joint product, and fully to enjoy the product, or fully to apprehend either element, both must be known. It is singular and worth inquiring into, for the reason that the Greek and Roman literature had no such books. Timon of Athens or Diogenes, one may conceive qualified for this mode of authorship, had journalism existed to arouse them in those days. Their articles would no doubt have been fearfully caustic. But as they failed to produce anything, and Lucian in after age is scarcely characteristic enough for the purpose, perhaps we may pronounce Rabelais and Montaigne the earliest of writers in the class described. In the century following theirs came Sir Thomas Browne, and immediately after him La Fontaine. Then came Swift, Sterne, with others less distinguished. In Germany, Hippel, the friend of Kant, Harman, the obscure, and the greatest of the whole body, John Paul Friedrich Richter. In him, from the strength and determinateness of his nature, as well as from the great extent of his writing, the philosophy of this interaction between the author as a human agency and his theme as an intellectual reagency might best be studied. From him might be derived the largest number of cases illustrating boldly this absorption of the universal into the concrete, of the pure intellect into the human nature of the author. But nowhere could illustrations be found more interesting. Shy, delicate, evanescent, shy as lightning, delicate and evanescent as the colored pencilings on a frosty night from the northern lights, than in the better parts of Lamb. To appreciate Lamb, therefore, it is requisite that his character and temperament should be understood in their coyest and most wayward features. A capital defect it would be if these could not be gathered silently from Lamb's works themselves. It would be a fatal mode of dependency upon an alien and separable accident, if they needed an external commentary. But they do not. The syllables lurk up and down the writings of Lamb, which decipher his eccentric nature. He has characterized their dispersed in anagram. And to any attentive reader, the regathering and restoration of the total word from its scattered parts is inevitable without an effort. Still, it is always a satisfaction in knowing a result, to know also its why and how, and insofar as every character is likely to be modified by the particular experience, sad or joyous, through which life has traveled, it is a good contribution towards the knowledge of that resulting character as a whole to have a sketch of that particular experience. What trials did it impose? What energies did it task? What temptations did it unfold? These calls upon the moral powers, which in music so stormy many a life is doomed to hear, how were they faced? The character in a capital degree molds oftentimes the life, and the life always in a subordinate degree molds the character. and the character being in this case of Lamb so much of a key to his writings, it becomes important that the life should be traced, however briefly, as a key to the character. Despair. From Confessions of an English Opium Eater. Then suddenly would come a dream of far different character, a tumultuous dream, commencing with the music such as now I often heard in sleep, music of preparation and of awakening suspense. The undulations of fast-gathering tumults were like the opening of the coronation anthem, and like that gave the feeling of a multitudinous movement, of infinite cavalcades filing off, and the tread of innumerable armies. The morning was come of a mighty day, a day of crisis and of ultimate hope for human nature, then suffering mysterious eclipse and laboring in some dread extremity. Somewhere, but I knew not where, somehow, but I knew not how, by some beings, but I knew not by whom, a battle, a strife, an agony was traveling through all its stages, was evolving itself, like the catastrophe of some mighty drama, with which my sympathy was the more insupportable, from deepening confusion as to its local scene, its cause, its nature, and its undecipherable issue. I, as is usual in dreams, where of necessity we make ourselves central to every movement, had the power and yet had not the power to decide it. I had the power, if I could raise myself to will it, and yet again had not the power, for the weight of 20 Atlantics was upon me, or the oppression of inexpiable guilt. Deeper than ever plummets sounded, I lay inactive. Then like a chorus the passion deepened. Some greater interest was at stake, some mightier cause than ever yet the sword had pleaded or trumpet had proclaimed. Then came sudden alarms, hurryings to and fro, trepidations of innumerable fugitives. I knew not whether from the good cause or the bad, darkness and lights, tempest and human faces, and at last, with the sense that all was lost, female forms and the features that were worth all the world to me, and but a moment allowed, and clasped hands with heartbreaking partings, and then everlasting farewells, and with a sigh such as the caves of hell sighed when the incestuous mother uttered the abhorred name of death. The sound was reverberated, everlasting farewells, and again, and yet again, reverberated, everlasting farewells. And I awoke in struggles and cried aloud, I will sleep no more. The Dead Sister. From Confessions of an Opium Eater. On the day after my sister's death, whilst the sweet temple of her brain was yet unviolated by human scrutiny, I formed my own scheme for seeing her once more. Not for the world would I have made this known, nor have suffered a witness to accompany me. I had never heard of feelings that take the name of sentimental, nor dreamed of such a possibility. But grief even in a child hates the light, and shrinks from human eyes. The house was large. There were 2 staircases, and by one of these I knew that about noon, when all would be quiet, I could steal up into her chamber. I imagined that it was exactly high noon when I reached the chamber door. It was locked, but the key was not taken away. Entering, I closed the door so softly that although it opened upon a hall which ascended through all the stories, no echo ran along the silent walls. Then turning around, I sought my sister's face. But the bed had been moved, and the back was now turned. Nothing met my eyes but one large window wide open, through which the sun of midsummer at noonday was showing down torrents of splendor. The weather was dry, the sky was cloudless. The blue depths seemed the express types of infinity. And it was not possible for eye to behold, or for heart to conceive any symbols more pathetic of life, and the glory of life. Let me pause for one instant, in approaching a remembrance so affecting and revolutionary for my own mind, and one which, if any earthly remembrance, will survive for me in the hour of death, to remind some readers and to inform others, that in the original Opium Confessions I endeavored to explain the reason why death, cateris paribus, is more profoundly affecting in summer than in other parts of the year, so far at least as it is liable to any modification at all from accidents of scenery or season. The reason, as I there suggested, lies in the antagonism between the tropical redundancy of life in summer and the dark sterilities of the grave. The summer we see, the grave we haunt with our thoughts. The glory is around us, the darkness is within us. And the two coming into collision, each exalts the other into stronger relief. But in my case there was even a subtler reason why the summer had this intense power of vivifying the spectacle or the thoughts of death. And recollecting it, often I have been struck with the important truth that far more of our deepest thoughts and feelings pass to us through perplexed combinations of concrete objects, pass to us as involutes, if I may coin that word, in compound experiences incapable of being disentangled, that never reach us directly and in their own abstract shapes. It had happened that amongst our nursery collection of books was the Bible, illustrated with many pictures. And in long dark evenings, as my three sisters with myself sate by the fireside round the guard of our nursery, no book was so much in request amongst us. It ruled us and swayed us as mysteriously as music. One young nurse, whom we all loved, before any candle was lighted, would often strain her eye to read it for us, and sometimes, according to her simple powers, would endeavor to explain what we found obscure. We, the children, were all constitutionally touched with pensiveness. The fitful gloom and sudden lambencies of the room by firelight suited our evening state of feelings, and they suited also the divine revelations of power and mysterious beauty which awed us. Above all, the story of a just man, man and yet not man, real above all things, yet shadowy above all things, who had suffered the passion of death in Palestine, slept upon our minds like early dawn upon the waters. The nurse knew and explained to us the chief differences in Oriental climates, and all these differences, as it happens, express themselves in the great varieties of summer. The cloudless sunlights of Syria, those seem to argue everlasting summer. The disciples plucking the ears of corn, that must be summer. But above all, the very name of Palm Sunday, a festival in the English church, troubled me like an anthem. Sunday. What was that? That was a day of peace which masked another peace, deeper than the heart of man can comprehend. Palms. What were they? That was an equivocal word. Palms in the sense of trophies expressed the pomps of life. Palms as a product of nature expressed the pomps of summer. Yet still, even this explanation does not suffice. It was not merely by the peace and by the summer, by the deep sound of rest below all rest and of ascending glory, that I had been haunted. It was also because Jerusalem stood near to those deep images both in time and in place. The great event of Jerusalem was at hand when Palm Sunday came, and that the scene of that Sunday was near in place to Jerusalem. Yet what then was Jerusalem? Did I fancy it to be the omphalos, navel, of the earth? That pretension had once been made for Jerusalem, and once for Delphi. And both pretensions had become ridiculous as the figure of the earth became known. Yes, but if not of the earth, for the earth's tenant, Jerusalem was the omphalos of mortality. Yet how? There, on the contrary, it was, as we infants understood, that mortality had been trampled underfoot. True, but for that very reason, there was that mortality had opened its very gloomiest crater. There it was indeed that the human had risen on wings from the grave. But for that reason, there also it was that the divine had been swallowed up by the abyss. The lesser star could not rise before the greater would submit to eclipse. Summer, therefore, had connected itself with death, not merely as a mode of antagonism, but also through intricate relations to scriptural scenery and events. Out of this digression, which was almost necessary for the purpose of showing how inextricably my feelings and images of death were entangled with those of summer, I returned to the bedchamber of my sister. From the gorgeous sunlight I turned round to the corpse. There lay the sweet childish figure, there the angel face, and as people usually fancy, it was said in the house that no features had suffered any change. Had they not? The forehead, indeed, the serene and noble forehead, that might be the same. But the frozen eyelids, the darkness that seemed to steal from beneath them, the marble lips, the stiffening hands laid palm to palm as if repeating the supplications of closing anguish, Could these be mistaken for life? Had it been so, wherefore did I not spring to those heavenly lips with tears and never-ending kisses? But so it was not. I stood checked for a moment. Awe, not fear, fell upon me, and whilst I stood, a solemn wind began to blow, the most mournful that ear ever heard. Mournful, that is saying nothing. It was a wind that had swept the fields of mortality for 100 centuries. Many times since, upon a summer day, when the sun is about the hottest, I have remarked the same wind arising and uttering the same hollow, solemn, Memnonian, but saintly swell. It is in this world the one sole audible symbol of eternity. And 3 times in my life I have happened to hear the same sound in the same circumstances, namely when standing between an open window and a dead body on a summer day. Instantly, when my ear caught this vast aeolian intonation, when my eye filled with the golden fullness of life, the pomps and glory of the heavens outside, and turning when it settled upon the frost which overspread my sister's face, instantly a trance fell upon me. A vault seemed to open in the zenith of the far blue sky, a shaft which ran up forever. I and spirit rose, as if on billows, that also ran up the shaft forever. And the billows seemed to pursue the throne of God, and that also ran before us, and fled away continually. The flight and the pursuit seemed to go on forever and ever. Frost, gathering frost, some sarser wind of death, seemed to repel me. I slept, but for how long I cannot say. Slowly I recovered my self-possession and found myself standing as before, close to my sister's bed. O flight of the solitary child to the solitary God! Flight from the ruined corpse to the throne that could not be ruined! How rich wert thou, in truth, for after years! Rapture of grief that, being too mighty for a child to sustain, foundest a happy oblivion in a heaven-born dream, and within that sleep didst conceal a dream, whose meaning, in after years, when slowly I deciphered, suddenly there flashed upon me a new light, and even by the grief of a child, as I will show you, reader, hereafter were confounded the falsehoods of philosophers. In the Opium Confessions I touched a little upon the extraordinary power connected with opium, after long use, of amplifying the dimensions of time. Space also it amplifies, by degrees that are sometimes terrific. But time it is upon which the exalting and multiplying power of opium chiefly spends its operation. Time becomes infinitely elastic, stretching out to such immeasurable and vanishing termini that it seems ridiculous to compute the sense of it, on waking, by expressions commensurate to human life. As in starry fields one computes by diameters of the Earth's orbit or of Jupiter's, so in valuing the virtual time lived during some dreams, the measurement by generations is ridiculous, by millennia is ridiculous, by eons, I should say, if eons were more determinate, would be also ridiculous. On this single occasion, however, in my life, the very inverse phenomenon occurred, but why speak of it in connection with opium? Could a child of 6 years old have been under that influence? No, but simply because it so exactly reversed the operation of opium. Instead of a short interval, expanding into a vast one, this occasion a long one had contracted into a minute. I have reason to believe that a very long one had elapsed during this wandering or suspension of my perfect mind. When I returned to myself there was a foot, or I fancied so, on the stairs. I was alarmed, for I believed that if anybody should detect me, means would be taken to prevent my coming again. Hastily, therefore, I kissed the lips that I should kiss no more, and slunk like a guilty thing with stealthy steps from the room. Thus perished the vision, loveliest among all the shows which earth has revealed to me. Thus mutilated was the parting, which should have lasted forever. Thus tainted with fear was the farewell sacred to love and grief, to perfect love and perfect grief. O Ahasuerus, everlasting Jew, fable or not a fable, thou, when first starting on thy endless pilgrimage of woe, thou, when first flying through the gates of Jerusalem, and vainly yearning to leave the pursuing curse behind thee, couldst not more certainly have read thy doom of sorrow in the misgivings of thy troubled brain, than I, when passing forever from my sister's room, The worm was at my heart, and confining myself to that state of life, I may say, the worm that could not die. For if, when standing upon the threshold of manhood, I had ceased to feel its perpetual gnawings, that was because of vast expansion of intellect. It was because new hopes, new necessities, and the frenzy of youthful blood had translated me into a new creature. Man is doubtless, by some subtle nexus that we cannot perceive, extending from the newborn infant to the superannuated dotard. But as regards many affections and passions incident to his nature at different stages, he is not one. The unity of man in this respect is coextensive only with the particular stage to which the passion belongs. Some passions, as that of sexual love, are celestial by one half of their origin, animal and earthly by the other half. These will not survive their own appropriate stage, but love which is altogether holy, like that between two children, will revisit undoubtedly by glimpses the silence and darkness of old age, and I repeat my belief that unless bodily torment should forbid it, that final experience in my sister's bedroom, or some other, in which your innocence was concerned, will rise again for me to illuminate the hour of death. End of section 30. Recording by Chris Pyle.